It's Critical Role. Hey, it's Critical Role twice in 1 week. Holy shit. And you know what's awesome? We found it. We've found it. There were no frame drops last episode. Absolutely zero. Which is so sick. I don't want to I don't want to jinx myself more than I already currently am. But I'm very, very excited about it. And I want to show you guys exactly what's happening. So, I guess this is, let's call this the housekeeping portion, but it's all good housekeeping for the first time in a while. I guess last stream was also kind of all good housekeeping. But let's see. I'm going to add that. It'll cover up my head a little bit. Right now it's Matt's face, but I'm going to bring up some statistics. So we got, these are all of the, I set up a, what do you call it? A network tester, like a speedrun tester. Or not a speedrun tester, a speed tester, I guess. That ran all of our speeds throughout the stream. These were when I was like first setting it up. But throughout the actual stream, we didn't dip below 20 megs, which is crazy. But the lowest that we ever dip is 2.82. And right now, through all the changes I've made, which hopefully are not super obstructive, I've gotten us right about to 3 megs of required upload. I need about 3 megs to run the stream. Now, that I have to, my computer isn't the only one in the network. So I'm inevitably going to need a little bit more overall network speed. But that 3 was about that 2.83 was about the lowest that I recorded yet. So I think that we're at a good spot, because even if the speeds dipped that low, YouTube's buffer seems to be able to handle it. So that unfortunately means probably no Twitch for the foreseeable future. I might try some other configurations to see if I can change some shit up, because that would also mean like no Kukuro and nothing that like utilizes Twitch's systems or third-party tools, which would suck. So I'll be experimenting in other content formats with Twitch. We might even end up doing some like Twitch only stuff. Like Kukuro might just become Twitch only, because right now I can either do Twitch or YouTube. And YouTube's going to be the one that I prioritize. That's no secret amongst my audience. But there are certain things that we can only do on. So I'm gonna experiment with continuing to try and massage multi-streaming or simulcasting into working. But if not, if I do want to do like a Kukuro night, it might just end up being Twitch only. Which is, I mean, I had that like weird little hack workaround to make YouTube kind of work with Kukuro, but it was already best on Twitch anyways. So my D&D group canceled for today, so I guess I'll get my weekly dose. Oh, I suppose. Hell yeah, Mr. Multi, let's do it. What up, G Herka, Bad Wolf, Raven, Hans, Shell? Saw someone else. Oh, also Mr. Multi and Early Gang. What's up? I got you on headphones. Very nice. I do shop work. I wish I had a shop. I've said this. I maintain this. I grew up in the outer suburbs of Kansas City. Very car-centric, but not... I was still definitely like within a community. Like I did not have the land, you know. We just had our house. And that I have maintained ever since I went to college, because I went to college in a very small town way out in like rural Kansas. Got to, and a lot of my family lives out in rural areas. Paige lived in a really small town, and I have maintained that I either want to live in a huge city like I do right now with Chicago, and I'll have a small apartment. I will focus on digital stuff that doesn't take up physical space, or I want to like move out to like rural Montana or Idaho, not the Idaho Panhandle. I just learned about that. Oh my god. But I want to move out to where there's beautiful wilderness and scenery, because I really like hiking. I like kayaking. I like a lot of like very physical outdoor sports. And can't really do that in Chicago too much. But then internet would be a fucking even more of a problem than it already is. Oh my god, imagine. I would just have to get like Starlink or some shit. But then I would be able to have like all the space. I'd be able to like have a shop, and like, because people might not know this and probably wouldn't expect it to look at me, but I'm a pretty handy guy. And like I really like making shit and building shit. Like I really really loved doing that sort of stuff, but there's just no room in the current. You got to have like room for the tools and the tables and like the actual space to do that sort of stuff. So I either want way out in the country, big fucking plot of land, Morton building, all that bullshit, or in the middle of the city. Those are kind of my two modes. I never want that in between again, unless I don't know, unless they're fucking giving away free land or some shit. The Chicago puts in a thing of like, we want colonize this particular suburb. Go, here are free houses. I'm not unless they do that shit, I'm not going back to the suburbs. I realize how not super nice that which I wrote sounded. Nah, I got you, Mr. Multi. No worries. I took it, I think, in the spirit it was intended. No worries. To be clear, my shop is the kind of shop that fits in a basement, not a huge, nice shop. No, I figure. And that's like, even in my wildest dreams, I do not have the money to buy like a giant fucking piece of land and a huge house on said land. I do not got that kind of cash. But yeah, like my grandparents lived out in the country, and they had, have y'all seen these, the like modular homes? I've described them to people, and they seem to not be something that a lot of people are familiar with. Oh, it's just gonna bring up tiny houses. Fuck. No, none of these. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. Country farmhouse, custom modular home. So these fucking things, I know it looks like a normal, like, kind of ranch house, maybe with like a little bit of a second story. My grandparents didn't have a second story, but it did have a basement, because Kansas. And this comes in like 3 pieces. This like entire like home. Like they ship it out on like a truck, and then they put it together on the land. And I remember my mom telling me that, and I remember trying to go around and like look for the seams. I have no idea what the pieces actually look like. But yeah. What's up?
I was supposed to send you a code, but it didn't.
Okay. All right. It was supposed to send me a code, I guess. Is this a new mic? It sounds different. No, but I did put I mean, I guess this is a bit of a leak. a bit of a leak. Does it sound worse? um, a bit of a leak, but me and Paige were testing out a recording setup for some potential couples content. Not about being a couple, just both of us in it. And so I had to mess around with the audio settings a little bit. It sounds worse. No! Okay, let me lower that a little bit. Let me take off. Okay. The sound cuts off sharply the moment you stop talking. Okay. I had a noise removal filter on it. So that might have been part of the reason. Because I had to turn it way up for the recording setup. Okay. Hopefully, I turned off the noise removal. Hopefully, that sounds a little bit better. Good schooling for the kiddos and some room, but it's definitely personal preference and lifestyle. Yeah. I definitely. I think if I had kids, my opinion would change. This is Dink Mega speaking. But if I had kids, it would probably change a lot. It's probably similar to a double wide trailer. The seams are small and often hidden under carpets or siding. Yeah. I thought the cutouts were my internet. Okay. Oh man, it sounded that bad. Hopefully it sounds a little bit better now. But with all that said, let's talk Critical Role. What's up, Veronessa? How you doing? Let's talk. Oh, I have to. Okay. Sorry, I have to slightly modify this because I changed the resolution on the monitor. Okay. Let's talk Critical Role. And if my mic still sounds bad, let me know. So yeah, what's up with that Gilmore fella? Okay, I'll be real with you. Can I be honest, chat? Can I be honest with you? I tried to go back and watch the episode with the Rakshasa. I couldn't do it. I'm hoping that they just go over it at the beginning of this, any of the relevant info. I couldn't do it. So I did not go back and find any potentially pertinent information. But it's so weird because it feels like Gilmore is like the obvious thing to focus on from last episode. It feels like it's obvious. But so much happened last episode. So much fucking happened. Like the entire first half is all of the fucking Raven Queen bullshit. There's so much. And so I have a multifaceted takeaway. Normally, I don't do takeaways for separate halves, but I'm going to today because I feel like it needs it. So my takeaway for the first half, all of the Raven Queen stuff. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. I did, like, in my brain, I remembered what I had watched. And I was like, yeah, that's the full ep. And then, you know, I got corrected, rightfully so, in Discord. But, yeah, the takeaway from the first half, is surrounding one of my core DM tenets, which is establish rules and strategically break them. And specifically, my takeaway from the first half is surrounding the ritual for communing with the Raven Queen. As this campaign has gone on and on, it has become increasingly clear to me that the gods and the different flavors of magic are going to be central to the overall conflict in this campaign and in this setting. The different types of gods and the different types of magic that they have come to represent, and how those are manifested in the campaign. That is going to be a very central theme. So, when you are making rules around your gods in that sort of scenario, it really matters. You know what I'm saying? It really, really matters, because this is something that the players are going to continue to come back to, especially if it's a recurring theme. And I don't know that I dislike anything about how Matt did it. Like, he set up a really particular ritual of, there is a pool. The pool is filled with a liquid, and you get in the liquid and breathe it in. Probably blood. But maybe a special blood. Wait a second. No, that does it's okay. It's absolutely coincidental, but I'm gonna write it down anyways, just because it linked. But Riskel Daxio said that he was Vecna's blood. RQ has a pool filled with, assumingly, special blood that is part of the ritual to commune with her. Even, this is what I mean when I say that I think through talking, because I have thought through this takeaway many times before I'm presenting it, but sometimes the word leaves my mouth and it takes on like new meaning in my brain. Anyways, so Matt sets up this ritual, special blood in the pool, which leaves enough question marks. We don't know if there's anything special about the blood. We don't know if there's anything special about the pool. We don't know if the Raven Queen needs to essentially like consent to the communing. We don't know if she can like kick you out. There's lots of things that are left open-ended, which I think is good. But it is concrete enough, like there's enough things for the players to grab onto, that you see Percy attempt to recreate the communion pool in Whitestone. Again, I don't want to present this like I think this is a bad thing, but it is my takeaway of Matt essentially confirmed two things to the players and left the rest as question marks, and that was enough to prompt action from at least one of them. Especially the one that is a little bit more, I don't want to say technical of a player, but is a little bit more, what do you call it? Tries to like push the boundaries, essentially, of rulings and mechanics, and, you know, is famously trying to get real world physics to work in D&D. He's drawing out blueprints and diagrams and et cetera, et cetera. So, if you have players like Taliesin at your table, you need to be aware that if you set up a step-by-step ritual, even if some of the steps are question marks, even if some of the context is question marks, they are probably going to try to recreate it or interact with it or learn more about it to try and clear up some of the question marks. And you can use that very much to your advantage, but it can also be very much to your detriment. if you have a situation where you don't want them to talk to the Raven Queen all the time, then setting up this very distinct ritual can actually work against you. Because once you've laid out at least pieces of the ritual, you've given them something to ground any of their recreation attempts. So if you don't want them to talk to the Raven Queen again, or you don't want them to pursue that, probably not good. You probably want to make the magic even softer. Of like, instead of entering the pool and whatever, he walks through a door and then he looks back and the door's gone. And you want to like introduce all of these soft magic elements, make it maybe a little bit unclear if he's in a dream or if he like is he's not doing a lot of stuff actively. He's not maybe this is the way to put it. He's a less active participant in the ritual, and the ritual is less materially grounded. If you don't want them to talk to the Raven Queen again, or don't want them to have continued access to the Raven Queen, or any of your gods. But if you're down with that, which I don't see any reason to think that Matt's not down with them doing that, especially since he let Percy talk to her. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Yeah, exactly. If he does want them to talk to the Raven Queen again, I think that this sort of setup, and especially the restraint that he showed, is really, really good. Like, he essentially, because, right, if he wanted them to talk to the Raven Queen again, he could just have the Raven Queen come in more dreams. Like, that's totally fine. He could have had the people at the temple give Vax step-by-step instructions that he can do anywhere to commune with the Raven Queen. Maybe he has to fucking spill a little bit of blood and he'll be able to like see her in the puddle of his blood or something like that. But this combination of there is elements of a grounded ritual, but there are still a lot of question marks around said ritual. And I think that sort of setup is especially good for someone like Taliesin / Percy, but mostly Taliesin. Like someone that really thrives on discovering secrets and intrigue and uncovering secret truths to an extent. Giving him half of the ritual, but not giving him the other half, essentially gives him a little bit of a mini quest to want to complete, which is really cool. So it's a, I don't even want to say it's like a risky thing or a thing that could go a couple of ways. Like, the way that Matt went about establishing these rules, I think, is specifically good for a player like Taliesin. I don't know if it's great for a player like Liam. I haven't really seen a lot of that sort of drive from Liam, but that's very okay. Part of something can be for one player, and part of it can be for another. So I overall, I was kind of uncertain during the actual watch through, but the more I thought through it, the more I thought these are good rules to establish, with the big ass asterisk if he wants them to try and commune with her later. If he doesn't want that, these are very bad rules to establish because he has laid out not directions necessarily, but close to it, for how to contact her in the future. And then, so that's my takeaway part 1. Okay. Takeaway part 2. Part 2. I don't know what the fuck is up with Gilmore. I've been trying to, I've been rolling it around in my head, and there are just too many question marks. I don't know how Rakshasas work. I don't know if there's something different between Rakshasas and fiends. I don't know if when/if Gilmore was even replaced, because we have several instances where he could have been. I mean, he essentially died off screen, right? Like, we found him mortally wounded, but he might have just died off screen. And they found the Rakshasa mortally wounded. Although, for the entire time that I've known Gilmore, he has had built-in conceits for why he's not around sometimes. And when we went back and looked at the murder board for episode, whatever it was, like 17, Trial to Take. When we went back and looked at the murder board, we saw that these murders in Vasselheim had been happening for years. Assumingly perpetrated by the Rakshasa, but also there was a theory that there were multiple people involved. So I don't know, man. We have this undercurrent of demonic influence in Amon, but Gilmore was never implicated in any of that from what I can remember. Krieg was implicated, the Clasp was implicated, the Spiraling, but never Gilmore. But to be fair, even Gilmore's like talk of expansion into Westrun sounds a lot like what the Clasp was talking about when they asked Vox Machina to help them get into Vasselheim. Maybe that's what fucking Gilmore's been trying to do this whole time. So we also left Gilmore at some point between finding him and healing him in Amon and him showing up in Whitestone. There's a gap of time where he could have been replaced. And I didn't pick up even for a moment that he was acting different or weird. So I don't know. And that's and it is going to be hard for me to give really critical, I guess, critique, critical critique of this, because my initial gut reaction is this wasn't foreshadowed. But that's probably copium. Like, I was just talking last stream about how I kind of hope that none of the players pick up on the whole, like, Sun Tree, Moon Tree thing, if it is a thing. I kind of hope they never pick up on that because it's a cool, fun reveal. But I will say, most of the time, when there's a subversion or there's a reveal, you want the subversion to be obvious in retrospect. Now, that it complicates things that it happened at the very end of the episode, right? It happened at the very end, and subversions oftentimes need more than like 10 seconds of explanation for you to fully understand, you know? And for you to fully understand how it was foreshadowed. So without me knowing how long Gilmore's been a Rakshasa, it's very hard for me to actually know how much this was or wasn't foreshadowed. But bet your butt I'm gonna be thinking about it. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's so crazy. You missed out on the face. I made the face were great. I was flabbergasted. My gast was flabbered. I did not anticipate it for even a shred of a moment. Even a shred. And I kept going back to, was there anything I even could have seen? And I can't remember anything that would have led me towards this. But, we're going to see. Maybe there was something that I just totally missed. Or maybe it really did, come out of nowhere. Jump scare style. I don't know. In general, I'm not a huge fan of jump scare subversions. But sometimes subversions look like jump scare subversions until you understand more. So I don't know. We're just going to have to see. And I know that people said that they do a bit more on the explaining front at the beginning of this episode. So I'm very interested to see how that changes my any amount of takeaway that I have. Your hinges were your whelmed was over. I was whelmed so over. The transition from cheering for the couple to, oh man, Gilmore's being a little bit weird, to, oh god, Gilmore is an enemy. I did, when I was doing the chapters, I just rewatched that entire section, and what was happening changed so much in my mind. And it's so funny that right before it happened, I was so focused on the robe that he gave him. I was so focused on what does the robe mean? Does it indicate potential maybe sinister alliances that Gilmore has? Never even remotely considering what was going to happen next. What does the I don't know. Imagine us, the chat, who knew what was coming while you were chatting about mostly irrelevant things. Oh my gosh, there's a segment of I try to have fun with the chapters. I think they're a fun time. And one of the last chapters, where did I put it? Yeah, one of the chapters that I made is right here at 318. 7 minutes of Mega being wrong about which NPC is evil. I was just going on and on about not even for a second. It never even entered my mind as a possibility. I think I've considered most people as potentially evil. Did not enter my mind for a moment. So fucking crazy. So the last thing that happened is Gilmore. Yeah. I don't think they ever explicitly say this, but in my mind, the robe was to get him out of his armor. Oh, that's possible. That's super possible. Anyways, we're gonna fucking do it. We're gonna see. And we're gonna watch. No spoilers, but every detail is eventually explained. Yeah. Okay. And that's where I think I'm at. Is I will probably have a very detailed takeaway around what I think of this moment long term, but it will very much require understanding more, I think. Any final Gilmore predictions? Dude, I think my final prediction is that I think he died to Thordak. I think everyone died to Thordak. I think the Emperor's wife, Emperor Uriel's wife and kids, they all died to Thordak, and or they've been re-brainwashed. I think that the last time we saw... Wait, actually... I just had a thought. Wasn't it a whole thing that Gilmore wasn't there at the speech? When was that? It was after Winter's Crest and Whinstone. I think it was during Omens. Wait a second. I remember this. So it was like 39. I think I have it in the Battle of Amon event. I think I wrote it down. Directly before Uriel, Gilmore was conspicuously missing. I forgot about this. Yeah. Oh, man. So I think it was before. Which also implies that he knew what was coming as the Rakshasa, which implies that he's working with the Chroma Conclave. I think Gilmore might have never been Gilmore. I think he might have always been the Rakshasa. I think that's my final. I think that's my current take. Is I think he was never Gilmore, because we've had no other really conspicuous transitions or anything like that for Gilmore. So yeah, I'm gonna call it that he was always the Rakshasa. Oh no. Because every other really conspicuous what do you call it? Like breakpoint that I can think of that wasn't just like Vox Machina like being out on an adventure. Every other super conspicuous breakpoint I can think of is after the invasion, but he did that really specifically suspicious thing that I never had an answer for until now, which would imply to me that he was the Rakshasa then. Yeah, I'm going to call it he was always the Rakshasa. Ooh, we'll see. Interesting. Wait, but we've seen his wife and kids? We have. I think that I think that the Rakshasa, because we already know that Uriel's family has already had their like minds poisoned by the fiends once. I think Gilmore did it again. I think he poisoned the wife and kids' minds. So I think that they're fiend controlled right now. I think they're fiend controlled, and maybe are even going to join in on this combat. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Gilmore's been a Rakshasa from episode 1. That's what I'm saying. But does anything go against this theory? Like, why attack now? I honestly don't know. Because I can't think of any specific reason to attack now, regardless of when I think the transition happened. The only thing I can think of is that he knows that Vax has been having. My only thought is that he was going to try and stage it as a suicide, and he hasn't had the opportunity until now. That's the only thing I can think of. Because every other time that him and Vax have been alone, when he's been personified as Gilmore, the other members of the party knew that him and Gilmore were going off together. And honestly, Vax was in a more stable state during all of those points. So that's my only real theory, is that he was going to try to poison Vax and then throw him off the balcony in an apparent like suicide. That's it. That's the only reason I can think of in general to do it now. But That is my only theory. Otherwise, I have no idea why now. Prediction on how this scene, the next 30 will turn out. I think they're gonna fight. I don't know, I guess, but I think they're gonna fight. I honestly, like, when I make predictions, it's because I have varying amounts of belief in my own theories and predictions, but I always need to have a nugget of what I like actually think will happen. I have no fucking clue. This is so out of left field for me that I can't even wrap my brain around like what I even think is going to happen. Go out on a limb, predict a dance battle musical number. My out on a limb theory. My out on a limb is that my out on a limb theory is that Gilmore is a Rakshasa. But he also did love Vax. And he's upsetty about Vax killing him. But he's also still in love with Vax, and he's gonna like vampire Vax. He's going to, like, the poison is a type of poison that like either directly like turns him into like an undead vampire, turns him into a monster, then they can be monsters together forever into the afterlife. Oh, your party will never accept you. I'm the only one who could ever love you. Now that you're a gross, hideous monster. Or it's going to like somehow turn him into a fiend. So he'll like die, and then like Gilmore will resurrect him later. And so Liam will start playing a new character, and then Vax will come back as an NPC later. Those are my out on a limb theories. I don't know. I think more reasonably they're gonna fight. Reel it in. Why so far out on? Because I don't know. I don't have any medium theories. I don't have any in betweens. I cannot think of something more interesting than them fighting that is not ridiculous. I don't know. It's nice that your theories have become calmer than there's a Gundam under Whitestone. Look, I think the Gundam theory still works. I think it could still I think it could still be that. Oh my gosh. All right, we're going to get into it. Enough predicting. I don't know where to go with it. I have no idea. So we're just going to get into it now. We're just going to play it. And it's muted because I'm a professional.
For the next 24 hours, so look forward to us all being kind of sleepless and crazy. We are going to be finishing out the charity drive Saturday evening, starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time here. I'm going to be running a one-shot Deadlands Savage Worlds game for a few of our cast who are going to be here for that. I'm excited for that because it's one of my favorite settings. It's going to be great. But the shirts are available now if you want to check them out. We have our own.
All right, right here.
yes.
Critical Role.
Yes.
Like the shirts right there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Lovely, vibrant blue with
Classic.
And,
And 100%
All of it goes to charity.
Yeah,
which is
100% of the proceeds go
to MDA.
beautiful turquoise.
We got that set up. Next up.
Are any bingo cards going to return ever? I've been enjoying them in the VODs. Not. Probably not. Definitely not. Or I shouldn't say definitely. You never know. But I've been considering there's a balance between if I put too much pre or post production on a CR stream, it makes it harder to do any individual CR stream, you know? And so right now, the chapters are enough post production. But if I could make it to where you guys could generate them per episode, but I didn't have to pre-produce any of it, maybe. So I have considered like trying to essentially like automate a system to do it and to like post the link potentially in like chat at like the beginning. So the short answer is maybe, but not a priority, and definitely not an on-screen. Because the on-screen just took a lot of my attention and focus away from the episode, which made the streams longer and made the I think my actual content less interesting. Is basically the reason that I stopped doing them. I forgot that you were going to watch CR. You thought it was just like a theory stream. Yeah. No context for the spoilers doesn't include nudity. Not like on-screen nudity, right? This is YouTube. Like I don't have to be worried about like the video getting taken down. This is just like a potential like trigger warning. I hope they're not going to show ass on screen. Oh, gosh. You can have a chat-only bingo if you're willing to maintain the card options. The only real problem would be... Yeah. The bingos were screen real estate. They were attention real estate in my brain. Descriptions only. Okay, cool. Cool. Still good to know. Good to know. Good warning. But, oh, God, I got scared for a second. I was like, oh, no. I'm going to get fucking taken down. I'll say this, where did they meet Gilmore when they arrived to Whitestone the night before? Bro, I don't remember. I don't remember at all. I did not think to note that down. Oh, we'll see. But yeah. So maybe in some form someday, but not in the on-screen form, probably, most likely.
We have tomorrow, we have the next issue release, would we call it, of the Dear Vox Machina. However, it is not necessarily a member.
Okay. Oh, wait, I've been watching too for 6:36. 6:36.
Last on my end, as far as announcements go, there will be no Critical Role official episode next Thursday because me and Marisha will be in Australia at the Haven Expo. So all you Aussies that want to come and see us then, we'll be out there doing panels and talks and meeting a bunch of you guys. It'll be a lot of fun. However, while we will not be here, there will still be for the members of our fantastic group here that are able to be here next week to put on whatever you decide to. That's up to you guys.
We're just gonna hula hoop for 3 hours.
It'll be a
straight.
surprise. It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
We're gonna draw on each other's faces with toothpaste.
They're gonna do other things. I'm gonna hula hoop for 3 hours straight.
Laura's gonna hula hoop for 3 hours straight. You heard it here. Hold her to it.
She's really good.
Yeah. Liam's gonna hold the plank position for 2 hours.
Sure, that's easy. It's when we lie on your back, right?
Okay, so this might be... I mentioned like a week or two or maybe even 3 ago that I was going to try out a new format for the Critical Role like Q&A and Battle Royale. I tried it. It was tough. And I don't know exactly what parts of it were tough. I need to experiment more. But I was not happy with the finished like test run essentially. So I didn't end up like actually producing it. But I am really excited for Liam's one shot, and I'm really, really interested in seeing it. So I might try the new format again, because one of the things that I think might have gone wrong with it is that I wasn't really that jazzed up about watching the Battle Royale, or the Q&A really. So I think I might try that again. If it still presents issues, like, it's not just, that I wasn't as excited about the Battle Royale. If there are like fundamental issues with the format, then we'll do a stream of it. Because I wanna make a piece around it, no matter what. So we will be watching it in some capacity. The one shots are more interesting opportunities for conversation than the Battle Royale for sure. Yeah, I mean the Battle Royale is like, I want to believe that there's a way to do it in a way that interests me, but it really highlights the things that I don't like about watching D&D. I love participating in D&D combat as a DM or a player. I think it gets a bad rap a lot of the time, but I legitimately like D&D's combat system. But watching it's tough. Because as a DM, I'm constantly thinking about, trying to balance it out, trying to make it more interesting. How am I going to maneuver the combatants around the arena? Like, I'm always thinking, I'm always adjudicating. And then as a player, a lot of times I'm thinking about, future plans. Like, oh, if my teammates do this, or if the enemy does this, then maybe I'll use this option. I'm going through all of those potentials as a player when it's not my turn. But when I'm just watching, like, I can try to put myself in that mindset, but when I can't see anyone's sheets and when I can't see behind the screen, it makes it way harder to actually put myself in that, like, real mindset, 13 minutes behind, but anyone else have their volume levels almost maxed out for Mega's mic level to get Mega's to normal? Oh, I can turn it up a little bit. I'm seeing that my mic should be going pretty consistently into the yellow. I'll turn it up like one notch and we'll see. It sounds fine. Actually, my volume was all the way up. Yeah, I'll turn it up like one, maybe I'll turn up 1.5 notches and we'll see if that's a little bit better. For the entirety of Critical Role, there are a lot of hot spring spa beach episodes. Nothing is described in detail, but it's a pretty common occurrence. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. What's up, Sarah? How you doing? I know May can't see it, but did y'all see the Vox Machina Season 3 promo? Ooh, look at that. I will also say there might be something really interesting. Paige mentioned kind of wanting to watch Legend of Vox Machina. She mentioned wanting to watch it. And so that might be, oh yeah, I'm peeking into the red. Ooh. I think I'm gonna have to turn it down because I'm peeking out. I guess I'll try going there. Vox Machina cartoon is looking good. You can at least watch season 1 by now. We have talked about this. Okay, we've talked about the season 1, and I do have like a full stance on it, because there are a lot of things that I'm uncertain about and that I'm like predicting for like the end of campaign 1. And a lot of it has to do with screen time that Matt has given to certain topics. So like I'm debating between, is the final boss going to be like these primordial titans, or is it going to be Vecna, or is it going to be a third person that I'm totally unaware of? And I think if I watched Lovum, there's a decent shot that the amount of screen time that it gives to certain topics in order to foreshadow them for later could lead my theories for the actual show. So I'm going to finish all of campaign 1, then we're going to watch Lovum. And now that Paige is interested in it, we might do a combined watch which could be, I think, kind of interesting. Of you guys still get to see, my fresh perspective. But at that point, I will have watched all of campaign 1, so I will know everything that's going to happen. So to maintain the spirit of Critical Eyes, we could get Paige in, and she hasn't seen any of Critical Role. And so we could still have that sort of Critical Eyes sort of spirit alive and well with her. So that will be interesting. You don't need any context to enjoy it. Yeah, she wants to watch it. She was just like, oh yeah, it just looks good, You're so cautious. All my stance is, it'll be fine. I mean, it's more like it will be fine. It will obviously be fine, but it will, like my theorizing is one of the kind of core pillars of the series. I know it's not what everyone comes for. Some people just come for like the live reactions. Other people's come for the like D&D advice and analysis. But I know that like a substantial portion of the audience really likes the theorizing. And I mean, it's the same reason that I don't watch like campaign 3. Like, if I wasn't worried about potential detriments to the theorizing, there's nothing to stop me from going to current and like just like watching every episode from campaign 3. Oh yeah, don't watch campaign 3. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. The only reason to not watch campaign 3 is because it might impact my theorizing of campaign 1. C2 way better. I mean, I'm gonna watch all of them, ideally. But that's what I'm saying. Is like when it comes to the theorizing, anything could be that sort of spoilers. There are very direct spoilers to C1 and C3 though. Sure, I'm giving a very hyperbolic example. I also wouldn't be able to theorize as well about like the current thing. So I'm giving, like I said, I'm giving a very hyperbolic example, but anything that impacts the theorizing, I'm not going to probably do. Same thing with like I'm not going to watch like Exu Calamity until I reach the chronological time that it would have come out. Which is, and that's all so that I can basically recreate the experience of like theorizing as a critter at the time. But anyways.
Hashtag
Roll
plank
like
back.
a turtle.
A reverse plank? Yeah. So yeah, check it on Twitter as these yahoos here figure out what their content's going to be next week. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. We're going to be watching it from Australia and excited to see what you guys pull together. So anyway, that's all I got. Does anyone else have anything that we need to mention? Or shall we dive on in?
Let's get it. Let's get it.
No.
Let's get
Alrighty then.
it.
Wait. I would just like to say that I was into breaking my friends' hearts before it was cool.
That's amazing. Sorry about that. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into this week's episode of Critical Role.
Oh, wait. I misread the time code. There we go. All right. Recap time. It may keeps up on Critical Eyes' content for so many years. I know. Critical Eyes will change, though. I almost guarantee it. The current format worked really, really well for early CR. And I think, not to say it's working less well, but I'm constantly playing around with things to make it the best it can be. Like I think that me starting to take on-screen notes was a big shift in how much I enjoyed making it and how good I think it is. So those things will continue to come out, but I don't plan on stopping. I have no plans to stop.
Welcome back. So, last we left off, Vox Machina having returned to Vasselheim, in which Vax and to a lesser extent Percy had their own encounters with the Raven Queen. Vax found seemingly some catharsis and purpose to his currently deemed champion position with the Raven Queen. Percy discovered he's been broken all along and left slightly slapped in the nuts. But such is the nature of your journey. But you also crafted a metal claw hand for an ally. But as you guys finish up your business in Vasselheim, you made your way back to Whitestone. While in Whitestone, you met up with some old friends, had dinner with Allura, Kima, the Realm Seer, Gilmore. You guys discussed all the things that you needed to do in the future, some information that had been acquired from some of the vestiges, as well as the nature of some of the dragons of the Conclave, and some discussion was had on the overall purpose of this recent incursion of dragon destruction. After which you all went to bed. While resting midnight, a visit from Gilmore to Vax's room after some oil prankery was beset upon each other via Grog and Vax. Gilmore gifted a fine silk robe to Vax and requested his presence to discuss time that has passed.
So handsome.
Upon changing into the robe, you guys made your way down the hallway, up the stairs to one of the high balconies of the tower, the west tower of Whitestone, upon which Gilmore turned, seemingly in some serious displeasure, and stabbed you with a dagger you had not seen was there. As the pain set in, you realize perhaps this is not Gilmore you recall, but a shape-shifting, tiger-like devil entity that you may have pissed off sometime in the past.
Is it a sports mascot? It's a sports mascot.
Yes, it is actually. It is.
You're great.
That's not sports.
Wow.
The only other theory that I didn't mention that is very possible is that this is like a Mad Eye Moody situation where real Gilmore does exist and is like still very much alive and well. Well, maybe not well, but is still very much around. And this is just like a temporary imposter situation. And like because in my other ones I'm like implying that Gilmore's dead and that this Rakshasa has taken the place. Could very much be that Gilmore is still around, but it's just not currently in Whitestone. Now, whether he's like being held prisoner, whether he's just not in Whitestone, who fucking knows? And I will say, okay, I think this is a middle ground theory. It could be. We've never really seen Gilmore in combat. It could be kind of interesting if during the Rakshasa fight, real Gilmore shows up to save Vax. That could be kind of fun and funky. Or maybe like Vax, the fight like spills into the Rakshasa's room, or the Rakshasa, in a moment of egotism and arrogance, reveals that the Rakshasa, or that real Gilmore is in like a pocket dimension in his room, like in a portable hole or something, and is like trapped in there. And then Vax runs and gets Gilmore out, and then they beat down the Rakshasa together. That's maybe the middle ground theory, but I don't even know. I don't know. Oh my god, I need to get a new mic stand. This one is breaking before my very eyes. Tigger from Winnie the Pooh is going to get his tail. He is indeed.
Not that I know. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump in this moment as the rest of the party is sleeping soundly. I would like you, Vaxildan.
I'm not sleeping.
You're not sleeping.
Remember I had said I was staying up to read
your book. You are right. You are totally right. Well, I'm gonna have you roll.
Sorry for derailing again. No worries. I don't know who Hodis is. Is Hodis someone I should know? I don't know if that's the Rakshasa. We know his name. Okay. Being killed and butchered? What do I think about it? I honestly, I don't. Is there a more complicated opinion that I should have? I don't remember. I think at the end of that episode, I was like, yay, they got the murdering guy out of here. They completed the contract, but he's back. Oh, like, yeah, no thoughts, just vibes. Yeah, I honestly, that is part of the, like, I'm going to need more explanation, because this could be D&D lore that I'm unaware of. This could be Matt lore that I'm unaware of. Like, I don't have a detailed thought on it, because when he was killed and butchered, I was like, all right, they got it. They did it. They got the Rakshasa. Very good. Very nice. Bless up. And now we're done. So, I mean, honestly, if I was at the table and I was avoiding looking up any lore, right? If I was because I try to do that all the time when I am playing. I try to not look up any lore about any of the monsters. Number one, because it might just be wrong. You know, DMs change that shit. And number two, just so that I don't draw a meta disconnect between me and my character, because my character doesn't know what's up. So neither should I. So if I was at this table right now, the first thought that I would have is, oh man, it's a different Rakshasa. Crazy. My second thought that I would have is, if this is the same Rakshasa, maybe we didn't kill it? Like, I would assume something like a simulacrum, or a clone, or something in that vein. Or I would assume that there is a piece of lore about Rakshasas specifically that I'm just unaware of. So, to sort of collate my opinion, it needs to be explained. It cannot be something that just happens, because even if it is the Rakshasa demon, right? Demons don't die, they just go back to hell. I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Sarah, is like, even as a very experienced DM, in high school, I didn't run demons at my table because I was already in a pretty conservative Catholic environment, and some of my friends' parents were not. They were a little bit back and forth on the whole D&D thing. And so I did not want to give them any reasons to not have a good opinion of it. And throughout the entire thing, their opinions turned out to be great. But we don't need to like go through the D&D lore. It's the same thing with like Vecna. It's like I have not researched any Vecna lore, even though I know that some of it would probably be useful, because number one, I think it's more interesting for the theorizing, but number two, honestly, I want to try and capture the feelings of the players, because these players are probably not super familiar with the in-depth lore of how demons or fiends or devils work. And so, regardless of if it's established lore, again, Matt could have always changed it, so you can't rely on that as an explanation. And number two, they might just be unaware of it, so Matt needs to explain it. Like, right now, just going purely on what I know from watching the show and from what Matt has displayed, I have no idea how this thing is back. I have some thoughts, but I have no idea if there is like an inherent thing that has brought it back, or if someone else brought it back. I have no idea. So I guess that's my overall kind of collated thought, is that the fact that they've already killed this thing, we assume. At this point, as a player, I would assume it's the same Rakshasa, because I would have thought about it, and like him having a vendetta against Vax does not make sense if it's not the same Rakshasa. But if it's the same one, I don't fucking know how it's back. It's all, wibbly wobbly magic bullshit. So I can assume that. I can assume that it's wibbly wobbly magic bullshit, but I definitely need an explanation, both as a character and as a player at this point. I think it'd be good to watch for a few minutes without pausing in the scene. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm fully willing to like pause and talk through things. But it's a good example of, even if we as players or as viewers have knowledge of something, that does not take the onus off the DM to explain it. And until they explain it, I can't take my meta knowledge as fact. Like, vampires in this universe may not have to deal with running water, It's like Tiberius tried to use like the eternal jug for like the running water thing. Maybe in Matt's universe, they got no problem with running water. But it's yeah. And don't everyone don't worry about like what you should or shouldn't say in chat. It's all I appreciate people like looking out for the thing, but at this point I think people are very good about spoilers generally. And for things that aren't necessarily like CR spoilers, like maybe this is demon lore or whatever, I don't care necessarily about it being said, but that doesn't impact my opinion on the actual show. So don't worry, all good vibes, no worries. I'm psyched. I'm still psyched.
Initiative, if you don't mind.
I have a lot of interesting ideas that will go out the window depending on this roll, possibly.
We're all watching.
I don't like his reaction. I'm going to use luck. I have 2 lucks left. I'm going to use one of them. Oh, I was on 18 and went down. No, 16. Okay.
16. Alrighty.
Oh well, it was going to be really interesting.
I can only imagine. Sorry.
Dog life, where glasses come down. Joint goes up.
Didn't mean for it to come off that way. It just.
Blam, got shot. Ding, ding, dong.
It went 18, it hung for like a half second,
Yeah.
and 4.
I thought that first one was a 14.
As the surprise round has faded,
I thought it was 14.
the Gilmore-like entity draws the blade out of your abdomen, snarls towards you, and the round begins with the initiative on the Rakshasa.
No.
You got this, you're fine.
Wait, refresh us all. Is Vax naked?
No, Vax is wearing a long silk robe and with
what
boots, and
underneath?
that's it.
Okay, so he's naked.
I'm wearing my boots because it's cold. I wouldn't go walking barefoot.
Yeah, boots are a given. Everything else
Wait, so you
left
took your
behind.
No armor,
clothes off?
no weapons.
Remember using his pajamas and rug.
So we are in combat music, so I'm going to turn up to 1.5, even though 1.75. You had a no CRs photo on stream before. I don't know. I would hope so. I used to throw a no spoilers thing. Oh, I forgot to pin it. Man, I wish that the YouTube stream API let you pin messages. Messages have custom message IDs. Why can I not pin something if I can specifically reference it and then do nothing with that reference? So stupid. I hate YouTube Stream API. But that's fine. I did forget to pin it. There we go. It's pinned now. Not the combat music. Yeah. Your programmer is showing. I know. It's so fucking annoying. But yeah, so I'm gonna put it up to 1.5 because I feel like this isn't like this is a combat, but it's like a combat. It's like a not combat, you know?
And Gilmore was like, put this
Put
on
the robe on
just
top
for
of your
me.
pajamas. Okay.
Why wouldn't any of us trust Gilmore or Matthew?
Just telling a story, yo. Speaking of story,
The robe has like a rope tie to tie. You could use that for something. Shush.
reading your book. So as it draws the blade back, it goes in for a claw towards the face.
Uncanny dodge.
Well, hold on to see if I hit you first.
Okay.
Because that is going to be a 13 to hit. Your AC is
misses.
15. The claw, whoosh, you duck on her knees. It spins around with the dagger, hits you from the other side as you come up from that. That will be a 19.
Uncanny
Does
dodge.
hit you. You suffer 5 points of piercing damage. As the dagger just barely cuts across your face. You can feel a little line of blood begin to spill on your chin.
Okay.
As you hear the growl under the breath again.
I will send you to a place you'll never return from. Yeah.
And it's going to actually stay right there. You're up.
Now I can do my crazy ass shit. So out of instinct, the heels click together, the boots go on, the world slows down as I speed up, and in that split second, in like a millisecond, I think he's gone to all this trouble to get me here. The door behind me could very well be locked. Also, he knows everything. He knows about Whitestone. If he leaves, he can tell the Conclave. And if I run, he's gone. So instead, and he's right in front of me, yeah? Okay, I would like to grapple him.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Okay. Last look of the day. 14.
16. Attempt to grapple, and as soon as your arms reach around the Rakshasa, Hotis breaks away.
Okay, that's action number 1. Action number 2, I'd like to grapple him. Okay.
Roll, say it. He might roll less.
Huh? Say
Isn't it a
what?
roll against a roll, or is it?
It's a 7.
Yeah, 17. Sorry.
Okay, I will cast lay hands on myself.
That is an action to do so.
That's an action? Okay, then I'll stay where I am.
Okay. All right.
Oh, no, sorry. At the top of my lungs, I scream. Not just to my earring, but loud enough for every guard and person in the castle. I scream, assassins, Western Tower and the courtyard, Jenga!
All right. If I have all of you guys go ahead and roll a perception check.
What about those of us with earrings?
This is.
To wake us up.
I'm awake.
You're awake. You hear it.
16.
17.
26.
16.
15.
All right. Many of you jostle awake at the sound of the shouting in your ear. You hear.
Man, this is hard. He says perception check, and my immediate gut instinct is I would not do a perception check. I mean, I think my initial instinct would be passive perception. If I wanted to get a little weird and wacky with it, it may be even like a con save to see how deeply asleep you are. But that's a little weird and wacky. That's if like I'm dying for an excuse to use Constitution. But more likely it would be passive. Which always goes back to checks are used for when the player wants to do things. Not if something's being done to them, and not something that I think maybe this is the overall distinction, because I'm trying to think of where passive fits into this puzzle. It's like checks are if the player actively wants to do something that is risky. Saves are if something is being done to them that they want to avoid. Passives are if something is happening around them that they may not be aware of. I think. It's not a good heuristic, though. I really like my heuristics for checks and saves of something you're doing, something that's happening to you. Passives are a weird gray area. I love using passives, and like I have the feeling on when to use them, but I don't have like a nice tight heuristic of like, this is when you do it, this is when you don't. Like I feel like I do with checks and saves. Maybe it's just stuff that depends on your character's abilities, but doesn't fall into either of the other two categories, I guess. I don't know. It's a little bit weird. Yeah. That can feel bad if many of them fail without a roll and Vax is in mortal danger. Yeah, well, and it's like so there's obviously like the there's a lot of factors to like the I guess backing philosophy behind like why passives exist in the first place. But yeah, I can't think of like a really tight heuristic on exactly when to use it, you know? I think Matt called for the check to give players something to roll since Liam made a point to call out. Yeah, that call out, I would think, is like just like triggers the ability for the passive to like kick in, essentially. But Matt has shown himself to be a very much like a very high roll DM. It's just that even within that context of like being a high roll DM, my instincts are still to stick with the things. And if I want to roll, or if I want to have them roll as a DM, and for some reason I don't want to use the passive, I would go for something like the Constitution anti-check. I would go for a save. Under the basically like fictional premise of you have to save against staying asleep, essentially. Like you have to save against like your weariness and your tiredness that might keep you asleep even throughout this like alarm call. Exactly, you know, essentially. So, but that, yeah, I don't know. I'm more thinking through like, if I'm teaching a new DM, when do I tell them to use passives? Because I think I've got it pretty nailed for checks and saves, but I don't know if I have it like tight for passives. Like a Constitution anti-check. Yeah, exactly. They are saving against their weariness keeping them asleep. Right? I think that's kind of how I would go with it. Yeah, we don't know you could use the perception check to see if some players have initiative advantage. Initiative advantage. I do but checks are, I mean, raw checks are binary. Obviously, you can use degrees of success. So if some of them succeed much higher, then they could potentially have some advantage within the situation. And I use advantage not as the keyword. They could have some sort of benefit within the initiative order, maybe. That, if you wanted to go that sort of degrees of success or failure, I could see that being a reason. I think I would still go with a save, but I can still see that being a reason. Yeah. More rolls, please. Rolls are fun. Hey, rolls are fun. I do not disagree. But I still fall back on something that is happening to the player versus something the player is doing, which in this case, the players are not trying to wake up. They are, the process of being woken up is being done to them. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I fall into like the save versus the check in this case. Yeah. Would Vex get advantage because elves don't sleep? Oh, I don't even think that Vex should have to roll, frankly. If she's just in trance, well, actually, wait, because elves don't sleep and she's a half-elf. No. I don't think so, because half-elves already take that Fey ancestry into account on their feature. So they have charms, or they have save against being put to sleep. But I don't think she would have any advantage towards getting woken up. But because it's like getting her put to sleep against her will. But if there was an elf in the party, I wouldn't even have them roll at all, which is why elves are trance is a powerful feature. Yeah. Roll doesn't have to be pass fail. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Raw it is, to be clear. But Like, degrees of success and failure is an optional rule within the DMG, but it is an optional rule that I do utilize. So I know what you're saying. Yeah. Passive would make sense, but I think you call for the roll just to let the other players have something to do. Yeah. I think you're right. And a lot of this is like me thinking out loud, because this delineation between checks, saves, and passives is a stealth kind of important thing within D&D. Like, the fact that everyone only gets proficiency on 2 saves unless they have another feature that gives them one, like I think it's Resilient is the feat that gives you another saving throw proficiency. And I think halflings or maybe gnomes get another saving throw proficiency. But the fact that that standard people are getting 2 out of the 6 makes saving throws a more scarce resource, and it's not nearly as flexible on which ones you get and how you get them. They're much more like inherent within the character in the class. So careful utilization of those saves is very important, and I think is underrepresented outside of combat, unfortunately. I think that they should be worked in more outside of combat. And same thing with passives. Passives reward high investment within skills. And they play into the class fantasy, or not the class fantasy, the general D&D power fantasy of getting eventually good enough to just passively handle challenges that might have caused you issues in the beginning. Whereas rolls always have that chance of failure. So it's sort of the ratio at which you utilize these things also does tonally affect your campaign, of like the amount of times you use passives versus actives versus saves really tonally impacts it. If you tend towards more passives, it I think lends towards the power fantasy. If you lend more towards skill checks, it lends itself a little bit to this almost David versus Goliath type feel of overcoming obstacles above your ken, of being able to take on any challenge, and potentially any challenge being able to take on you. And then saves are a little bit more of an equalizer. I think they're good if you have a larger party, or if you have maybe even like a more what we might call like wargaming party. It's an easy way to still introduce challenges that really delineate the characters, kind of regardless of how they're built, unless they are built towards those saves. So the ratio that you use these in can really, I think, tonally impact those sorts of things. Yeah, I would give them disadvantage on the check. Yeah, that's fair. More saves outside of combat would be fun. Yeah. Magic can't put you to sleep is the half health thing. Yeah. I always take Resilient on almost any character if the campaign goes long enough. It's a good feat, but it does take up a feat slot. It's a really good feat, though. So yeah. Aspect of the Moon was made for something like this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. Interesting. This isn't even... I've gone through my critique of Matt's like rolling and like when he calls for certain things enough. This is mostly me thinking through how would I run this and why and what are the impacts, because it's not like an objective yes, no, this is the right answer. It is a tonally impactful choice.
Few words come through in the middle of your consciousness. You hear Tower West Jenga. That's as much as you make out. The first word was enough to just shake you awake, and you're not quite sure what that word was, but you hear West Tower Jenga. And you get the gist of that. You, however, did hear the full phrase. As you look around you, Percy, Keyleth, and Pike.
Oh, shit.
You aren't alone in your room. As climbing through the window, or in Percy's,
Ninjas!
had come in through the hallway. You see
Ninjas.
cloaked individuals, blades drawn, up in the air, about to come down onto your asleep forms as you suddenly look up and see the figure there before you. They look surprised to see you suddenly move. I need all of you guys to go ahead and roll initiative to add to this initiative.
All three or all everybody else?
Everybody?
Everybody.
Is it Uriel's family?
Have an advantage.
Oh, there.
18.
Okay, we're definitely bumping up the speed now.
11.
No.
17.
23.
Is initiative an ability check?
Yeah.
Then I will inspire myself on my initiative roll.
Just got that ability at level 14.
Yes.
So,
So I will just say, come on, Scanlan. Wake up, man. Oh, it's a 1. Oh, it's a 7. It's a 7. That brings my initiative to 19.
19.
Come on, man.
Alrighty, well, as you all wake up, the initiative round finishes as the attempted assassins do get their round on the 3 of you guys. So, there's the one that is up against Keyleth right now, is going to go ahead and make 2 short sword attacks on you.
Want to beat me?
Yep, well, this is, as you guys wake up, you see them there, and they're finishing their combat round.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a 19 to hit.
Hits.
That hits. Okay, you take 9 points of piercing damage and make a constitution saving throw.
Oh, I died.
Can't be good. Okay. 20 total.
Okay, you take 12 points of poison damage.
With on top of I had 9 originally, right?
Yep.
Okay, so
21. The second strike is going to be another 19. Roll 12 again. You take another 9 points of piercing damage. And I need you to make another constitution saving throw.
This is so much worse than I thought it was.
I rolled a natural 19, so 24.
You take another 12 points of poison damage.
How many points?
Wow, that's the good reaction, apparently.
Jesus.
Wow.
Fuck, he just did 42 points of damage. What? In 1 round. Yeah.
42?
42.
So, the one that's there before you, Percy, as you're just sitting up out of your bed, that's going to be a natural 17, 24 to hit.
If I have an AC of 24, am I fine, or no?
So,
I need an AC of 24, then never mind.
Yeah,
I
issue. And this is assuming also the fact that you guys were sleeping not in your full armor either.
No, it hits. I was just, yeah. No, actually, yeah, no, I can't do that, can I?
Sorry, that's 8 points of piercing damage to you.
Yeah.
I need you to make a constitution saving throw.
All right. Don't be stupid. Oh, stupid. That's a natural 1. That's
You suffer 24 points of poison damage. As whereas you manage to shrug off the effects of it, Percy, you feel as the short sword just strikes across your flesh, the wound that's left open in the front of your long johns suddenly begins to burn and feels like it's singeing white hot fire, like an iron just out of the forge and pressed into your chest. The second strike rolls a natural 2. It's going to be a 9.
That does not hit.
This time you actually duck out of the bed as it slams down to the wood, kind of cutting into the side of the bed frame. Ending that guy's round. That's going to bring us to one that is against you, Pike.
Okay.
So Pike,
Yes.
first strike on you. That's going to be a 20 to hit.
Just hits.
Though not wearing your armor at this point in time.
How do we know what
So
our
what
AC
are-
is?
so what are we
Your AC would be just 10 plus your dexterity modifier.
So it's 11, so that
11.
hits.
Yeah. So you suffer 5 points of piercing damage, and I need you to go ahead and make a constitution saving.
Okay. 20?
All right, yeah, so you take 12 points of poison damage, and that is going to be 10. So that misses you. So,
Great.
Yeah, so you take an additional 12 points of poison damage from the last
So
strike.
5 plus 12.
Correct. 17 total. And the second strike goes to hit you, and you actually reach over, grab your shield, which is sitting on the table by your bed, and just ping, knock the blade nearly out of his hand, but deflecting the blow. That brings us to the top of the initiative round now. You guys are all conscious. Some of you are aware of the danger you're currently in. Percy, you're up first. What are you doing?
I do keep my
I think Mega missed that. What, them taking a buttload of damage? This is making it even. I just got to keep going because I'm even. The fact that there's like this big setup plot. Oh, the visuals in the stream. Gotcha. I probably did miss it. This is super. The dragons aren't coming, which to me implies that the dragons aren't directly involved. I don't know. I have no idea. I just need to watch more. Also, it's an interesting moment. If they were camping, I think they'd be totally justified in saying they sleep in armor. This is actually a conversation that my table has had multiple times about do you sleep in armor? And we've had several rulings across the years. Honestly, so many that I don't even remember what the raw ruling is. Let's see. Sleeping in armor 5e. I assume that it is either nothing or back in ye old days. I don't think there's an actual 5e rule. Yeah, they didn't really find anything for 5e. My Xanathar's Guide to Everything has a patch that addresses the issue in 77. It says sleeping in light armor has no adverse effects. Sleeping in medium or heavy makes it difficult to fully recover. Right. Okay. So yeah, I mean, we were making rulings about this from before Xanathar's, so I think we might have recognized that at one point, but we might have already had a ruling that we liked. I don't really remember. But the way that we generally run it nowadays is no adverse effects from light armor. You have to make a Constitution save for medium armor, and heavy armor automatically fails. And if you fail the check or if you fail the save for medium armor, or if you choose to sleep in heavy armor, you still get all of the benefits of the long rest, but you take a level of exhaustion, which is kind of the same. It's a little bit harsher, I think, than Xanathar's, because Xanathar's is just you don't reduce exhaustion. Whereas, so if you had 0 already, there's no downside. But with my system, you still regain the level, but then you lose it immediately for having for having slept in the armor. Yeah, and medium just like has like a check associated with it. That's what we've landed on, and I like it most of the time. It provides a little bit of a choice if you're out in the wilderness, but I also honestly don't do a lot of nighttime ambushes. I'm not against them by any stretch of the imagination, but I find it often difficult to construct an interesting combat around it. I've been in games where DMs do it successfully. Like they do interesting combats with nighttime ambushes. But I find it unreliable for my own combat design techniques and tendencies. So it's not off the table for me, but I most often don't have any reason to deal with it. I would say my warlock sleeps in armor, but that would imply sleeping. Exactly. Fucking warlocks rise up. What if someone's playing an elf, so you just meditate? Would the problem still apply in armor? I don't ever think that we've had... I can't remember a time where that has come up. If we're at the table right now, I'm in DM brain. I've already explained this, homebrew ruling to you guys at the beginning. Everyone agrees. And then we get to the first time, and the elf says this to me. I'm probably like, oh. I think that's a judgment call. I would probably move up the requirements. And I would probably do something similar for Aspect of the Moon. So I would say light armor and medium armor are free. Heavy armor is now a roll. That's my gut reaction ruling. I would have to poll the players, see what the players think about it, because we're firmly in the realm of non-raw at this point. Because even though Xanathar's has a explanation, that is one where I find that I rarely use exhaustion, and I also rarely use, or not that I rarely use exhaustion, just that it doesn't come up a lot. Same thing with hit dice. Even though they should. But my players, at least the last time we played, didn't play any short rest classes, so short rests were not a huge thing to them. I think honestly, I have a prediction that now after BG3, I think that more players are going to want to short rest. That's my stealth prediction of like one way that BG3 will impact D&D play. I think that people are going to be much more interested in short resting in my future games. But that's a pure prediction. So maybe Xanathar's would be better in that case. Like only regaining a fourth of your hit dies is way more of an issue if you're frequently short resting. So in that case, the Xanathar's rule might be fine. Yeah. There's a Pathfinder thing I like about that, where some armors are classified as comfortable, which means you can sleep in them. I generally wish that the standard equipment in D&D was more robust. I talked about this a lot during the Daggerheart review. I liked Daggerheart's equipment a lot more than 5e's equipment. So I think that this doesn't exist in 5e because they wanted to simplify equipment a lot, which I mean they did. But I personally would rather equipment be a little bit more involved, but have maybe keywords like this. I think that would be cool. I've never had a game worry about it. We ignore it. Yeah, it only applies to sleep. So if your character doesn't sleep, you don't have to worry about it. I would argue that it applies to resting. Like we're in the like, if you're not considering the Xanathar's ruling, it doesn't apply to anything. If you're just looking at PHB and DMG, at least based on my quick search and my memory, there are no PHB and DMG rulings about it. So if we're really talking about what it only applies to, it doesn't apply at all. Never take your armor off. But if we're going into that, I would want the people that don't sleep to have a benefit, but not to completely avoid the ruling. But if my players weren't down with that, if they wanted, if all of the players unilaterally were like, nah, we think it should avoid the ruling, I'd probably let it avoid the ruling. When I run Overland Travel, I always roll for nighttime occurrences or just make them up. Yeah, I think that this is not an uncommon thing. And I think it depends on what sort of world tone you're going for. I don't run my worlds where they could always run into dangerous things that want to kill them. That is, or those dangerous things could run into them and want to kill them. It's certainly a particular choice that I make, but I try to have my combats be a little bit fewer in frequency, but higher in impact. Like I want them to feed the story in interesting ways. I've talked about like that concept of like harmony. And random nighttime encounters can be very useful, and I have run them in certain parts of the world. I think it's really, really good I think it's really, really good for what am I trying to say? For characterizing an area as very dangerous. I think like random nighttime encounters can be very good for that sort of characterization of the area, I guess. But overall, it's not the rule, it's the exception. And I only use it to evoke certain feelings. Or if there's like a wider story purpose, kind of like this one, where the Rakshasa has a very specific vendetta against Vox Machina, and so he has set up a nighttime ambush at this point. I found nighttime ambushes to be about as fiddly as underwater combat. Again, I think that both of them absolutely have their place, but they're definitely not common for me. Yeah. I'll say both medium and heavy armor would be uncomfortable to sleep in. Caveat, mithril medium should work as light if we go by how the older editions, but I think the older editions also had distinct rules around sleeping. So it is absolutely entirely table based. All of this is because, again, if we go back to the actual raw, just the PHP and the DMG, no supplements, there's no ruling about it. So we're firmly in the realm of what makes sense for your table. Shoot your monks, ambush your tranced elves. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah, shoot your monks, ambush elves. Yeah. I've been wearing armor for 17 years straight. Wouldn't that ruling cripple the Warforged? Why? Because they can't take their armor off? It's a good point. It's a good point. If a Warforged integrates armor and then they have a similar level of trance, that ruling would cripple the Warforged. And that, but again, this is the original, my original, like, oh, this is my gut ruling was in regards to an elf being at the table that could take off the armor. If it was a Warforged, the ruling would probably be different. Like, these are not rulings, and I think I should maybe make that clear. I don't know that I've ever explicitly said this, but any ruling I ever talk about, unless I say otherwise, assume that there's probably a table configuration where I would change the ruling. There is a, like, I try to generalize my rulings as much as possible so that I can use them at the majority of tables. But there's almost always going to be an exception case. So, like, when I come to a game, I never come with, like, these are all of my rulings. Fucking agree to them or get out. I almost always do the session 0 so that we talk about, like, what tone we want the campaign to be, what everyone's going to play, like races, classes, all of that sort of stuff. And then I'll think about, like, some of my old rulings that I have, which ones fit, which ones don't, which ones seem like they might be good for the tone that the players are wanting, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I agree that with the ruling that I made about elf trances still needing to roll for heavy armor, that would imply a pretty big, like, a pretty big detriment to the Warforged. But if I had a Warforged at the table, I would either make just a fucking exception for Warforged, or I would change the ruling to something else. So elves can maintain concentration during rest since they don't go unconscious. Yes, they can. Elves are very good. And that's the long and short of it. They're very good. Yeah. Although I will say that there might be some ruling around trance or resting or long resting where maybe concentration abuts that. I'm honestly not sure. There might be some conflict there that I would need to, like, read the exact text for, but off rip, yeah. Unless there's an exception built in to the concentration rules. Their armor's their body. It should be fine. Crabs can sleep. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's like elves have not integrated the armor. Yeah. The more we talk through it, the more I would probably just make an exception for the Warforged, since I would just, like, make that part of their armor integration feature, is that they ignore any detriments or requirements regarding sleeping in armor, or something along those lines. Have, like, some sort of insert text for that. Yeah. Not sleeping is one of those things that seems simple, but interacts with a lot of things to make it better than it seems. Oh, not sleeping is incredible. It's the only reason I would ever go Pact of the Tome. I'm going to be straight up with you guys. I don't like Pact of the Tome. I would almost always rather go Chain, Blade, or Talisman. But Aspect of the Moon is so good. Yeah. Elves are good. I can picture Legolas. Yeah. Are you only doing half the episode today, or are you doing the entirety? I'm probably doing the entirety. We'll see. We'll take a bit of a snapshot at the halfway point. I'm also looking at my talking budget, and speaking of, we only got 10K left, so I'm probably gonna close out this one. but I am looking at the talking budget to try and keep on pace.
Small pistol under my pillow.
Of course you do. Yes, you would, Percy.
I don't have access. I don't have access in theory to the big gun, the sword, which are under the bed and I would require a thing. And I also don't have access to any of the things I could use to reload it. But I do have 4 shots.
You do.
Okay. Where's my room?
Your room is right here.
I don't have a window, do I?
No, you're not a window. You're right on the inside.
What floor are we on?
Yeah,
You guys are on the second major floor of the castle. The West Tower, as you know, is up this way. The staircase leads up and then spirals up to the West Tower.
How far?
Yeah, floor.
You haven't maybe explored there a few times. It's near between 60 to 70 feet up.
We've not been there. We're not familiar with it.
I'm personally pretty familiar with it. You guys may have gone there here and there.
I've seen it. It's not that big a castle, to be honest.
So there are windows that they
Castle,
came
to be
through?
honest.
They came into windows?
These two came into windows. This one, you're not sure, may have come in through other means or through another window.
Who are you pointing at, Percy's?
One's in Percy's room.
But we have windows.
Correct.
That are open to the outside.
And where is mine standing against the door?
Currently, yes.
I'm going to try and shoot him through the door to see if I can blow him out of my room with a straight shot. So,
Okay.
Straight shot to blow him out of the room. Yeah, no, I'm not adding a sharpshooter for that. Fuck that. First shot. Oh god, I'm nervous. That'll do. 20. It's 22.
Yeah, that'll hit. Leather instead of leather.
Okay. Good.
Kind of caught off guard to how suddenly everyone, or at least you were suddenly conscious to, was where he was so quiet. He was so quiet, and yet you still got him before he could stab you.
Okay. And that's got an auto push, I think, or do I have to roll for push?
I believe.
Strength saving throw.
Yeah. That is going to be a 5 plus 0, none, no. So how much damage is that total?
That does. Sorry, I was not prepared. I thought I was going to watch a fight. I was really prepared for that. That's 11 points of piercing damage.
All right. And pushes him how far back?
How many squares? That's a good question. That's 10 feet directly away.
It pushes him out through the door. You guys hear this muffled gunshot in the distance and the slamming sound of a heavy wooden door hitting stone. Percy watches blown through the doorway, landing into the hallway onto his back, and jumps back to his feet just in time with his blade still out in front of him.
I'm going to take 2 more. I'm going to take 2 more shots on him. The next shot is a sharpshooter shot.
Okay.
-5 to hit. No, that's a 13.
13. As you aim this time and go ahead and fire a second time, he does see it coming and ducks out of the way. So just scoots under his hood, avoiding his head, just leaving a hole in the fabric, and then taking a chunk out of the stone in the wall behind him.
Okay, final shot is I'm using the headshot to try and blind him for a round. Okay. So that's no sharpshooter, because that sucked. That's better. 28 to hit.
That'll do. Go roll damage.
He needs to roll a Constitution saving throw.
That is, he rolls a 20 total.
And that's against. I just rolled so terrible. It's a 20. It's a 19 DC. So unless that changes my mind.
So it isn't affected by the
he just takes 7 points of damage.
It was sharpshooter, wasn't it? It's plus 10?
What?
What?
No, that wasn't sharpshooter. I just did the middle one sharpshooter.
Gotcha, okay. 7 points piercing damage from that. This, while the first hit managed to miss his face, the other one does scrape across his chin and kind of cracks a bit of his cheekbone, but not too much of an impact on it to actually affect his
I'm
head.
going to use my movement bonus to grab at least some of the stuff that's under my bed, some of my things, and start to put myself together and steady myself for him.
Okay,
I'm going to start yelling bloody murder.
Okay, you guys at this point start hearing the distant echo of Percy's voice screaming in the distance.
Intruders! Intruders!
At the end of Percy's turn, now brings us back to the Rakshasa, which is narrowed down. Goes ahead and takes the dagger, and as the bonus goes ahead and dips it back into the sheath, pulling it out, with the liquid trailing off of it. Is going to go in and attempt to claw and strike.
No.
That is going to be a 23 for the claw.
Yeah.
You take 10 points of slashing damage.
Where'd my thing go? Good.
And then the dagger is also going to be thrust back at you as it moves this way, kind of getting between you and the door. That strike is going to be a 21 to hit. All right, this time with the dagger. That's going to be 4 plus. It's going to be
Uncanny dodge on it.
so 7 points of piercing damage, and then I need you to go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
29. There was some damage though. It was what?
And an additional 7 points of poison damage. If you use uncanny dodge on this, that all gets reduced to just 7 total.
I did use uncanny.
Yeah, so it would have been 14 total. You take it down to 7.
Lost track of what was what.
Sorry, 7 points of piercing and 7 points of poison. Together be 14. You do uncanny dodge, brings it down to 7. So you take 7 points of damage that round.
Okay.
All right. That'll go ahead and end Hotus's turn. That brings us to Scanlan.
Okay, I'll use, I guess, some movement to gather my belongings.
Okay.
Anything that I don't still have on.
I mean, everything you have would also include your armor, which you can't really put on right now. It would take you about a minute to put it on as leather armor, but you can grab everything else if you want to, or you can carry your armor awkwardly with you.
Just grab a couple instruments.
Yeah, gather some things.
And go. And I'll grab the Sham and the Myth Carver.
Okay.
And if I've ever been up there, I'm going to try to dimension door to the West Tower.
Okay. Alrighty.
Know if I'm familiar enough with it, but I'll give it a shot.
Probably
All right. You would have walked through the castle at some point in the past. You grab your things.
I've been there with you.
What do we do up there?
Made up.
Like just so much stuff there. So we've totally been there.
Under the moonlight. Yeah.
Oh, it worked.
At the distance it is from that point in time, and the fact you have been there before, you concentrate. Remember a few nights that you've walked up there, just kind of look over the grounds. It's a beautiful view. It's close to where you guys usually stay here in the castle. So you come out of the dimension door looking for, you can see Gilmore holding a dagger out to one side, and Vax bleeding, holding and clutching the front of his abdomen, eyes darting around wildly, trying to think of some sort of plan for survival. That's your action. That's most of your movement.
That's pretty much all I got. I imagine I would be pretty confused. So
Yeah, you're gonna take it in
I will probably just, if I have any time left, I'll just say, "What the fuck's going on, Gilmore?" And that's it.
Gilmore looks over the shoulder and kind of sneers at you. Ron, you're up.
I spring out of my bed because I don't sleep with any armor on. I got all my bits on me. I grab my axe out, kick the door open, because I know Jenga is one of my favorite.
I definitely thought that this is not a requirement by any stretch of the imagination. I've never run anything like a Rakshasa, but I have run doppelgangers. And there's a very classic shapeshifter moment that I'm sure, anyone even remotely familiar with any branch of pop media will have the Spider-Man meme in their head of they're the doppelganger. No, they're the doppelganger. And that's absolutely what I thought would happen. But instead, Gilmore turns around and hisses at him. And I will say, I don't mind that as a decision because this is already a pretty confusing situation for Vox Machina. And I think that the fun part about the doppelganger situation is when it's the players trying to like deduce out which is which when both of them are very weak. So a lot of times it's sort of a put all the pieces together situation, and if they get it wrong, then there are big consequences. And it's normally like putting pieces together of like what they look like, how they're acting. Yeah, exactly. A changeling sort of situation. Whereas we don't have any of that with this. We don't, that hasn't been like any of the conceit leading up to this. We're not aware of that. There's a lot more going on. There's like assassins over here. There's all of these other threats kind of bouncing around. And so I think it's good to kind of just keep it simple at this point of not having there be any amount of like increased confusion, because I think that confusion is good when it's the point and when it's been like, handled before and after, and like that deduction is the fun part. And then the actual combat's very, very simple. Like, once you deduce the correct answer, the combat is nearly trivial. But in this one, I think that I think Matt wants the combat to be, like, interesting and drawn out, which I don't think the doppelganger thing is good for. So, I like it in this situation, but I definitely thought that he was going to do something different. Unless you expected Hotus to emulate Vax. I forget if Grog has an earring or not, but the doppelganger probably wouldn't have one, so that's a pretty clear sign. Well, that's the fun part, Daniel. That's exactly the fun part of those doppelganger situations. No. I meant like Hotus continues to emulate Gilmore. But like, if you wanted to do the doppelganger situation, like when Scanlan asked that question, rather than hissing, Gilmore says, I don't know. Vax took me out here and tried to throw me off the balcony. He's gone insane. I'm trying to defend myself, but I don't have any of my equipment. And so you can try to shift the blame onto Vax, which is kind of what I expected him to do. But that kind of goes into that doppelganger mentality. But Scanlan noticing that of does he have the earring, does he not, would be like, that's like a fun part about like uncovering the mystery of the doppelganger. But once the party puts it all together, the doppelganger should be fairly easy to deal with. Like doppelgangers as a like stat block are not very tough. The interesting thing about them is discovering who they are. But I don't think that that's what Matt wants the conceit of this to be. I think I saw a third-party made creature that has the ability to change its appearance and possibly switch places. Ooh, yeah, that's fun. That's definitely fun, yeah. Yeah. Especially the switch places part reminds me of like Samuro in Heroes of the Storm. That's a fun ability. The doppelganger situation is more fun when the DM is playing both characters and or the players have no clue. I'm not a fan of players knowing, but characters not knowing. I think it's good if you obscure I think it's most fun. It's harder in this sort of situation, which is also, I think, a good reason to not do it here. It's harder when they're not the same person. Because I do agree with you I think it is most interesting when the players and the DM and their characters are on the same page. And that is most often accomplished by obscuring the player minis, swapping them around, doing like, oh, they fell into a tumble and they get out. And even the player playing the real one doesn't know like which like mini on the map is theirs. Yeah. I think that's very, I think that is when it's at its best. So I think there's a lot of reasons to not do it here, even though I definitely thought he was going to. So I think you made the right choice. Imagine a party of changelings getting infuriated by a doppelganger. Oh my god. That would be funny.
Favorite words. I'm like, is there anybody in the hallway?
There's nobody in the hallway.
No, I thought the gunman was in the hallway. Percy's gunman was in the hallway.
Grog is sleeping in this side of the hallway.
Oh, shit.
Where the stairs?
Around that way.
Fucking shit. So I'll start tearing down the hallway as far as my little legs can carry me.
Right there, if you want to take a dash.
Don't dash.
All right, so move it, and then your dash action. You get to there, as you come around, you see a guy in full black cloak and some bullets flying by, shattering the stone behind, and you see this humanoid character holding short sword at the side, kind of ground look up and see you moving down the hallway, and eyes go wide for a moment, unexpected to see this giant train of a muscled entity charging down.
And the dash is my bonus action, right?
No, the dash is your action.
So I have a bonus?
You have a bonus, yeah.
Can I look down and say, hello, Muppet, and I would like to rage.
All right. All right.
Okay, so this guy's by the door, yeah, or by the window. How far away from the window? His back is up against the window?
Like, basically just step out of the window, and then you're immediately next to it, so the window's right to his left as he's staring down at you with a blade in the air.
Also, this is kind of what I mean when I say that I find ambush sequences to be hard to make interesting combats out of. Like, I think the way that Matt has designed this map makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, this looks exactly like what I would picture for like the layout of where they're sleeping. But the map itself is not interesting at all. Like, it's kind of interesting that they're all separated at the beginning of it, and I do think that is something that ambushes really have on their side in terms of like design philosophy, is that you can place characters, like you can place the party members in the space a little bit more how you want as a DM to facilitate interesting interactions. So like the fact that they are all separated, some of them don't have their armor, some of them do, like this is going to feel great for someone like Grog that doesn't need armor to be super interesting. But the actual map itself, I don't know, as Grog with his famously little legs, I know. An Assassinated Knight ambush makes a lot of sense in Whitestone, way more than if it happened on the road. Yeah, and this is not even like everything that Matt is doing right now makes total sense. The way that it's designed, the battle map is designed, makes total sense. It's just not interesting, which is why I avoid it when I generally. But sometimes you have uninteresting maps, and that's just how it is. How interesting can you make a normal livable castle though? Not very. You can. There are definitely ways to make it interesting. But this is sort of what I'm saying. This isn't I'm saying I avoid ambushes because they're bad. What I'm saying is a lot of the ways that I go about making encounters and maps and combats starts with the arena. So like if you watch like the GeoGuessr bits, someone asked me about my process, and my process most often starts with an interesting map that I then fit a combat around. So it's not that this is a bad thing. This all makes total sense, but it doesn't conflict, but it is tough for my personal design strategy, we might say. Because you absolutely can make an interesting combat on a non-interesting map. It's just, for me, it's way harder. It's way, way, way harder. To me, the fun of an ambush is starting at a massive disadvantage and clawing back to parity. I think you're right. I think you're right. And so the interest in this combat is pretty firmly centered around the enemy designs. Right? You're not going to have clever use of the terrain be the kind of make or break factor in how interesting this combat is. It is, can you delay and can you keep yourself alive long enough to claw back that parity, and can you make clever use of your resources to stall until someone like Grog comes in? Because like I said, this combat's going to be fun for Grog because he doesn't need armor, so he can charge straight in, give the rest of them some breathing room, and to that extent, them all being in separate rooms does actually up the interest on that a little bit. It allows them places to like duck in, take cover, to where they can maybe do something or grab something or try to throw something on. I think that there is a lot of interest that can be gained there. And so I don't think I would do anything different if you gave me this prompt essentially and I had to make a combat out of it. I think I think I would almost exclusively focus on the enemy designs. I would almost exclusively focus on the stat block, because if you give me the prompt of ambush inside of the residential wing of a castle, making that an interesting battle arena is going to be extremely tough. So the first thing I'm going to do is make sure it's not a white room, which I think Matt has accomplished. There's a nice little hallway with 2 bends, which bends are super important. This map would be way worse if there wasn't any. And then, yeah, put rooms along the side, and that's kind of fucking it. It's going to be boring, but they're not meant to utilize it. The interesting interactions are going to be between them and the combatants. So I think I would want interesting combatants like Silas. You know, maybe not like a boss enemy like Silas or Delilah, but some enemies that have some interesting and bespoke features to up the interest on this encounter is where I think I would focus if I had to. You know, does the interest of the combat have to come from the map? Doesn't have to. That is where I generally start in my process, but that it does not have to be that. The interesting maps are the part that I find the easiest. I find it way, way easier to make an interesting map than to make an interesting adversary. To just inside of my brain, that is easier, but that is not like an objective thing. On hindsight, Matt paid extra close attention to sleep schedules, who was in what rooms, etc. in the last episode. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. That is kind of interesting. That is definitely interesting. Watching your map making video, the boring fan structure comes to mind. It's boring, but also that's how buildings are built normally. Yeah, and I mean, fan structures don't have to be boring. Like, there are interesting fan structures. I think the one in the basement of the Death House that is not the treasure-only fan structure. There's like the, I think they're like sarcophaguses or graves, and it's like right when you get to the basement of Death House in Curse of Strahd. It's like one of them has an enemy, one of them has like a plot hook, and like 2 of them have treasure, and then like 2 of them are empty. That's a great fan structure. There's a level of interest and there's a level of like reason to go between, and it keeps it dynamic. It makes sure that you're not overwhelmed with any particular aspect. That's a good fan structure. But kind of like you're saying, like buildings like this, these are their rooms. Like, he can't like put treasure or like a plot hook into these. It's where they're starting. So, but to that extent, again, if we're back in the zone where this is the prompt I've been given and I have to make this combat, who starts where is a way that you can make the fan structure more interesting. So putting Grog on the very end, putting certain people in the middle, the actual placement of who is where, like in which room, and who you pair them with. Like, I would have some of the assassins be slightly different and make sure that those pairings are very distinct, and very, what do you call it? Not specific, but very purposeful. I would make the pairings of the assassins versus the character very purposeful, make their placing purposeful, and that can go towards making this sort of fan structure a lot more interesting. Of, okay, Grog's all the way down here, these people are in the middle, they're the most vulnerable. Yeah. And I think that can go towards it a lot. It can even start to be, if you start like subdividing this hallway, which you could, considering if there are enemies that stay out in the hallway versus go into the rooms, and how those can maybe present a bit of a blockade towards player cooperation. There's definitely ways to do this, and I think that Matt's doing a good job. It's just why at default I tend to avoid it, because it's just harder for me. With the treasure fans, I think the treasure rooms have the same number and are intended to be treated as one. I think, and that is what, regardless of intention, I agree with you that they should be treated as one. And that's why I like my map making notation, is I see that treasure room I see that room, and then I see the treasure fanning out from it. And my instinct is, don't delete the treasure, but put it all in one place, or just say you search the rooms and find all of this. Like, it's not like the dots and lines don't necessarily mean that the like fundamental map needs an edit. It can just be the way that you present it needs to be purposeful, and needs to like keep some stuff in mind. Like, if you run those as individual rooms, that will suck. But if you combine them all into like one narrative experience where they get all of this treasure by just searching the rooms, that's much more interesting. And that can absolutely work. So yeah, it's less of it's very much not a like, I know someone asked me at one point, like, what are rules that I use with the map making notation? And there are very, very few. Because the map making notation doesn't tell you if something is good or bad. It just draws your attention to certain areas, you know? Yeah, it was the specific structure of like 8 empty rooms with one threat. Oh my gosh, that one's in Forge of Fury. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was like 1 threat and 1 treasure and like 8 empty rooms. So yeah, I would like combine that one. I probably would make a map edit, but complete side tangent. But you kind of sound like John Mulaney sometimes. I've gotten that. My storytelling cadence is definitely influenced a lot by that. I listened to a lot of his specials growing up.
It's an open window.
Yes.
Bars on it or something?
It looks like the window is easy enough for somebody to slip through. It's open. It's an open window.
Okay.
Nice neighborhood, there's no bars.
I'm trying to think which way I want to go with this.
Quick.
I'm going to, towards him, do a thunder wave push, poof, and try and push him out the window.
Okay, you have
thunder
to move,
wave.
so you're gonna move around him first.
Oh, does he have me like
Well,
up against
you're
the
up against the
window?
wall. If you want a thunder wave, then you have to get on the other side of him to knock him away from you.
And he'll get an attack of opportunity, I'm assuming?
No, because you don't leave his combat.
Okay, yeah, I'll just shoulder around him and...
Dart off the edge of the bed, kind of catching yourself on the ground, turn around the other side, and... All right, what's the DC on that?
Jesus, I don't know how to do this.
DC on Thunder Wave. Vax, you're up next. Prepare.
It is a Constitution saving throw.
And what's your spell DC?
19.
That is a 9 plus 2, 11. It's not enough. How much damage does he take?
He takes 2d8 damage.
Okay, actually, small thing that I didn't instantly pick up on when I'm thinking about this map. But another way that Matt did make this map more interesting is the introduction of windows. Because for the exact reason that Marisha is doing, if we consider the windows as a transition point, then the outside is a new dot. And suddenly, we are not in a fan structure anymore. We are in this like branching from a singular path sort of structure. We're in, I didn't talk about this in the actual video, but we are in what I would call a nexus, where the hallway is the nexus between a ton of branching paths that do not interact with each other except in the nexus point. You could also maybe call it like, it's kind of bottleneck adjacent, and whether it's a nexus or a bottleneck kind of depends on like the flow through the map. But in this one, I would call it a nexus. Because the fan structure is a dead end. But this, there's not a dead end. There's another area that Marisha is making use of. So I think that that's another good example. You can also connect rooms through like boarded up holes in the wall from some some incident long ago. Like, it kind of depends on how old the castle is and how old the building is, but any sort of secret passages between rooms, any sort of back secret tunnels. Again, if there's any amount of damage, which I think would kind of make sense with the things that Whitestone has recently undergone, you could have it be, you know, somewhat sloppily patched up, and then it's just an obstacle. So there's definitely ways to do it, and some of those ways could be implemented in this map, and we just haven't seen them yet, but the windows are a great choice. The windows make it way more interesting than if they didn't have windows. Gravity, a weapon so powerful there's a wizard school about it? Precisely. Like, verticality is hard to represent unless the vertical change is functionally infinite. Which is a weird statement, I know. But it's the same way that we think about pitfall traps. Like, for all intents and purposes, it kind of doesn't matter how deep the pitfall is in terms of navigation around the map. Once it reaches a certain level of depth, the only difference in going deeper is that it increases the damage and it potentially negates certain options for getting out of the pit. But past a certain level, in terms of map flow and navigation, there's no functional difference. And that's kind of what we're experiencing here. Matt doesn't need to represent the ground on the map, right? So we don't even really need to worry about the map having verticality and like needing to deal with the constraints of representing said verticality. Because representing verticality that the players are meant to like navigate through and between is very hard. It's hard in real life. It's hard on VTTs. It's really cool when you can nail it, but it's difficult. And it presents a lot of complications and potential confusion points. But in this case, the ground is essentially a different plane. It might as well not be the map. You just push them out and they fall. And they will take a certain amount of damage, but we don't need to worry about how actually far away they are or representing where they are. They just fall out. Which I think is a great choice. It's a really, really good choice to simplify your map construction while still having a really fun option that utilizes pushing and verticality, which are sometimes hard to represent on a map. So despite my initial hesitance around everything that's going on, I think Matt's nailing it. Like, you know, I was like, oh, maybe the Rakshasa should have pretended. And then the more I talk about it, it's like, nah, Matt probably made the right choice. It's like, oh, I don't really do ambushes. But no, the ambush works here. I don't really like, you know, putting the ambush in this like residential wing. But he made good decisions to like really make it work. So yeah, I think Matt, for all my hesitance around this sort of stuff, I think he's doing the best version of it so far. Q played too much PG3. I know. Hi everyone. It's been so long since I've caught a live. What's up, Ella? How you doing? Welcome. What if the players gets pushed out by an NPC? Yeah. So this is a good point. They aren't functionally out of the combat. They are just functionally, you can almost think about it, and maybe this will be weird and not helpful, but this is kind of the way that I think about it. They are just in a different plane of existence. They're in just a different area where they cannot interact with the original area unless they do something to transition back in. So it's essentially equivalent to them getting pushed through a portal and then having to cast one of a few distinct spells or spend equipment in an interesting way to get back through the portal to where they can now interact again. So it's not that they're not out of the combat permanently. They will just have to spend some resource or do something clever to get back into the combat. Or if they want to get back in like the mundane way, we would set like a turn timer of like, okay, based on the geography, based on your speed, this is how long until you're back in. If they're like, out of spell slots or they can't figure out a way back in. But we don't need to represent, importantly, we don't need to represent any of that on the map. We don't need to represent any of that. When they fall out, we can give them like, okay, you're like we have like a second to think about it. And it's like, okay, it's about this far down. You're about this far away. So you would need a teleportation spell with at least this range, or you would need a rope that's at least this long, or you'd have to make an athletics check to climb, all that sort of stuff. So we've essentially just put a barrier between them and the actual combat that they can overcome, but now they have to overcome it. And same thing for the NPCs. I'm not saying that the NPC is totally out of the combat, depending on how much damage they took, I guess. But the players have put a barrier between them getting back into the combat, which is super important and super fun for the players, I think. Like, it's essentially... You can kind of think about it like a banish spell. If instead of like rolling a save, you had to like spend a resource to get out of being banished. It's kind of like that. At least the way that I think about it.
Damage and he has pushed 10 feet.
Alrighty.
Hopefully out the window because that's what I was going for.
It's a small room, so.
That's cocked. 4 damage.
4 points of thunder damage. However, boom, what slams him back, his feet hit the edge of the lip of the window. He goes flipping backwards out the side. He's going to attempt to reach out and grab it. That is a natural 2.
Yeah!
He's flung out the window. You don't even hear the landing. He's just out of the room now.
Full on nice job.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
How about Howard Dean?
And I'm going to take...
You have 50 more feet you can run if you want to.
Okay, I'm going to go open. I'm going to throw open the door and just peek out the window, or mind the door, and see what's up.
Okay, you throw the door open. Immediately out, you see Grog standing in the hallway, clutching the axe, kind of sleepy-eyed, but filled with hatred and intent to kill, while grinning in the center of the hallway.
And then I'm going to come over my comm and just say, status report, where is everybody? And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn brings to Vax.
I can't see through the corner of the wall there. Is Scanlan like 10 feet away, 5 feet away?
Scanlan is 10 feet from you.
Okay, and I'm not even going to go too deep into this, so I'll go really fast. But this is also why I think that the windows and this whole dynamic is especially good for this sort of ambush sequence, where as the DM, you essentially choose where the characters start, you choose who the ambushers are, you choose where the windows are. Because you have control over all of that as a DM, you can put the windows into players' rooms that have resources to get back, so that if they do get pushed out, you know that they can get back in. So that is one benefit that the ambush conceit gives you when designing this, is that you can still design this interesting interaction, but you don't have to worry, at least as much, about it totally wrecking one of your PCs. In the same way that might be a little bit different if you were designing this as a thing that they encounter as they're exploring, and you don't know who's going to go into which room. You have to be a little bit more careful then.
All right, I'm going to skirt along on his side, the Rakshasa side, and shout out, "It's not Gilmore, it's fucking demon!" At Scanlan, and then I'm going to use my first action to try to disarm Kitty Cat.
Okay, all right.
What is that?
Go ahead and make... Go ahead and make an attack roll. For this one, let's go ahead and make an athletics check to go ahead and try and essentially have a grapple.
16.
16. Okay, you reach out and manage to grab the Gilmore's wrist, holding the dagger. His arm goes up and starts clawing these fingernails, these currently not invisible fingernails that all of a sudden turn these large hooks that start tearing into your skin. Go ahead and make a strength check to see if you can go ahead and wrestle the blade from his grasp.
And this is the next action?
This will be the next action, yeah. Since you don't have any disarm-based abilities, this is more involved...
15. This is still acrobatics, right?
No.
What'd you say?
This is all athletics.
This is athletics. Same thing. Sorry, yeah, 15.
Yeah, 15. You still have the grip on him, but unfortunately his fingers are too tight in the blade and can't quite pull it out.
Okay, then for the rest of my turn, I whip my head to Scanlan and say, follow me down, I'm going down, and I want to drag him off the balcony and go with him.
Okay, you can drag him at half speed.
Half speed, I'm hasted.
Hasted.
12 squares, full.
Watch Sam as he grabs this apparently Gilmore character, looks at you, tells you this, and then just they both just hit the edge and tumble over the side of the balcony and go falling off.
It takes 2 seconds to go down. I looked it up. 80 feet is 2 seconds.
Yep. You hear 2 impacts.
I just got here. Don't leave.
Both you and Hotis. All right, that's.
Fuck the talking budget might get fucked this episode because this is definitely the most interesting sequence in terms of DM prep and design in a while. Like, it's such a clearly prepped sequence, you know, like that inarguably, and like the last thing that we had that was close to this was like the Umbrasyl fight, and the Umbrasyl fight was fine, but didn't have that many like interesting and unique and bespoke things to talk about, whereas this one is very different from any mat combats that we've seen so far, and different from a lot of combats that I run personally. So I'm very interested in talking about it. We might the budget might get blown out. But you're totally right, Daniel. It is a masterclass. It's an amazing example of how to look out for your players in World. Like I've always talked about, like I want my players to do cool and interesting things. I want them to succeed, and I don't want to stop them from doing anything, but I also maybe want to gently nudge them away from courses of action that won't get the desired effect. You know, that won't be as interesting as they think it will be because they've overlooked something or forgotten something. And that's tough. That's a really tough thing to balance as a DM, of allowing your players this unlimited freedom, but also trying to guide them towards actions that they won't be disappointed by the results of. Yeah, it's a really interesting encounter. It's you know what we may do to try and buff out the budget a little bit? We haven't taken a break. It's been 2.5 hours. I've been doing a lot of talking. We should take a break. We should allow the catch-up people to catch up a little bit. We get some water, go to the bathroom. I'll run an ad. We'll do all that. And then that'll help us on the talking budget a tad. And IMO nicely handle allowing possible disarms based on multiple skill checks. Yeah, I think more base martial actions should be... It's a deep well of conversation that I could have, but I'll leave it at yes, I agree. Because I don't know that the well is that interesting, and it would be a deep well. So we're going to take the break really quick. I will be right back. Go get some water. And I will see you in a second. Bye-bye. Hello, we're back. What's up? We got barely any talking budget back. But I am going to try to take more breaks, which will hopefully help. And I need to remember to take more breaks. And we're going to go back into it.
36 points of damage as you both hit the bottom, this stone surface, essentially the ceiling and the beginnings of the entire castle exterior on the top, both prone on the ground, kind of dazed from the impact.
Really hoping the guards are awake.
Really hoping.
Alrighty. Ending your turn, that brings us to the assassins. So this guy.
But we didn't get to go. Do assassins get to go twice?
No, you guys go after them because that was how the initiative order happened.
Yep, that was 3 points of damage.
Him yelling and picking you guys up avoided them getting an auto crit on their first attack. So be happy that at least you woke up for the last round.
I'm happy.
So happy.
Thank you, Matt.
So
Happy.
Thanks, Matt. So that's 2 strikes against you, Pike, and then this one here looks over the shoulder and sees you, Rog, and is going to go ahead and start darting this way. And currently is out of sight.
the assassin doucher?
Yep. The one that's attacking you.
I assume what I said to Scanlan was heard over earring as well.
Most likely, yeah. That'll be a 22.
Oh, yes.
You take 7 points of piercing damage and roll another Constitution saving throw.
7 points.
Yep.
Okay.
Just 7.
7 points.
Roll Constitution saving throw when you can. The second strike, this time you knock you slam his hand with the shield, and you can see he actually drops the blade and has to rush over to pick it up.
13.
13. You suffer 24 points of poison damage. As the first strike this time cuts you right across the clavicle and down to the front of your chest, and it's just that sharp burning pain for a second, and as you knock the other hit away, all of a sudden you feel your ears fill with bright, burning, hot warmth, and all of a sudden the pain from your wound just begins to pulse with every heartbeat. The poison hits your system. And he's going to go ahead and move this way to start to maneuver between you and the doorway. That's going to end their turns. Next turn.
Okay. I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna yell at Trinket to run out the door, and I'm gonna grab, my arrows and my quiver and my broom.
He's going to full. He can do a full dash.
Can he get to the guy?
He's gotten that far up the hallway. Doesn't see anybody yet. You grab your stuff. All right, that'll be an action to kind of get all your things together.
Okay.
Your quiver, your arrows.
Broom. And I take off running to the west tower. So Trinket, we don't see the guy outside Percy's room?
Nope. That's as far as you get there.
Okay.
Cool. That ends Vex's turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay, so I am going to take out my hand, and I'm gonna guiding bolt him.
Okay.
Take out your hand.
Take out my hand.
Trusty old hand.
The wound across your chest, pulsing poison. Suddenly, the area that was once dark begins to light up as the holy symbol that forever hangs around your neck begins to glow with vibrant divine energy. This kind of whitish yellow pulse of light. The assassin standing there grinning, seeing that he's getting the upper hand, all of a sudden realizes that you aren't as armed as he thought you were. Go ahead and roll for the attack on this.
Smoke him.
28.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage on that. What level were you casting it at?
I'm gonna do it at 4.
Usually you decide that before you roll the attack, but yeah.
Okay.
What
Sorry,
is
I was going to. That's what I was gonna do.
I assume
but
you were. It's fine.
Didn't tell you that. What should I? How many do I roll?
Well,
So wait, hold on.
let me look it up for you. Guiding bolt is 4d6, and then
right?
it would be an additional 3d6,
Yeah,
so 7d6
okay.
radiant damage against him.
Okay, so
Yep.
8.
11, 19, 7, 26.
6 more. 27 points.
27 points. Nice. So you see his eyes widen as suddenly you blast him in the face with this guiding bolt. The impact just bursting across him, leaving this kind of trail of divine fire that's burning around the seams of his leather armor. He's trying to pat it out, but it won't go out. All it's not burning him; it's lighting him up like a Christmas tree. And Grog, you see from underneath the Pike's door, you see a little bit of a bright divine glow kind of flash out from under the door, and you hear a couple thumbsticks to the wood from inside the room.
And that's her, the one to the right of me.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
one-
which one?
Yeah. Wait, I wanna look something up, and I'll talk about that. Yeah, I think that is a When does the 2024 PHB come out? So September 17th. So we got how many days? Until I read the handbook, we got about 3 weeks. Got about 3 weeks to go before I read all the stuff. But I like that she is taking ownership of her, spells and stuff throughout combat, and I think that is fine to waive for a new player, It's like, yeah, it's like, usually you say that before, and, it's a little bit... it would be so hard to play with a new player on an actual play, because I would be so worried about trying to, coach them while not making them, I don't know, while not being like too coachy because we're like on air, you know? Like I don't want them to feel like super separated or whatever. But when it's actually at the table, I try to really like explain the point. I will like often stop things to explain something to a new player. Like I want them to like feel like they have a guide through this, but that would be so weird on an actual play. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Daniel. It's like having to worry about like the viewers, not only just what they'll say about you, but what they'll say about how you react to what the DM is saying when they're trying to coach you that'd be tough. That would be very tough.
Those are everybody's rooms because
This was Vex's room. Keyleth's, Pike's.
Okay.
That smells like patchouli is mine.
Yeah. Scanlan's, Grog's and Vex's, or Grog and Vex's are over here.
Okay. So can I move out of the room?
You can try to, yeah.
Can I grabbed all of my stuff, and then I'm just gonna make
Okay,
my
so
way
all your stuff would be, you have your shield already that you pull off the side. You can grab maybe one weapon and go. You're not.
I'll grab my mace.
So grab your mace. All right.
You're in a slip or nothing.
So.
I sleep naked.
So you're naked with a shield and a mace.
That's a bad
Yeah, she is.
Shield, mace.
I have my gauntlets on or no?
Nothing else. Yeah, your gauntlets are on.
Okay.
We'll say the gauntlets were there. You slip them on real fast as he's pulled back and trying to cut out the flames. You grab your things and rush through. He does get an attack opportunity on you as you run out of combat range, so he's going to swing at you. That is going to be a 16.
Yeah.
That does it. With your shield, what's your AC? It would be 11 to 13, so yeah, it still hits. So you take 5 points of piercing damage, and you roll another Constitution saving throw.
Man, pikey.
That is a 5.
There's 24 points.
Oh my gosh, you get
Oh no! No, I don't think I'm gonna. Wait,
4 points.
plus 5.
Physician healed
I
himself.
got 1 hit point left.
How did that happen so fast?
It's 24 twice.
Poison sucks.
Assassins, man.
What are these assassins?
You wanna run.
Alrighty.
Does she burst out in the hallway naked with a mace and a
Take it
shield?
with a mace and a shield, glowing holy symbol, and just gash across her chest, blood pouring from the wound. Sweat on her brow, one eye's kind of half closed. She's
And weirdly
barely
hairy
standing.
shoulders.
No.
That's why I never take the armor off.
And hairy chest. Just full hairy chest.
God, I never
Pike's
do.
turn. Percy, you're
Still
up.
love me, Scanlan?
I'm gonna run. I'm grabbing just the basics. Gloves and the gun belt and like my gun stuff. So no armor.
Gun stuff.
No ammo. Running out in the front.
And you probably, we don't need to take that off to
Okay, so fine. I just have that. All right. So yeah, no armor.
10.
And stuff.
All right.
Which direction is the west? Is the west?
This way.
Is this way? And do I see any? I don't see what.
I don't see anyone. You just see Pike burst out of her room suddenly, bloodied.
Okay, I'm gonna run past her room towards the west. And do I have a view right there?
You now have a view of a guy beaming with divine light, trying to pat out divine flames after swinging and getting a nice heavy wound on Pike, who looks like she's barely standing.
Okay, I'm going to take a couple. Actually,
He takes 30 though.
I stop. I get 1 foot. I stop. Turn around. I just draw my sword. I'm just gonna go stab you on the bastard because the gun. I haven't reloaded.
That was in Pike's room?
Yeah.
Good, okay.
Okay.
I can get there.
This is the end of your movement.
Oh, right there.
Yes, you're
okay.
back.
Fine. I'll just unload the gun. That'll be fine. With.
You have a fourth shot.
I have a 4th shot and then
Reloaded
another one. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Regular shot?
No, sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, okay. You have advantage in the shot, by the way, because of the guiding bolt that she did to him.
Oh, I do?
Yeah, because the divine fire that's around him is lighting up like a giant birthday cake.
All right, that'll be 28 to hit. That'll hit. All right.
Don't roll damage on that one.
Hashtag gun stuff.
Quentin Tarantino joke.
22 points of damage.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
The guiding bolt flares off, the impact hits him and sends him kind of to his, on his back foot. He looks over and sees the smoke pouring out of the barrel as you're aiming down for another shot. You reload real fast.
Take another shot at it.
Go for it.
Advantage?
No, there's
That's okay. I still rolled really great. 17 damage.
That's okay. So
Let's hope for critical. Whatever.
check.
25 to hit.
Dungeon Master will remember this. Yeah, roll damage. Sharpshooter as well.
Yeah. It was stuff better. 24 points of damage.
4 points of damage. The second shot, you reload, fire again. This time, this one hits him right square in what looks like the side of his jaw, shattered his cheekbone and his jaw, and there's just like blood and teeth pouring out. He's clutching the side of it, shaking his head. He's in a really, really bad place right now, and it's like looking over the back window, realizing he's probably gonna.
Fuck it, let's burn an action surge. This will be funny.
has to taste
That's
blood.
16, 17, 18, 25.
That hits.
Get him.
That's 19 points of damage.
With that, as he's turning around, about to dart towards the window, as he spins around in space, you take aim a third time on him, fire, you watch, it's obscure to see, all you see is the moonlight from the outside sky coming through and the silhouette of his head, and then now the missing silhouette of his head, as you scatter the top half of his skull across the stone surrounding the window in Pike's room.
Thanks, Percy.
I reload.
I had it, but thanks.
I drop a health potion and steady to take care of that and reload my guns with the rest of my turn.
Okay, good to know. All right, ending Percy's turn, you're currently on the ground now, you're both prone. He stands up, doing half of his movement, looks down at you. You're clever. Which, for the record, the illusion is faded. The Gilmore visage is no more. Now you see before you the angry, curled, bare teeth face of the familiar Rakshasa.
Feelings mutual.
As you are currently prone on the ground, as advantage on you, is going to go ahead and make 2 strikes with the dagger against you. With advantage, yeah, that'll be 25.
He didn't re-dip though. I don't remember you saying he re-dipped, right? And he used his poison last time and I made the save.
Correct.
So it hits. Uncanny dodge.
Right, so the first one hits.
Roll.
You take, that would be 10 points of piercing damage. No poison.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
One more time.
With it.
10 points of piercing damage.
Yes.
It's going to go ahead and dip the blade. Remember, you forgot that after the first strike. And then with the second strike, it's going to stab down once
That's just a
more.
bonus to do that?
That's going to be a 21. You suffer 11 points of piercing damage.
Wow.
Plus
No.
10 points of poison damage.
No more.
Unconscious. So as you get, it just stabs and stabs again. And this time, as your fingers extended, the pain hits you, and you just watch your vision fade to darkness.
No.
That's the end of the turn. He has no more attacks. So he just watches you go limp.
My turn, I'll be dead.
No.
All right. Well, Scanlan, you're up first.
I go to the ledge and look over.
You look over the ledge, down about 70 feet, 80 feet on the stonework. You see and watch as the Rakshasa, now fully visible, Gilmore visage gone, jams the blade twice into the currently laid out back of Vax as the Vax body goes limp, unconscious, drawing the blade, chuckling, throwing it up in the air, catching it, and is preparing to go down for some finishing blows.
Okay, shit, my stuff doesn't go that far, does it? Any of my vocal spells only goes...
So about 60 feet, yeah.
All right, well then for my action/attack, I overcome with fury, seeing my friend on the ground, pull out Mythcarver and just fucking jump and plunge.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes.
So you leap.
I have advantage because I've inspired myself.
I'll say for the purposes of this
I'll get it.
action, you'll have advantage on the strike.
But I'm also exhausted.
Right, but that doesn't affect your actual attack roll. That's more your ability check. Which actually should have disadvantage earlier.
I rolled twice for that.
Oh, you did? Okay, good. So as you come down, quiet, currently overcome with the now possibility of vengeance before it. The Rakshasa does not seem to notice you as you fall out silently, blade down, wind rushing past your face, the tunnel vision before you as you can just see this whole scene play out before you. The blade comes down, slamming. Go ahead and roll with advantage at your attack against the Rakshasa.
14, 15, plus, I don't know what. I don't do these things.
I don't know these things. It is, I mean, it's a small thing, but like you say, like the Rakshasa doesn't notice you, and it's like, but he already talked out loud. I mean, I might still give advantage just for the baller move, as Topaz put it. Man, these guys do a lot of damage. And for adversaries that do this much damage, they should have nearly no health. Like, these feel very glass cannon-y to me. And I don't know if the Rakshasa is also like that. Also, do none of them wear pajamas? I just kind of thought about that. All of them are naked. None of them wear pajamas? Actually, I know Percy wears pajamas. I guess none of the rest. None of the rest, they all go all natural. I don't wear pajamas, so that's fair. But, doesn't notice you jump off the balcony, I think is what he meant. Oh. He knew that I'm tracking Sputnik. He knew. Oh, wait, this attack and their reaction suddenly makes more sense to me. Obviously, I followed that Vax took him off the balcony, but then I don't know, I kind of like forgot that they were in different locations. This makes way more sense now why they're all I was just like, what, he's just going to like attack him with a sword. But he's leaping off of the balcony. All the plunging down. I'm tracking now. I got it. That does absolutely deserve advantage. I am unquestionably giving advantage to that. That's like, I actually think for a first-time DM, if you're uncertain as to when to give advantage, or like kind of what deserves it, I think this might be a good example of kind of the quintessential this deserves it sort of thing of like, it makes sense if you like try to consider, you know, the grounded reality of the situation of he's gaining momentum, he's got, you know, this big plunge, whatever. It makes sense from like a risk reward game standpoint of he's going to take a bunch of damage, he's probably going to go prone. Like, all of it makes sense. So yeah, I think this is a really good example for first-time DMs of when to give advantage, because this is like maybe the easiest example. Now that I'm tracking on all of it, I was like, am I missing something? I was. Very interesting. Does Scanlan have any healing? Does he have like healing word? I don't remember. This combat really feels like one of the first non-boss battles where Matt went in knowing that someone could die and he was okay with it. I mean, it definitely, that's kind of how every combat, I think, with a glass cannon adversary is going to go. Glass cannon adversaries are few and far between, because the general design philosophy of 5e adversaries are give them less damage and more health so that the combat goes a little bit longer and the PCs have more of an opportunity to use their flashy spells and abilities and get really big numbers and feel fun. And it's fun that they rolled those big numbers. Glass cannon adversaries, I'd say, are a pretty wide category, but like I would say like the intellect devourer and shadow kind of fit into these, into that category of like they are monsters that, depending on who they attack, can just like absolutely decimate a single PC. And you have to use them sparingly. Making an entire combat of them is very interesting. And I think that Matt balanced it well for the other PCs, especially, of having all of these assassins go after each of them individually, essentially, rather than like the more maybe like meta option of having like pairs of the assassins go after a subset of the PCs and then try to overwhelm the rest that remain. It is, but the Rakshasa, I'll have to look at the Rakshasa stat block after this to really see what I think about the surprise with Vax one-on-one. Because I'm thinking about the design decision. I mean, I definitely think you're right. I think he went in knowing that one of the PCs might die. But I'll have to look at the stat block to see how much of a risk that actually was.
Remember strength? Is that strength?
It should be written on your attack for the. It would be your proficiency bonus plus your.
Oh, it's plus 8.
Yeah,
so it's a 23.
23 definitely hits.
Okay.
Nicely done.
So
I don't know what to do now. I roll a d8.
Go ahead and roll your 8 plus damage.
Okay. 8 plus 3, so that's 11, plus 1d6 force damage. 6! Holy shit! So that's 17, right?
17.
Okay.
You're also, I'm adding to that attack half of the damage you take from the fall because of the force of yourself.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the damage you take from the fall.
That expression
No,
was.
is that good or bad?
It's either a lot or a little.
29 points of damage you suffer, standing on the ground and falling prone from the attack. But he does suffer an additional 14 points of damage.
Okay, so Matt is rewarding Scanlan twice for this, which generally, like as a broad preference, I think it is better, again, very broadly, to reward a player once for a single action that they take. So the decision to attack from the balcony gets rewarded with advantage. Done. That said, I do think that increasing the reward depending on the risk of the action is very valid. So I think it ultimately depends on how risky Matt views this maneuver. Matt stealing future rules. Oh, really? Interesting. I think it really depends. Oh, right. That's from Tasha's, if I remember correctly. I think it really depends on how risky Matt truly views this. Like, if this attack doesn't go off, let's say, is like if this attack like doesn't go well, how much danger is Scanlan actually in compared to if he had stayed up on the balcony? If it is like an insanely risky maneuver, which I think only Matt truly knows, then I think it makes sense to reward the character twice. But it depends. It's a big it depends. I think there's real world validity for both the drop attack and the resulting damage. Real world validity doesn't. How do I say it? At this point, there are no rules around it. And while real world validity can carry you so far, it can also carry you into some weird territories that don't work within the context of the game. So like I think the really classic example that is the easiest to use, even though it's a little bit hyperbolic, is Shapewater freezing the water inside of someone. Like that has a lot of real world validity, but it's obviously a little bit, it wouldn't be good for the game. But that's magic. And even beyond that, another one that has definitely real world validity, but doesn't necessarily work within mechanics is targeted shots. Like saying, I want to aim this for their eyes, or I want to aim it at their foot or their hand to try and drop it, or what have you. That all has real world validity, and it even has power fantasies that are represented in other media that players might want to embody. But targeted shots do not work in 5e. I will go to my grave on that. I don't think they work. I don't think there's like a system that you can create that works better than not having them. And so I think that if it mechanically makes sense, it having real world validity after the fact is great. I think that's really, really good. If you can justify it mechanically and then work in its real world validity, I think that's the best of both worlds. But just leaning towards real world validity and not really worrying about its mechanical impact, I think is a long road to ruin. It won't get you there immediately, but it'll go there eventually. So Hodis has already knocked out Vax, to be fair. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I don't know Hodis's stats well enough to know how much danger he's in. Scanlan is probably in a lot of danger, to be fair. Yeah, he might be. I would assume he is, which is why I go towards the idea of rewarding him twice is probably a good thing in this case. But my general heuristic is reward them once. So either give them extra damage or give them advantage. One of the two. Is it more likely to hit, or is it doing more damage? I will, even though I said this is the quintessential, like, give them advantage, I think there's an argument to be made that it's harder to hit someone when you, like, can't use footwork to get at them. You're just, like, relying on your initial leap and, like, targeting. And so the extra damage makes a ton of sense, but maybe that's the only reward. However, I think this is probably a case where the double reward is good and fine. Matt likes to apply real-world physical effects more than other DMs, I think. He definitely does. But I don't think that is necessarily a tonal decision. Or it is. it's basically how risky do you want to be as a DM? Because the more that you do that, the more you run the risk of backing yourself into a corner, and unbalancing your encounters. And that's not to say like, oh, if you go into it, your players are going to win. It's just that the more you hedge outside of the mechanics, the harder it is to build a real actual challenge, like an honest to God challenge for your players. It's still obviously possible, but the more you get outside of the rules, the harder it becomes. I like that you mentioned shape water because that's what I thought when watching Atla just freeze his eyeballs in his head. Yeah, exactly. Which that's not good in in D&D. That's very, very bad. But it's something that like there's no rules about. It logically follows that you could do that. And so if you go too much into the real world side of things and start rewarding extra mechanical benefits for real world logic, you can start to get into some iffy scenarios. But Scanlan did say I inspired myself, so I have advantage, but I'm not sure if he was serious or not. I don't think that's inspiration doesn't do that. So I don't think he was serious. I guess he might have been. I think that Matt was just double rewarding him, which, to be clear, in this case, I think is probably justified. We'll have to see. But it's a myth carver ability. Oh, it's a myth carver ability? Applying inspiration to yourself is a myth carver ability? Maybe I don't remember exactly what myth carver does. I think I have it here. Either way, honestly, in this particular scenario, I think it's fine. Buffs Bardic Inspiration. Oh, so maybe it does. I don't remember. Okay. Shape Water says, water you can see. I can see someone's eyeballs. I mean, yeah. You can see the water on someone's eyeballs. As part of Mythcarver, gets advantage on attacks after inspiring someone. Oh, okay. So maybe that was what the advantage was for, and then the reward for the maneuver, because you can't give double advantage. The reward for the maneuver is the damage. That's totally good. That's great then. Even if it's not that, I think this is okay and still good. But if that's the case, it's even better. Interesting. All I'll say is that's why I have the lore, no magic can't penetrate the soul's domain. Yeah. You can, if you want to work in more real world physics, there are ways to do it. There are ways to put restrictions. But last time I checked, eyeballs aren't water. You have water on them. There's water on top of them. There's a fluid on top of them that I'm sure is at least partially water. I mean, look, I don't allow it at my table. But you're not, if I putting my fucking player hat on, I can make an argument for it. I can get there. So it's, you're not going to out logic a determined player on that because it is magic. But the inspire himself, I think, is an oversight. Homebrew that has been present all campaign. Interesting. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter. The overarching thing is the more you allow real world physics to dictate mechanics, the harder it will be to understand the challenges. It says you can't freeze water with creatures in it. I'm not freezing water with creatures in it. I'm freezing water that I can see that's on your eyeballs. There's no creatures in that water. So I like I said, I'm not gonna spend too much time actually arguing it, but if I'm a player, I can get there. Don't you worry. I'll win the argument until we eventually say, oh, you just can't do it. Are bacteria creatures, Sputnik? I would say that they probably aren't, given the definition of creatures within the game.
As the blade just sinks through the shoulder and the torso, and he just kind of tenses in pain as the blade is still jammed into his form. You let go of it as you slam into the ground, and he draws it out with a spurt of blood and throws it to the ground angrily, spinning around towards you, still holding the dagger aloft, looking over.
Do I still get my bonus action?
You do technically.
Okay, so I on the ground just sort of turn over to Vax, and I'll bonus healing word him, and I will sing with whatever wind I have left in my body. Vaxeldan, you gotta put up a good fight. Vaxeldan, I need you to put up a good fight. Put up a good fight. Put up a good fight.
Is that Rox? I couldn't even join in because it was so good.
4.
So in love with you right now. So in love with you.
4. I'm rolling great. Plus 5. So you have 9 hit points.
You come back to consciousness, face down on the ground, scattered out in the stonework, and the last thing, as your eyes come over, you hear the gentle tunes of Scanlan's voice calling you back from the darkness, and you glance out the corner of your eye and see that Hotis is still standing with the dagger on top.
It was just my turn in the initiative. Can I go?
No, your turn's not yet. We have Rodkeelith than you. They actually got initiative higher than you. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we're coming to you, don't worry. So your turn hasn't happened yet.
Okay, I trust in you, man.
Alrighty.
And fear you.
Good. Alright, that brings us to Grog, you're up.
Oh, so I heard him say, I'm going down, right? We all heard him say he's going down as he was falling.
Roll intelligence check.
Oh boy.
This will be great. 18 minus 2, 16.
16. It takes you a moment, and you kind of like have to bite your tongue for a moment as you're running down the hallway, but you ascertain that it probably means it's a tower. Probably jumped off the tower.
Yeah, probably. I look out and I say, oh, Puck, you're in your birthday suit. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
She's bleeding all over.
Wait, did I take a potion on the...
Well, he has to
I threw a minor. It's not much.
I'm gonna be fine.
Okay. Is there a window in the hallway? My question is the courtyard through those windows?
The guard would be like over here.
Right.
In relation to where we are.
This is no longer really part of the deal, so in relation to where you guys are, they're about here.
Okay. Do all of the rooms have windows, or is there a window in the hallway?
All the rooms that have windows are the ones on that side, so currently the only way to get here would be to travel back from where you came from and find an exit out to the top of the...
I can ask.
What's
Yeah.
Do those stairs go to the west tower, by the way?
These stairs go to the west tower.
Oh, just checking.
Can I hold my turn until Keyleth goes?
All right, you can still move though if you want to.
I will. Where are you?
I'm right behind you in the room, in the door behind you.
Yeah, I go back in.
Okay.
I should just stay there if you're gonna make a door.
Hey, Grog,
Well,
you want to jump from really high?
yeah, I just went out.
All right.
So I'll hold until Keyleth goes, and I won't move. I'll stay there. She's right beside
What
me.
action are you holding?
I will hold my movement.
Well, no, I mean, like, the movement gets used your turn regardless.
Oh, okay.
You just choose what action you want to hold as a trigger. So if something's going to happen, you would then use whatever your action is.
Oh, gotcha.
The movement you have to use now or it's lost.
Choose what she's gonna do? I'm so confused.
Well, like, you won't be able to move when she goes. You won't be able to do an action.
You're essentially-
because you're trapping yourself.
You see, I'm holding everything until
So
she
I
makes
make
a
a
door or
Impulse hit now, like, and you decide not to move, then the impulse loses the movement. So.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah,
I
can't really do anything.
Yeah. I don't move.
Wait, okay.
I decide to stand
Holding his
still.
action.
Yeah, but just to get through this portal, he's gonna have to move. It's a whole other turn.
Otherwise, I'm running down the hallway for no reason. I just don't move. I just stand there dumbfounded that Pike is naked and cut to shit.
Okay, that ends our turn.
Okay. I'm gonna reach over, put on my circlet in my nightgown,
Okay.
and I'm going to just kind of step out, look left to right. Okay. And then going off of kind of what Grog was saying, I'm just gonna walk behind Grog. I'm gonna do stone shape. I'm gonna blast a door into that wall. Blast a giant hole. Yeah.
All right. As you tear this wall open there,
Awesome.
it just kind of opens up before you, and you can see there's a little bit of what kind of pushed to the side because it's a little bit elevated from the place where you guys are, the roof area, but you force it upwards where it kind of bursts open and creates a slight ramp that leads up to what would be the roof of this part of Whitestone Castle, yes.
Okay. Cool. And then can I see Pike from where I am?
You can, yes.
I'm gonna look at her and give her a healing word. Just a level 1 healing word.
All right.
You are going to heal. Oh, it's not weight. I'm sorry. 6. So 7 points. Right?
I'll take it.
All right. And you still have a little movement if you want to use it.
I'll step back a little bit out of Grog's way.
Okay. There
Or
you go.
not that, like back towards you.
Okay, gotcha. So be there.
Sure,
Carson
yeah.
get.
So we can get by.
All right, cool. That brings us to Vax, your turn.
Grog.
No, but I
Oh,
can't.
no, you
I
can't do
do
anything?
No.
Oh, I thought he held it. Oh.
You didn't say you were holding an action for anything, so
I mean, I just wanted to move to the door when she made it.
I'll let you do it. You generally
So
don't.
what do I say? I hold a dash or I hold a movement?
So you hold a dash, you can do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I would like to hold it there.
So yeah, then you just go ahead.
We're still learning.
Hold a dash for
Hold the plank, teeny little bit.
Hold a dash for Keyleth's turn.
Hold a dash for Keyleth's
turn,
turn.
and then she moves in the area.
So
I didn't do my homework.
As it opens the window, you dash up and rush
Go.
under the rooftop, and there you can see across the way.
I give him like a little good game smack on the ass as he runs by.
No, he's got his normal clothes.
He's naked.
We're all
I only
naked.
sleep naked in Lady
A question, grabbing a weapon off the ground, that's a freebie, right? Is that a bonus in action? I feel like I think that's free.
As part of an action, you can.
Part of an action? All right, great. I'm going to cast, I'm going to thank the Raven Queen for my family and cast Lay on Hands on myself. Take back 5 hit points.
That's right.
I see Mythcarver on the ground. I'm going to grab it and use my movement to stand. And I also notice that we're flanking Hoda, so I'm going to sneak attack motherfucker up the back.
Just as a note, the way that the bonus attack works,
Yeah.
oh, this is with your haste ability.
Yeah, I'm hasted. The bonus action was... Oh, no, the action. Right. The action is for the spell.
Faded once you went unconscious.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
And it's
Because I have one action still.
Well, you have an action, and then you have your offhand strike. Offhand strike works as part of the attack action. If you use your action for anything else, you don't get the bonus attack.
So is picking something up not a free action? I thought picking up a weapon was a free action.
It's part of an action.
Part of an
Don't worry about it. It's fine. So,
I didn't even fall. No, do it the real way, man. I don't want any mulligans.
sorry, the idea would be is you don't get a free bonus attack with your action. It's whenever you're attacking, you then get to throw this in.
Let me ask you this, because if I understood that, I wouldn't have cast the spell. So I'm happy to just skip the spell.
Okay,
and
that's fine.
I see what you're saying.
It's part of the action economy. The idea is that it's because you're attacking with one, you give yourself an opening to get a quick strike with the other.
So it has to go with another attack. Now I understand. So if I understood, thank you. I'll take that.
more
one.
you know.
So now I'm going to stab him with Mythcarver to the back. Flanked.
Yes.
And flanked is an advantage, yeah?
No.
But ally nearby was not.
Technically, he's not flanked because the other ally is prone and is not currently threatening his face.
All right, that misses then. So I've used an action, but not the bonus action. So I'm going to disengage.
Okay.
And I'm going to dart back as far away from him as I can get.
Yep.
Dirt and dirt.
12. The boots are off. 6. Got it. Yeah, got it.
All right, there you go. That brings us. All right. As this point is waiting, come around this way. As you guys are all distracted at this point, turns around, takes a dagger.
Who? Another guy? Where'd he go from?
That's the one that ran
Oh,
that
he
way.
ran away.
It's fine.
That's yours?
This is sort of the the dash, disengage, dodge, the action economy. Earlier, I mean, even talking about like holding certain actions. Earlier, we were talking about that someone liked the multiple checks for disarming. I think that one thing that I really wish, I don't disagree with either of y'all. I really would like more. How would I say it? I mean, I don't want to just like glaze Pathfinder, you know what I'm saying? Especially because I haven't really played it, so I can't talk about it outside of theory, right? But I do like, in theory, the 3 action rule, essentially. And I think that multi-attack is kind of one of the worst, multi-attack is kind of like the biggest victim of all of this, of like the idea, and I would also say offhand attacking, of like the idea that you have to like do things in a certain order to proc other things, but you can't use these things unless you did the other things. It's all a very jumbled, sort of convoluted mess. And I think that it really plays into why people don't use the alternative combat actions like disengage, dodge, what have you. Even as a monk, most of the time I see monks use flurry of blows rather than dodge, sometimes a disengage, until they take mobile at level 5 and then level 4, and then no more disengage. And I like the implementation of, if you are using multi-attack, you can replace one of those attacks with one of those, non-standard combat actions. But the fact that you have to trigger the multi-attack to get that benefit, so you're like committing to doing multiple of those things, whether it's attack or not, and the fact that every class except for fighter is only getting 2 multi-attacks. And most of them are not even getting any multi-attacks. I think it really homogenizes combat a lot. One side of me just wishes there were more non-standard combat actions, but I think even before that, I wish that non-standard combat actions were easier to access than just like attacking. Because it is a very hard value proposition to not just attack on your turn. You need a real real benefit. It's sort of the same thing as like True Strike or Blade Ward. It's like, well, why would I spend my turn dodging unless I can guarantee that the enemies are going to try and hit me? Which I can only do if the DM like designed the arena in a certain way, because the vast majority of everything in D&D does not have access to any sort of taunt. So why would I dodge? Unless maybe I'm like a spellcaster doing like a concentration spell, I guess. Yeah. All in all, I think that marshals just need a little bit more reasonable optionality on their turn other than I attack. Even if they could trade in their movement. I think there are times constantly that marshals would love to trade their movement to be able to dodge or disengage or whatever. Or I guess not disengage in this case. Or grapple. I think marshals would love to trade their movement for grapple. But because movement's in its own separate corner, bonus actions are over there, actions are over there, there's none of this. It is so inflexible that you are basically forced to give up damage in order to do these other things, which I think really limits the amount of useful that they are. My action economy is actually pretty inspired by this one CR one shot in celebration of Zelda TOTK's release. Oh, interesting. Very, very interesting. Pathfinder 1E had something like bonus actions, though I think it had a different name, but you could trade down and use a bonus action for your action, which made it feel less weird. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Did you ever play DOS games? Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah. Yup. I don't even particularly care how I think that action economy is always going to have some issues. I just kind of no matter what system you use, I think there will always be weird cases. But I think in 5e specifically, siloing everything so hard and making everything just an action gives such little flexibility within the design space, honestly, as well as the actual play space. It's a very, very rigid system that I think puts a lot of shackles on creativity and variability and making it dynamic. Yeah. So I think if D&D was designed the exact same way with all of the same shit, but they had some sort of like conversion chart, kind of like how sorcerers have like a conversion chart for spell slots to spell points. If there was a conversion chart for in-combat stuff of like a bonus action and this many feet of movement equal an action equals this many bonus actions, it equals this many feet of movement, blah, 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 blah. If there was a conversion chart, I think it would be fine, honestly. I think it would be clunky as all hell, and that's a problem, but I think it would be better. Yeah. That's why I really like the weapon-based utility actions in BG3. They're awesome. They are awesome, but they still kind of run into the fundamental kind of issue. because they're just essentially using they're just spells. It's basically 4th edition. You know what I'm saying? They're just spells dressed up as weapon resources, which is good. Like I still like that, but it doesn't like address the underlying action economy. It does allow combat for marshals to be more dynamic, but we still run into the issue at the end of the day. One of the problems with marshals is that the options they have are generally very simple, obvious. What is the best option? Right. There are a lot. The amount of decision points that a marshal encounters in any given session compared to a caster is so much lower, which is not a fundamentally like having classes with varying degrees of like consistent decision points isn't a bad thing. Like having more decision points can be overwhelming, a la Druid. Druid has a metric fuck ton of decision points, and it is why it is one of the best classes in power wise, but also one of like the least new player friendly classes. So like, decision points aren't an inherently bad thing. The bad thing is when there is such a wide gulf between the two. And when it's like the fundamental design of spell casting rather than any specific class. Because it's not like a class thing. It is a fundamentally how are attacks versus spells designed. And I think, to be clear, I think it also is a bad thing for spellcasters, but that's an even deeper well. Yeah. Trading movement for a grapple once per long rest would be a nice ability. Yeah, absolutely. Something like that. I don't even need it to be once per long rest. Fuck it. Just let him do it. Why the fuck not? You know? I mean, I agree. It's an interesting ability if you want to keep the general design of 5e the same. But fucking just let him do it. Just let him do it all the time. That's what I would love. When they have no real choice, it's very limited. Where to use action surge is a real choice? Yeah, exactly. I agree. Yeah. Which one is the Electrum equivalent? No. As a longbow archer ranger, I'd love to be able to trade movement for an extra bonus action or another action. Absolutely. There's actually, speaking of BG3 weapon options, there's a great version of this in BG3. Where if you're wielding a heavy crossbow, or something like that. If you're wielding a heavy crossbow, you can like reduce your speed by 20 feet. And if you do, you gain some sort of benefit to your ranged attacks. And you can do it every turn. It's awesome. That sort of thing for marshals would be awesome. I'd really, really like something like that. I'd have to find what it is, but actions cost gold. Actions cost gold. Let's make it an NFT game. I think D&D like 5.24 should be an NFT game where you have to buy your actions and your classes. I think that's the real solution to all of this. I agree. Buy rules. Grapple gives advantage to others though. I don't believe so. Not raw. Are you thinking about like Tavern Brawler or something? Because grapple 5e, the condition just reduces your speed to 0. A grappled creature's speed becomes 0. It ends if it's incapacitated, and it ends if an effect removes the grapple. So, I mean, at base, grapple just reduces speed to 0. Now, there's other stuff you can do with that. You can then shove them into prone, which then gives advantage on melee attack rolls, but that takes 2 fucking actions. But no, grappled at base, all it does is affect the speed, which is not that crazy. Flashback to when gold and XP were the same thing. Yeah. Big flashback. Grapple gets mixed up with restrained a lot. Yeah. Once you go prone, you're in a WWE match. True. Yeah, I think there was like a 1D&D version of Tavern Brawler that like allowed you to restrain a grappled creature, but you had to like restrain both you and them, or maybe it wasn't even Tavern Brawler. Maybe it was just like a way that you could grapple. I don't remember, but yeah, I think it would be very, very cool if marshals had more and spellcasters, both of them. I wish that there was more flexibility in like the stuff that they could do.
By the way,
little shit.
By the way, the Whites don't got their shit.
Yeah,
It's all happening so fast.
Don't they stand on the wall? Don't they stand places?
It's movie night. They're all watching the sound of music. In the rec room.
That's a lot, man. They're on the wax.
Okay, this is all like 3 a.m. at Whitestone Castle right now. All right, so that being the case, the guard goes ahead and makes 2 dagger attacks, one at you, Percy, and one at you, Pike. That's 20, natural 20 against you, Percy.
Natural 20 against me. God damn it. Where's my goddamn, oh shit.
What do you mean? What?
No, it's okay, you roll a 1. So you take 6 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna try and grab it. I'm just trying to find my dagger for it. Yeah, I can't find my dagger for some reason.
Okay, that's going to be a 18 against you, Pike. I think that does hit you. Take 4 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
I think the snare glove is 1d8. It's been, I can't find my
20 actually.
1d10, that's
So you take, but because he hit you first.
I'm still alive.
You didn't? So anyway, that was 6 plus 34 points of piercing damage altogether.
Drop to 23.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Back to this.
Yeah,
That's
don't
right.
do that, don't do that.
No, I'm not thinking. There we go.
Alrighty. That finishes their turn. Vex, you're up.
Me?
Yes.
Okay, well, the wall just opened up. So I'm going to shout for Trinket to run after the assassin throwing the knives.
Okay.
And I'm going to run out the doorway and try to get... If I go up on my broom, will I be able to see them down in the courtyard?
From this perspective, no.
I mean, if I run out the door, right.
Door. It's on the broom.
Well, if I'm in the air, can I see down at...
You'd be able to from...
Guys, hands.
You'll be swell.
Right.
You've got the world on
A plate.
Yeah, so from up there, as you shoot out above, looking down, you can see where they lie in the battlefield there, yes.
I want to shoot the Rakshasa! Yes, I'm going to use my longbow disguise sentinel.
Alrighty.
Okay, I want to shoot the Rakshasa. Okay, I make an attack roll for 3 arrows. Okay, that's a good one. That is 31.
31?
Yes, is the first hit. 19 is the second.
That does it.
Nice.
And 22 is the third.
Okay. Just as a note, what's your alignment?
No, I'm neutral, chaotic neutral.
Okay, cool. Just checking. Alright, so go ahead and roll
Why? What does that mean?
I know what it means. I don't know what it means.
You do know what it means?
No.
Does that mean I do not as good damage to him or something?
Sorta.
Good. Darn it. Okay, wait.
That fucking smirk.
Sorta.
Hold on. So, okay, I'm just gonna roll the first attack because I'm stupid. Great. 12 for the first, because I forgot to Hunter's Mark because I'm a genius, because I'm just so worked up because my brother's in trouble.
That's per huge.
Gosh, darn it.
This shit ain't my fault.
As a note, your rage would have faded because you got no damage to this, but you also could have used your bonus action last turn to re-rage.
Which I totally whispered, but just not loud enough.
I figured.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're on point
You
today.
are omnipotent, my man.
9 for the second attack.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Oh, I haven't been adding for the bracers. Add 4 extra to what I told you.
Alrighty.
18 for the last.
Nice.
No, 20 for the last. I'm sorry, Matt. I'm freaking out.
Okay. So you rush up in the air, and these were with disadvantage on all the attack rolls because you're on your broom.
I swear I'll finish it eventually. I swear.
Go ahead and roll 3 more dice, and we'll see if I can get any of these. First one is
1.
first attack. Nope. And I need you to go ahead and roll a dexterity check.
Natural 20.
Okay, so you stay on the broom, you don't fall off.
Yeah, she's surfing on the pressure.
Roll,
The second one I already rolled is a 25 for the second, so the
Okay.
second attack works.
and roll again for the third one.
What's that? 20.
Okay,
21
so
for the last.
the last 2 still hit. So.
Okay, do I have to roll? Oh no, do I have to roll again?
No,
first
just for
attack?
sure.
They don't, you're
Okay.
fine. Essentially, you rushed up, you saw them, you took aim, but you almost fell off the side. The first arrow goes far. The other 2 that slid off, you managed to make their hit, but the first one does streak off into the sky. You right yourself back up on the broom. That's the end of your turn.
Wait, I get another attack.
You do just the first one.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll.
My second one, can I use my bonus action? Sorry.
No.
Not in between my 2 attacks?
Wait, what do you need support?
Hunter's Mark!
Okay.
So it's just a snake
I want to
bite.
shoot the Rakshasa!
Watch as you go ahead and
You!
has no effect.
Oh, that's right. He's a Rakshasa. He's an asshole.
Why is that?
No effect.
On tigers?
I don't know
Tigers
why.
resist
I've never actually fought one before.
No, I don't know why.
Tiger's
but
resistance?
He doesn't seem to be...
Tiger bomb?
It's the eye of the tiger.
Tiger
Yeah.
Try and focus your intent on attacking him, and yet it doesn't seem to find his form.
19 for the last, with disadvantage.
That does it. Disadvantage.
Okay.
For the last attack.
Okay.
Okay.
Like you're next.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't get any additional. So that's just 14.
Why don't you get any additional?
All
Because I
right.
don't get any storm damage.
So you point.
No, I didn't say that was through the, I didn't say that was through the flaming bowstring, did I? Because I was so distracted by the Hunter's Mark. Okay.
All right. That finishes your turn. Pike, you're up.
Okay, so I'm gonna
If I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Go for it.
Okay.
Hello?
5.
Yeah. Fifth, go for it. So 5d8.
I don't think I should get it.
Yep.
5, 6.
Perfect.
5d8.
Yeah, 5d8 plus 5.
20.
That's a lesser.
Yeah.
Okay, 21
So
points.
yourself 21 points. Alright, what else are you doing now?
And now,
So Trinket just ran around the corner and is now currently in the face of the assassin that just threw a blade at you.
Okay, great.
And the rest of the party's running through this hole.
how close can I get to the hole?
You can get about there.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to there.
Okay, so you run around that area there.
And then I'm going to create a spiritual weapon.
Okay.
So how far can I send it down to the Rakshasa?
You don't know where the Rakshasa is. You have
Don't know
no
where the
idea.
Rakshasa is.
No visual cue. You just see a hole in the stone wall that everyone's rushing through, and that's
Okay,
the
so I
most that
can't
you
see
know.
it. Okay, so you know what? Can I nix that?
Yeah, you can do that.
I'm gonna cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
So that will bring me up to, because I'm 13 right now with the shield.
Yes, that'll bring you to 15. So come down your concentration. Good call. Percy, you're up.
Can I see that jerk who just threw the knife at me?
No, he ducked around the corner and Trinket gave chase.
Okay, I'm gonna roll towards that corner as well.
This corner?
Yeah, I'm going that way.
Come around the corner that way, and you see now Trinket harrying the guy.
Oh, run, Steve Martin, run.
I'm taking some shots at him.
Go for it.
Sharpshooter.
Trinket instinctually ducks.
I will not hit Trinket. 24.
Hits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll do it. 25 points of damage.
Yeah.
Giant blast as one of his shoulders is blown back. You see a spatter of blood across the stairs behind him. He almost stumbles back into the stairs. Trinket's using this position to move even closer and snarl. He's feeling kind of closed off.
Taking another shot.
Go for it.
Sharpshooter. That's 19.
Hits. Go roll damage.
Yes. Hey! 24.
Dang.
Alrighty.
Another shot.
Consistent.
This one actually hits him right above the pectoral muscle and blows him back, now almost leaning against the stairs. These two big wounds right in the middle of his chest.
I think you'll probably have mercy on him, right?
Yeah, no, I'm actually gonna hire him. He's been great.
Be an intern?
Can't count when you do that. 24.
24?
24.
Alright, that hits.
Come on. That'll do. 18.
Jesus.
Kill him. Kill him.
6 plus 10.
Kill him.
I get a -5 to my attack.
Yeah, as soon as he's pulled back, the final shot you fire and it right through the floor. Yes! Eyes roll back as Trinket lunges and tears the throat out.
Yeah.
Keep running right by them up the hill.
Nice,
Running right up the
DiCaprio.
That's about as far as
Don't
He
even
starts. He just does the popping.
Wait, are all the assassins gone now or no?
You only saw two.
Give them ZP. You just killed one.
Mine's dead and yours is dead.
Okay.
We don't know about
So
it.
much of them.
I'm gonna we will get through this, chat. I believe in us. 221 is where the break starts. We're a decent chunk in. This probably is gonna be a long stream. An unexpectedly long stream. I kind of didn't expect to have so much to say about the combat because I usually don't. But, it's just happened that way this time. So, I'm going to take another quick break, give us all a cool down, go grab some water. Remember, hydrate or dehydrate. And I have to pee because I've been drinking so much water. So, I'll be right back. And then we're going to keep chugging. My plan? Still to do it all today. We'll see. If it goes too late or crazy long, maybe we won't. But that's my current plan. Do it all today still. So, I'll see you guys in a second. up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? Hello. What's up? What's the talking budget about to make his voice heal? Yeah, it's also ideally it's to keep up the pace of the stream. So I've been trying to get it back down to where it needs to be, but this might not be. It might not be viable for this one. We'll see. Thought they meant spoiler chat here. Oh yeah. No, it's in the Discord. No worries. I need this playlist. It is everything by Kevin MacLeod, tagged under the album Medieval-esque. That is the playlist. The Conclave has adjudicated. In the previous Rakshasa fight, we found out it was unaffected by certain lower spell levels. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I did not remember that. Interesting. Anyways. Playtime.
Oh man. All right, so that's Percy?
Yep.
All right.
Trinket's the best at killing dead
It's
hogs.
so good.
Everyone rushes in. Rakshasa kind of glares around.
No.
Oh, this motherfucker. This
Leave, don't do
motherfucker.
it.
We're still on the
No,
spells. We're still on the
no,
spells.
no.
It's just Scanlan and Vex down there. He's not intimidated.
I shot him.
He doesn't see us.
Got counter spell.
He doesn't know where it's coming.
A spell?
What's happening?
When you're a jet, you're a jet all the way. I don't know.
Doing math.
Righty.
It's like a beautiful mind moment.
He does
This is
want
what
to
it
join
feels like on this
Monica.
combat. This is what it's like on this combat. What do I do? Thank you.
You know there's a mathematical equation
Well,
for
he
your
reads
stripes.
thoughts, but he gets them backwards sometimes. Thinking about that.
There's a couple options here.
Oh shit, he's really thinking about this.
Scanlan would leader.
How many people will die instantly?
That's Russ.
If I set off a thermonuclear bomb in my pocket.
All right, so
It's Joey.
Potis first is going to go ahead and reach back and pull out. No, actually, no. Potis is going to look up at the creature that's on the broom.
Wait.
Looks at you and
No.
you'll do.
Oh no.
Right as the eye contact
my
hits
God,
you.
he's gonna
no.
put it in
As
here.
it's beginning to push into your head, I need you to go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw.
At advantage.
Is
for
it
the half
a
elf.
charm?
Yes,
Yeah,
half.
Eastern charm. You got
Advantage.
half elves.
Okay. Shish.
We're good.
One.
We're good.
And what is it? Wisdom? 18 plus 3 is 21.
21. All right, you resist the effect.
What was he doing? What was the effect?
Charm you, man.
It was.
What he did to me the last time we faced him.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Only half of us know how this fucker works.
Now he does not.
I don't know what he is.
Wait.
I wasn't there.
Was it just me and you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was just.
Yeah, we have no.
He's gonna go ahead and quite a ways away from you guys. You, I'd say because you're prone, you do get one attack opportunity on him. No, you drop a blade. Blade is not at the feet, so you can punch him if you want as he runs by.
If he runs away, I can cast a spell on him.
Yeah, Warcaster.
Prone. I'll let it happen. Sure.
Cast when you're in your back.
5 feet of you. I'll let you do it.
Well,
You
it's
wanna
not
do it?
the rule.
No. It's not against the rules. It's not against the rules. It's a weird connection between you're like on the ground after falling from the hub.
Yeah, I'm hurt, so maybe it wouldn't work.
But you see him running away, and you can still cast from the ground. So go for it. What do you want to cast?
Okay. Well, what I was going to cast before he ran away was Bigby's hand and try to grapple him.
Okay. So
Come on.
you create Bigby's hand. What level is Bigby's hand?
5.
Bigby's hand appears and rushes out, and the fingers pass through the Rakshasa.
No.
It twice more tries to reach out, and just the Rakshasa just shrugs it off like it's nothing.
What? Bigby, but the hand is still there. He didn't counterspell it. He's just
Right.
somehow immune to
Unaffected.
hand-based attacks. What if it were a foot? Would that have had the same effect?
One can only conjecture.
Shit.
It's the number of fingers, man. Just.
Well, then I flip him off with it, but the British way.
All right. That's gonna go ahead and end his turn.
Just like an uppy jerk.
Oh, I'm up. Well, that didn't work. So I guess I'll drop that. And instead, Jesus, what else can he resist? Fucking shit. How far is he from me?
Currently, he's about 40 feet from you.
Okay.
You can get up. You're currently prone still on the ground.
I'll use half my movement to get up, and I will stare daggers at him and cast Eye Bite against him.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just do one of these, and I'll sing at him. I'll sing, hey, Rakshasa, so put another arrow in his body, baby. Hey, Rakshasa, so come take the time and fight with me.
As he looks back at you as you're singing out loud and kind of just chuckles to himself. It has no effect.
But it was a good song.
It's a very good song.
Petition to Chris Perkins to rename it Rakshasa.
Shit, he's impervious to spells? How did that happen?
What level was it?
That's a 6th level spell.
Yeah.
You have like 2 more squares if you want.
Well, I guess I don't have a sword anymore. He picks it up, right?
Yep.
So I guess I will.
Hey, I'm in a lot of pain.
Oh yeah, that guy. Okay, I'll
big hit points.
I'll heal you again with a. I can only do a level 1 as a bonus action healing word, right?
Up to level 2.
Oh, then I'll do a level 2 healing word.
So 2d4 plus 5.
Ooh, 2d4 plus 5 and 5, or 2d4
No,
plus
just 5.
Well, that's shitty. It's 9 points again. I'll take it.
Better than nothing.
Yep.
Better than nothing. Alrighty, that ends Scanlan's turn. Grog, you're up.
Can I see them at all from the roof?
Yeah, you got up and you can see them all. There's whatever this creature is now in the distance. And you kind of like run back.
Sweet anus, reason to jump, and I jump off the roof into the corner.
Okay, you leap. It's a very, very small step down.
But I make it look like I landed really hard.
3-point landing.
Can I continue my movement in his direction as far as I can go? 50 feet.
50 is as far as you can get.
How far is he? Like another 20 feet away?
About 20 feet from you, yeah.
Can I attach the blood axe to my chain of returning and hurl it at the Rakshasa?
I'll say yeah. You being Grog, for the most part, you don't take your equipment too far from you.
Right, no.
You're in a comfortable situation.
Yeah, only in the House of Lady Favors do I let my beans hang out when I sleep.
Fair enough. So yeah, you do have the chain on you still.
beans.
Go ahead and just go ahead and throw the axe. Go ahead.
Reckless attack.
Okay.
Thank God. Not bad. 17.
17 does hit.
Oh,
Go ahead and roll damage on that.
9 plus 18. 6. That's 26 with 6 points of necrotic damage.
Nice. The axe slams into the tiger creature's chest. I'll come back for all.
No, no.
Do you want to pull the blade back?
Nope.
All right. I mean, it's on the ground next to it. It's not like jammed.
Oh yeah, I'll pull it back.
It's honorable. So go ahead and just roll your athletics check.
What is it?
Your raging, so you have advantage.
Oh, thank you. Same.
Athletics.
11.
You pull it back, and it streaks past you, scatters across the ground in its other direction. You haven't quite picked it up yet. You have to try and get
I meant to do that.
Yep.
It's 15. Cool move.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, it's 15. Sorry.
Oh, 15?
Yeah.
Then as you pull it back, no, not this day, Blood Axe. Come on. Right. Finish your turn, Grog. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay. I am going to move up. I guess my full movement.
So about there.
Okay. Okay. Roughly how far away is he from me now, the Rakshasa?
I'm eyeballing it right now. From best you can tell, he's about 60, 70 feet from you.
All right. Okay. 60, 70 feet. First things first, I'm going to cast a wall of stone. And what I want to kind of do is make it like a semicircle and wall him in with us.
Semicircle and wall you guys in?
Yep, wall him in with us. I don't want us to lose sight on him, but I want to kind of make it like a
Cup.
a cup. Yeah.
All ready? So, look around there.
Yep, all the way.
How long can you make the wall?
How long can I make the wall? I can make the wall.
Actually, on deck, by the way.
I can do 10, or sorry, if it's 3 inches thick, I can do 10 foot by
10 by 20.
20 foot panels. No, it doesn't really specify right now. 10, is it supposed to be 10? Okay, right. So I think that's about right.
I will pull this up.
Yeah, no, it's not a very descriptive.
It's not very descriptive. Okay.
6 inch thick and 10 foot panels.
Well, I want to do it 3 inches thick. I was going to create 10 foot by 20 foot panels early. It says the same damn thing in the book. You can create a span 20 feet.
So yeah, all right. So we'll say that's fine. You do a 3 inch wall there. 10 feet high?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
And now I'm going to do a bonus action, see if this works.
You know, I was doing a little bit of a test. After we had been in the confusion for a while, I was like, all right, if I can look it up and find the answer quicker, we're spending too much time on it. But they found the answer before I had a chance to get there. Or they didn't even find the answer, but Matt made a decision, which is good. Regardless of if it was the right one, if we're spending that much time, especially for something that isn't a super pivotal decision or ruling, like exactly how wide this wall is. Maybe it is crazy pivotal, and I'm, not grokking that, but I don't think that this will make or break the combat. So Matt saying like, okay, like you do it, and just kind of probably erring on the side of giving them a little bit of advantage on it, I think is the way to go. Matt is so fast at looking stuff up, it's crazy. I would guess, maybe he might just be a fucking speed reading demon. But I think he's pretty familiar with things at this point, so he just needs like a little bit of a refresher. But 10 foot by 20. And if you create a span greater than 20 feet in length. This is interesting because I don't see. It's one action. But how long can the actual wall be? Because it just says a point you choose. Range is 120 feet. Casting time, 1 action. Yeah, I don't see any, range any size requirements, which is crazy. So it's, yeah, if I was like reading through this, if I don't see like a number of panels or a size requirement, the thing about this is like each panel must be contiguous. Yeah, quick adjudications. Yeah, absolutely, Baronessa. I just meant like actually finding the literal page. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. There are a number of panels in its second. Oh, right here. I missed it because it's a word. But that makes sense. That makes sense to delineate. These are measurements, so they're numbers. It's 10 panels. 10 panels. And I'm assuming that it's 10 panels immediately. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, 10 panels. That makes sense. I do see a number of panels. I totally missed it. It makes sense why it's the word 10 instead of the number 10. Well, I mean, it's both the number 10, but it makes sense why it's spelled out versus numerically represented, because they want to draw a delineation between where they're using the numbers, like how they're considering them. But I totally read over it since it was that. How is the spell description that long? Wall of Stone really does feel like it should be really simple. I would have to like go over this all again, but like this whole like having the size is kind of interesting. I don't know. With the talking budget, I shouldn't go too deep into it, but that is kind of a weird one. Most relevant, Grace bug testers went crazy in the playtest. Yeah, probably. No, but that's not too crazy. But I like Matt. Whether or not Matt saw the 10, maybe he just saw it much quicker than I did. But regardless, I like how quickly he resolved it once he got involved. It's like, quick peek at it. Okay, I think it says this. Let's move on. Again, especially for something that's not going to be super critical. If this was like, we are blocking a tunnel against like a horde of zombies or something, that's a much more critical thing where you need to have an exact understanding of the spell. But for this, you know.
Okay, I have 60-foot range here, so I want to cast a Grasping Vine.
Grasping Vine is a 4th level spell. You can't do the bonus action the same turn. You do another.
That's right. Never mind. Then I'm gonna take a bonus action and Healing Word Vex.
Okay.
8 points. And then how far away am I from Vex?
You're about 25, 30 feet.
Okay, can I shout at him?
You may.
Like, Vex, is that Hotus?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Is what I said.
It's my turn.
It's your turn, Vex.
Okay, first thing I do is shout out Blades. I think Blades are the best way to go here, folks. And I'm gonna run at him.
Alrighty.
I think I should get there with 12. No.
No boots.
Oh, no boots. All right, I'll use I'll use the bonus action to dash.
Dash. Get right there.
And I'm going to try to grapple that fucking dick.
Go for it.
19.
I'm gonna grapple that dick so good. I'm gonna grapple that dick.
Grapple that dick. See, he is grappled.
Okay. And before my turn ends, I'm gonna pull him in and say, "Fool me once, motherfucker." And whoever steps in, steps in.
Okay. Good to know. Yeah, no, this is done. No turns for them. He's being slowly torn apart by trinket against the stairs. Vex, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna. Jeez Louise. I'm gonna fly down and land on the ground as my move.
Alrighty.
And I'm gonna shoot him with my blazing bowstring.
Go for it.
Blazing bowstring. 22.
That hits.
All right. 15. Nice. Is 21 on the first attack.
21 damage already.
And I get to use blazing bowstring again because I get it twice.
You do.
Get it?
Go for the next attack.
That is 26.
That hits, yeah. Sure.
15 on the second. Bracers?
Alrighty.
Ah, shit. Add 4 to that. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole.
No, it's all good. You said issues. Alrighty. So both arrows slam, burst of flame. And it's now starting to like look even more rough and ragged. The fire's kind of curling up the side of the robe.
And I yell, "What's a HOTUS?"
Alright, Pike, you're up.
Okay. I would like to get to the window and jump out.
The hole in the wall, you mean?
The hole in the wall. I have my celestial shield, so I'm going to cast Featherfall on myself.
Okay. But this actually, to climb up, this isn't a window. This is an opening in the wall that Keyleth made of stone shape.
I made like a ramp with the rubble.
Small,
She made a ramp, so we need to do it.
So you get up, and as far as you can get this turn is to, unless you want to go full movement, you'll not be able to make it all the way up the ramp and still do something. So.
Can I use my sprinter's boots?
You can, actually. Yes, you can.
So, but I'm still up on the ramp. Can I still be hidden then? I'll stay right there.
Yeah, so you come out onto the roof, and you jump down like a small 5 foot, and you're on the roof now. Moonlight coming down, somewhat cloudy spotted sky. In the distance, you see everyone rushing towards some sort of entity that's kind of walled in by a stone wall. It's currently up in the face of Vax. So you saw your action right now.
Okay. Do I have a clear shot to use, where did it go? Flame Strike at 7th level.
You do. On 7th level?
Ah.
The music is gone.
Oh no.
Oh, it's coming, don't worry.
That's awesome.
Oh no.
That's called the Rakshasa Blues. Coming up next.
Input's functional, but we'll just make the music as we go. Yeah. All right, so at a 7th level Flame Strike, that'll be putting 10d6 damage. Let's see. It's a natural 1, but it does have advantage on saving throws against spells. That will
I can hear music, it's just really quiet.
Oh, yeah, I can hear it.
I like Darth
Oh, there we go. Oh, you were doing something to it.
It's coming, isn't it?
It's coming.
That will, what's the DC of your spell? That'll be an 18 spell DC.
18.
Yeah, so it does save, so it takes half damage. Go ahead and roll 10d6.
Damn. Okay, 6. 8. 9. 14. 18. 19. 22. I rolled 10.
Oh.
22. 28.
I'm watching the Olympics. 5 9s, 5 8, 6 1.
I don't even know what that means. Okay, so 45.
45 halves, 22 points of fire and bludgeoning damage through that. How do you want to do this?
Oh, shit! Oh my god! Are you serious? What?
Oh, there we are.
I killed the Rakshasa!
How do you want to do this?
Good girl.
I'm so shocked, I don't know. Okay, oh man, can the flame strike just go through his body and then just burst in like a
Bursting a poof. So, as you turn the corner, seeing all your friends charging toward this creature, knowing the fear that you heard in Vax's voice earlier, the burning rage of vengeance burns beneath your skin, and as you
exposed skin,
you're mostly exposed skin.
My non-hairy skin.
You grab your holy symbol, drop the shield, and bring your arm up like this. As you do, the Rakshasa before you all of a sudden goes. You can see
I'm gonna let go of him now.
He's kind of breaks to his exterior. These strange glowing infernal cracks comes by.
I will return.
Yeah, we'll see you next time, shitface.
Detonates with a column of fire that's bursting out of the ground from the body. You can see shattering burned bits of Rakshasa flesh flying across the entire exterior of the castle as this column, 20, 30, 40 feet up, just streaks out of the top of the castle, lighting up the vicinity of Whitestone. As it slowly subsides, there's nothing but a pile of ash left where Hotus was.
Yes!
Yeah,
What?
that was sweet!
What the fuck was that?
So I think I understand. You have to be naked to cast spells on it.
That's it. That's how we did it last time. No.
What's that? What is this?
I'm gonna finish running up to the west tower to
Trinket is slowly realizing nobody's around him. I just hold my shield over my body.
I think we might need to have a discussion with Vanessa at some point for not alerting us to the fact that this is
Those things come back.
an ongoing
Problem.
contract.
I'll run over and I give Pike a fancy robe out of it.
We watched him die. Who,
I
Hotus?
stuck a knife through his throat and slit the front of it.
You've killed it before?
Yes.
So he comes
Remember
back?
when we split up for the Slayer's Stake?
Yeah.
He was our contract.
Oh.
Right.
Didn't finish him off, did you?
No, Vax and I...
Yeah, definitely lower the speed now. I'm gonna wait. Because they are obviously going to have lots of conversation about this. So I'm going to wait. I'm gonna wait.
I watched him die.
Like, die or like he fell?
And then you walked
Soap opera
away.
death?
I slit his throat.
Slit his throat.
And exploded blood all over the ground underneath his
Yes.
big smile I gave him.
I got blood all over the
That's
place.
pretty dead.
Yeah.
So he's like a vampire.
I think we need to talk to Vanessa, like you said. Yeah.
I am
there any
alerting the
blood-bit-
guards, and I am yelling through the hallways to lock down
At
the
this
city.
point, guards start coming up.
Good job, guys.
Down,
Hey, guys.
shoot,
Totally on
search
it.
every.
Hey.
We don't know we got everybody. Lock down. Keep looking.
Yes, beyond that, there are assassins running around, which was not part of the contract before. Just throwing
I
that
fly
out
up on the broom and try to spot anybody on the ground that, looks dangerous.
Can I look at Vax and ask him what he's wearing?
This is a
bloody
beautiful, bloodied. It's a robe. It's a beautiful.
Oh,
it's like brown.
The beating on
Thought
it
it was
is
silver.
gorgeous.
Can I check the robe?
No. Look at it. It's brown. It's brown. It's earthy.
Matt said it was silver the last game.
Yeah, but now look at it. Can't you see with your eyes? This is brown.
Portions of it are brown now due to the blood that has kind of seeped into the various stab wounds that he suffered.
You know, I don't want to wear this. I'm a little confused right now. I think I need to.
What happened?
Yeah, how did that happen?
What happened?
As you attempt to take the robe off, you feel like the strength sapped from your body.
I know.
You're like, ugh. And the more you try and pull it off, the more and more you start to feel like it's pulling the breath out of your lungs.
What? Did I try to rip it off of him?
No, wait. Let's figure out what's going on.
Do I see anything? Can I land? Do I see anything?
Maybe a perception check.
Wait, stop. Everyone stop. That thing came to me disguised as Gilmore. He told me he wanted to talk. We went for a walk. He gave me this. Full disclosure, we all know he's fucking sweet on me. We went for a stroll, and then he turned into whatever he is, and he fucking stabbed me in the gut.
Wait, but
The guards scattered about the castle.
Wait, and you're like...
Gilmore gave you the
I'm
robe?
walking out now.
No, he was disguised.
The Rakshasa can like shape shift and
He's a
he
skin
can
changer.
teleport and he can do all sorts of shifty things.
We need to find him. We need to find Gilmore, and we need to find Laura now.
Everyone get looking.
Hang on. I go up to Vax and I cast Dispel Magic as I try and pull off the robe.
Okay.
It stings, I think.
Go ahead and make a. Go ahead and roll a d20, and add 5 to your, or 6 for your wisdom.
Add 6 to my wisdom?
Add 6 to the roll from your wisdom.
Oh, add 6 to the roll from my wisdom. Oh, adding my wisdom, my modifier. Right, 14.
14. As you cast this, I start pulling the robe back. You feel like someone's pulling the skin off your body.
Oh God! Look at me!
You suffer 12 points of damage, as it feels like someone's.
I've got a plan. I've got a plan.
Wait, does it come off?
Does it come off?
I've got a plan.
It doesn't come off.
I pulled it off.
Oh no! I'm grabbing Vex. Vex with me. Everyone, start searching. Tell them that we're going to need a healer downstairs, and I'm going to take him. We're going to head
Wait,
towards.
did you say me or him?
I'm taking both of you because I'm not carrying him along because he's heavy.
Oh, he's actually quite light.
I'm lighter than my sister.
I have a strength of 12. It's not like there's not a lot I can do.
Oh no, I'm serious. Don't. I'm really not
I'm
strong.
going to try and drag him down towards the pit with the orb of death.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Are there any pieces of the Rakshasa left?
Some crunches.
Burned tiny chunks in ash.
No, that's it.
It was a full.
Nuclear.
We're talking an end of Matrix style Agent Smith scattering. It was.
Boost.
Scanlan, will you grab that dagger off the ground for me?
What dagger?
His dagger, the dagger. No, I've got your sword, and I toss it as we get dragged off. The dagger, get the dagger for
grab
me.
the dagger. I'm
I
coming.
like them.
I go and I look for Laura and Gilmore
Yes, let them know what's going on.
while they do that.
Okay, so you go ahead and take Max and Vex down towards the ziggurat.
As we walk, just make sure if you start to feel strange as we go down there, let us know, and we'll slowly inch towards the effects of it. I want to see.
Why I didn't even
You know
bother
what?
to take it off.
At least it doesn't smell as
You know what? I didn't even consider. I talked about the Mad Eye Moody possibility. I didn't even consider that Gilmore might be here. He might just, like, every other instance of Gilmore that we have seen is Gilmore. It was just that he wasn't the one that came and got Vex. I honestly didn't even consider that. That, like, everything else might have been real Gilmore. And it might have just been, like, this one interaction that is Rakshasa. Maybe. Which, in that case, I don't think the foreshadowing matters. Ooh, I don't know. We're going to have to see. I'm a little nervous about the concept of an immortal assassin that always comes back. However, not saying it's bad. I'm just nervous about it. Because this seems like fodder to make them as paranoid as me. About every NPC that they meet. Every NPC might be the Rakshasa. And I don't think that would be good. But it is kind of interesting if there's a way to stop the Rakshasa from coming back, or to make to actually kill it in a way that it cannot resurrect. Like, if that's the case, And like that is something that like Matt has planned, even if Matt doesn't know the exact mechanism yet. As long as that is in the cards, I think we're fine. So that's what I say. I need to see. But I feel like they might not talk about it immediately, so I just wanted to get that out of my head. And we'll see if they address it. I feel like they're going to address some things in some aspect. I just don't know how long it's going to take.
Bad as your feathers.
That's so true.
I'd like to follow.
Oh, also, everyone always jokes about giving someone a cursed item. This is the only time I've seen it work in practice that easily. It really did work so easily. I mean, shapeshifters are a contrivance that allow a lot of really interesting things. And depending on how you use them, they can also do a lot to push your plot forward. I think that they are a doppelgangers in general, or shape changers, whatever you want to call it. Shape changers in general are a really, really flexible and high potential like plot contrivance. That said, they are also risky. They have an inherent risk factor in their reveal not being interesting, not being cool, and feeling really fucking bad to the players. I don't think that was the case here. I think that Matt handled this entire situation, at least from what I know so far, pretty well. Really well. The evaluation might change depending on new information, but right now I'm evaluating it really well. But there are a lot of ways to handle it worse. But this is one of the things is like the ability for a shape changer to interact with a PC in a trusting way is a huge opportunity for the DM to do some things and to execute some plot beats that are otherwise probably impossible. Vax is never putting on a robe handed to him by a random new NPC. He's just not doing it. But he'll accept it from Gilmore, obviously. So I think that there's, like I said, a lot of potential, really, really, really high ceiling of like good potential that you can get out of like a doppelganger, or I keep saying doppelganger, a shape changer type setup or a changeling. But there are a lot of ways this could have gone way worse. A lot of ways that you can do it to where the PCs feel like very tricked, very lied to, and not in a fun way. So I love having NPCs lie to my PCs, but the moment you start doing that, which I think you should experiment with, I think it can really open up possibilities, but it can also lead to some bad feelings if it's not handled carefully. Vax's sensitivity and wanting to connect to people lines up with Liam's desire to yes and roleplay. Yeah, it totally does. Yeah. I do like how many questions this setup begs the Rakshasa. At the very least, seems to have watched them long enough to know that Vax would trust Gilmore. How much else does he know? I know. It really does. It begs a lot of questions. And that's the risk factor, are the questions that it begs good ones? Are they interesting? And this sort of goes into, I've talked about my hesitance with back characterizing characters. So like really heavily characterizing like an NPC from a character's backstory in a way that the player may not have signed up for, It might characterize, like if I characterize someone that the character thinks is a good person, if I then make them secretly evil, I have now characterized that character not necessarily as oblivious, but I have established that they never realized that backstory NPC was evil. I've characterized that they never picked up on it, and that is a characterization of the character that I'm imposing on them. Now, I think I'm a little bit too afraid of doing that, honestly. I think it's not as bad as I sometimes fear that it is. But shape changers can beg similar questions, and they can impose similar characterizations of, if this Rakshasa has been Gilmore for any amount of time beyond this one interaction with it, was Matt only using their passives, and their passives just weren't high enough to detect it? What were there any signs? Were there any foreshadowing, or were they never going to be able to detect it? You know, it starts to beg some questions that may lean away from player agency. So personally, I'm hoping that this was the only time that they interacted with a fake Gilmore. Because I think that begs the least bad questions. If we find out that this has been Gilmore, the longer that it's been Gilmore, the more it characterizes the party as a touch oblivious to an extent. Or it starts to beg the question of, well, would we ever have been able to see through the disguise if it didn't let us? And then that's where you can either just get bad player feelings, or you can get extreme paranoia of, if Gilmore has been like this for, let's just say, since the beginning of the stream game even, and we never noticed, and we ostensibly never even had a chance to notice, who else is a Rakshasa? You know, anyone could be a Rakshasa. It puts a barrier of trust between even the most trusted NPCs, which I don't think would be an overall good thing for the campaign. So we'll see. That's why I wanted to get all these thoughts out of my head, but they are all very dependent on what we learn from here. I think Rakshasa has some psychic abilities. Maybe. I mean, I don't think Shape Changer explicitly implies that, but that could be something that Matt added. That could be something that is part of the Rakshasa stat block I'm unaware of. But in general, again, like before, we can't use, even if we did have the meta knowledge that the Rakshasa did have some psychic abilities, that can't be used as validity to how something is employed within the campaign, because the players don't know that. Regardless of what we may or may not know, or what may or may not be true, because Matt could always change things. The players don't know that. So it can't be an explanation for anything. Reminds me of How to Be a Great GM video I once watched, where guy was like, yeah, so be careful about betrayals, because I used to really overuse them, and it gave my PCs chronic mistrust. Yes, exactly. A betrayal can be incredible. A betrayal can be an absolutely incredible moment that can be the highlight of a campaign. But if they are employed poorly, they can absolutely fuck up the tone of a campaign. You know what I'm saying? It can absolutely decimate the tone of a campaign. And it's a very similar thing with a shape changer, where it can be so cool. Obviously, it's stuck in my brain. It's stuck in all of y'all's brains, this betrayal by Gilmore, quote unquote. But you have to weigh the impact of the moment versus the rest of the campaign, and weigh those two effects. My GM made a joke that we were too untrusting of NPCs, and I had to explain this is just how suspicious I would be if I lived in D&D. Potentially. I mean, that is partially just like a tone at the table thing. That's also partially on them to give you reasons to trust people. Yeah. Your thing isn't wrong since it's a subjective, but since nobody else in town noticed, including high-profile customers, I'd say it does more to characterize the Rakshasa as god-tier deception. Yes, it does, but if there is god-tier deception, then there could be god-tier deception anywhere. And this is a enemy that this party, like 3 levels ago, could take down if they saw through its deception. So it's not even like a dragon situation where there's a contrivance for why there aren't a million of them running around. It's a I see what you're saying about it not necessarily characterizing the characters, which is fair. I think that's a fair point. But it doesn't change the unfortunate fact that it still presents a risk factor for like the rest of the campaign, if that is the truth. You know? I feel like the balance around this shape changer scenario is pretty good. I would believe that VM would be fooled for a bit. They have a lot going on. They don't know Gilmore that well on a daily basis, which we'll have to see. That's why I'm saying that it really depends on how the length of time of which they've been exposed to the Rakshasa. The longer that time period is, the more powerful the implied deception is, and the bigger of a risk that is later. You know. Yeah, I think the first scene of the betrayal and a compilation of the greatest CR moments. Yeah. If this is a nice NPC is going to sell us out to the BBG, then any nice P is going to sell us out? They could, yeah. So you can never trust an NPC, and that takes an entire, like, side of roleplay. Not off the table, but it lowers it. There can be god tier deception anywhere because enchantment magic. Yeah. Daniel's right. Don't get me started on enchantment magic. But these are to not get too deep into it. You are right, Sarah. That is the ultimate problem. The ultimate problem of D&D is that the resources that the players have access to, if they are truly wielded against them by the world at any amount of regularity, it is a world that you cannot trust anyone. You cannot trust your own reality. You cannot trust anything you see. And that's not fun. That like level of hypervigilance and suspicion is going to slow things down and restrict the amount of interesting things that the DM can do. So it is on the DM to make the players feel as though they are not under constant threat. They are not under constant threat of being tricked. I think to play D&D, you have to basically pretend to ignore things a lot. I think yes. Yes and no. There has to be a mental agreement between the players of, yes, it is theoretically possible that anyone we meet is a shapeshifter, but I am going to pretend that that is not the case unless the DM doesn't allow me to pretend. That's the tipping point. Is I can pretend to ignore that I might be I can ignore the fact that I might be walking into hallucinatory terrain constantly. But it is on the DM to make that suspension of disbelief possible for me. Because if the DM presents me with so many things that suspension of disbelief is no longer possible, then we get into a bad scenario. Yeah. Which is the same thing with the betrayal of the NPCs. You know that any NPC could betray you. Any person in real life could betray you at any point. But we ignore that as a person, as a real life person, and as a character. Unless it happens so often that we can't anymore. That really is the thing. And so that is something we have to weigh as DMs when we put in these subversions and these lies and these deceptions, is that we can't deceive so often that players cannot ignore the possibility of deception.
Life's not that bad. Life's not that bad.
Yeah, but your smell is.
I'll go too, but yeah, just as security.
You're them?
Yes.
All right, so you guys all make your way down. As you're going through the castle, it's an utter chaos now. All the guards who have, in what basically was about 20 to 30 seconds of action since the moment of actual shouting at the top of the tower, the reaction time would be great if it wasn't such a short window they had to get up there, and you guys were right in the thick of it.
As I'm looking for...
More trained than these soldiers.
As I'm looking for Gilmore and Alora, I'm alerting the guards of the visuals of the assailants as I go through.
Okay, and the guards begin to continue pushing around. You can see now lights are starting to come on in the town. You guys make your way down into the subterranean tunnels under Whitestone, where the ziggurat is. You can see it once again, the large pyramid-like structure.
I cast. No, never mind. I'll hold off. Just keep walking.
Okay, you make your way into the central chamber. It has a number of fire-based braziers that are set in there now for light. That are just general fire, but a lot of them burn on embers, so it's very, very low light in this area. You can barely see anything in here. You guys make your way inside the room. It's cold, it's dank, it's not a very comfortable atmosphere.
Very gently.
I'll do it.
All right.
I'll do it.
This doesn't work. We can try something else.
What are you doing?
Hold on. We're close enough that magic has no effect.
Wait.
Yes?
Potentially.
I'll cast Mage Hand to slap Percy in the face. No effect. Okay, we're good.
All right. I'm gonna just peel it slowly. I'm not gonna rip it off like these assholes.
It pulls back with no issue.
Hey, get that shit off.
Throw it in the orb.
Don't
somebody give him
throw it in the orb.
Put on, Grog, do you have any more fancy robes?
I'm just gonna throw it.
Nope, all out.
Put it on the ground. We'll deal with it. We're not.
Great example of why I like I can very broadly categorize it as places of power, which is I've talked about this in the past. I like ley lines. I like that sort of thing. I like localized power. But you can also think about that as like regions where very specific, essentially, not rule breaking, but there are specific effects that are non-standard or non-typical. Because then they can be played around and utilized by clever PCs. So an anti-magic zone can be played around by both adversaries and PCs. In this case, they used it extremely to their advantage, but when it was first introduced, it nearly fucking killed one of them. And so I love that. I love areas. I like wild magic zones, no magic zones, enhanced magic zones, haste zones, where everyone's moving fucking at the speed of sound. I like all that sort of shit because it is the players have agency on whether or not they interact with it, which I think is very cool. Have I read The Raven Boys? I have not. I have not read The Raven Boys, no. Yeah. Such a cool curse, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is. I agree. And that was a good time to remind. This is where Gilmore greeted them last episode. Yeah, in this room, because he was with Realmseer. Eskel. Right. Is that the first time that they saw Gilmore here? I remember another chatter, I think it was Raven, bringing it up earlier of like, do you remember where they first met Gilmore? And I didn't at first, but now that you say it, yeah, Gilmore and Realmseer Eskel were down here looking at the orb, and then they went upstairs. I do remember that now. Interesting. Either way, yeah, that all that is to say, I like localized magic zones. I think they're cool. And I think that they are more dynamic than maybe like individualized curses just like placed on a person that just like follows them around. Now I still like cursed items, but those are different. I really, really rarely directly curse my players of just like this curse is fucking tied to your soul. I either curse areas or objects because they can be interacted with in more dynamic ways.
Not leaving it here.
Well, just cover up your bits with it, maybe.
We're looking almost exactly
I don't have
the
any
same.
dangly bits. I'm sorry to tell you.
Minus that one thing. We are so close.
3 things.
Yeah, a couple of things.
Yeah, but still.
I do have one other fancy robe.
Give him a fancy robe, Grog. Grog,
Yes.
for my sake.
All right, last fancy robe to back.
Will the bag of holding work down here?
No.
Shush, you fucker.
Oh shit.
Reach into the bag of holding, and it's just an empty satchel.
Yeah, there's no bag of holding in here.
Well,
so why don't we go upstairs now that it's off, and we'll leave it here, and I'll be the last to leave with it.
Wait.
Go up
why
the
are you
stairs.
keeping it, Percy?
Because I'm not sure destroying it in here is the best idea, and I'm not sure if destroying it is going to damage him. So we're going to be careful.
aren't there like acid pools down here and stuff?
It's not a terrible idea, but we should.
Oh, that's right. That's where you're
Percy's
going.
gone when.
But not near here. Not
Let's just very gently. We don't know what that is yet, so let's very gently get you out of the orb's influence, and then we'll remove it out of the orb's influence, and we'll see if there's a problem.
I walk proudly and naked out of the fucking ziggurat.
I was gonna ask.
All right.
I pick up the cloak and move it just outside the orb's influence to see if it has any effect.
Okay. As you pull it beyond the perimeter of what you've come to mark,
Ready to throw it
it
back.
is marked, by the way, through the research of Allura and the folks that have been here for a while. There is a specific mark in the hallway to where that barrier begins.
Just gingerly start to put it forward, watching him.
No noticeable effect.
All right.
Nothing?
Seems all right. I'm going to slowly walk away from it. Yeah, slowly bring it out of the influence of the sphere.
Okay.
Does that mean we should take it back in and chop it up so
I
nobody
think we
else
should
gets done?
have someone look at it first.
No, we could use it as a weapon.
Or we could destroy it properly, one or the other.
Probably a good idea. Should I check the bag of holding now?
Yeah, look at it.
Can I reach in for a fancy robe?
Yeah, pull out a fancy robe.
Oh,
Awesome.
good.
I wind it up like a towel and I smack backs on the ass super hard.
Fucking hell, I don't even roll for it.
Bare ass. Bare ass. Like, I get it really good. Like, what?
Grog.
Yep.
Brother, I'm so happy to be alive.
Yeah, me too. Here you go.
Woo. Wait, is this the one?
No, it's a fancy robe. It's just a regular robe.
You sure?
Yes.
Yeah, put it on, Fondo.
The fear of robes is now.
I am carrying the robe. I'm carrying the robe on bag news like a stink rag at this point.
Okay. While this is happening, you make your way down. Allura, Gilmore, they weren't staying in the castle. They were staying on the north side of the town.
As I walk towards them, I also want to go ahead and do a skyrite and throw up a skyrite of just like, once again, the Dorolo crest, just alerting people.
Okay. And you do see there are lights coming on in the town, and people are, guards are now going out through the streets and going through buildings searching for individuals that match the description you're at. As you make your way towards Gilmore's home, you hear what sounds like a loud, heavy thud. Another one. It sounds like a crash of glass.
Take off, run. Oh, she's by herself.
Yeah, by herself.
Okay. I'm gonna cast polymorph on myself,
Okay.
and I'm going to go as a mouse.
Now, wild shape or polymorph?
Polymorph.
Okay. You turn into a tiny little mouse.
And I want to kind of crawl. Can I crawl? I fit it through the door.
Yep, you skirt under the door. The first thing you notice now is there is a bookcase that is shattered, and there is a figure slumped in the corner where the table is broken. There's a little bit of light from a lantern that's been knocked over that's starting to catch fire on the curtains. And as the light from the flames begin to pick up, you can see the figure that was off to the side suddenly lifts up in the air. And you now see there, held aloft, what looks to be a humanoid wearing dark leathers, a cloak and a hood, being held about 4 feet in the air, tense up. Walking out of the next room, you see Gilmore in kind of disarray, a little bit of blood streaking down the forehead there, sweaty in the face with his arm out.
Ooh.
And she goes,
Yeah.
"What did you say?" That's what I thought. And he closes his hand, and you watch the figure just flesh. And you can see as it slowly twists, it's like squeezing water out of a towel, just blood. And then he releases his fingers, and the figure falls limp on the ground like a crushed doll.
I drop polymorph.
Good.
But it's okay. It's me, Keyleth. Sorry.
Not the night to be doing that.
I
to me.
know.
I need a drink.
Gilmore, Rakshasa, in the town. pretending to be you, trying to kill Vax.
But now,
Yes! Also, a bunch of fucking assassins.
grabs you by the arm.
Yeah.
And just there's a rush of air and a sparkle of purplish blue energy as you guys are walking through the tunnel. All of a sudden, poof, with a flash of light, you see standing before you in the tunnel Keyleth and a very harried Gilmore.
I found Gilmore. I found him.
I pull out my weapons.
We're killing this one?
No, it's real Gilmore. Real Gilmore.
Hi. I'm glad to see you're all right. Wasn't expecting it to be my birthday as well.
Oh, I'm still here. Oh, I'm still here.
Vax, quick!
Hey,
Vax,
let's
quick!
look at the backside instead. This is a little awkward.
Vax, ask him a question that only Gilmore would know the answer to.
Oh, shh. What did I tell you in that tavern the other night? A couple of months ago, I guess. What did I tell you?
Do you remember?
Yeah, I do.
And you see now he's like breathing heavy. He's been a little winded. You can see, and his eyes are excited to see you for multiple reasons, but excited to see that you're alive. But as you ask him this question, you see his demeanor kind of darkens a little. And did you had interests elsewhere?
Yeah, that's Gilmore.
As he says this, I just do a little cantrip fog cloud around Vax's pretties. Just a little floating fog cloud.
not my hair,
cloud
not my hair.
right around your waistline.
A little tutu.
A little tutu. A little smoky tutu. A little sensor bar.
It's like a pig pen.
Yeah.
Anime bathhouse.
Let it go. I wanted to walk naked.
It's been a shit night. Who wants to get a drink?
Well, wait.
Everyone could really go for some
Gilmore.
heavy alcohol.
Where's Alora? Where's Alora?
I don't know. I
Gilmore, if they were after us and they were after you, they were probably also after Alora. We need to make sure that everyone on the council is okay.
Zara. Kashaw.
All of them.
Let's go search, and then we shall drink. Nevertheless, and Gilmore kind of steps into the fog cloud, and just drapes his arms around your neck and pulls you in like deep into his shoulder. And as he holds you really close, just kind of whispers, "I'm glad you're all right." Don't say anything. Then let's go.
I picked the dialogue choice in the Telltale Game where I say,
I don't know.
I'll say nothing.
He pulls back with a smile and kind of reads you.
Gilmore, remember that.
Kind of gives a nod of understanding and takes a step back. I'm sorry.
No.
Let's go make sure that everyone else is all right. Come, follow me. He turns around and goes into a jovial jog. You guys make your way up back to the castle. Kashaw and Zara are both fine. You come to them and find that their room was not disturbed. As neither of them were in the... Actually, no, Kashaw was.
Where was Kashaw?
You fought the Rakshasa to begin with.
Yeah, no, so there was... You do come to the point where there are now a bunch of guards swarmed around the outside of Kashaw's room. As you kind of push past, there is blood everywhere. Everywhere. On the walls, the ceiling, the floor, across the bed.
Awesome.
And you see just sitting on the edge of the bed, spear in hand, shield kind of tossed to the side, also covered in bits of viscera. Kashaw, who's just currently leaning against the edge.
What's up, Stink Eye?
They knew better, right?
How
What else was gonna happen?
How many were there?
Well, it's just one.
Cool.
We're grabbing a drink, Kashaw.
I'll take a shower first. But then a drink.
I grab him real fast and I say, it was Otis, the Rakshasa. Remember from the Slayer's tank?
That was it, cats.
I put out my hand and say, I've heard a lot about you. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I have a robe. I'm dressed.
We'll say he kind of closes the front a little bit.
It's probably way too large for you.
A deep V.
Right. Nice to meet you too. I don't normally dress like this either, so don't worry.
I dress like this all the time.
I like you. And he walks out and kind of, I'll meet you guys in a minute. And goes off to clean himself up. Zara's fine, there's been no attack on Zara.
Sandra?
Yeah, just split up, I guess.
Let's all meet in the sitting room in 10 minutes. So let's just have anybody on the council meet there in 10 minutes. We'll send word to the guards. They'll get everybody where they need to be. If anything's out of sort, it'll be instantly reported to us.
I want to go get my shit.
I want to put on my armor.
Also getting my shit. Go.
I'm gonna
And then go find Zara.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for Alora.
I'll go for Cassandra with you because I don't trust that bitch.
All right. You guys gather your stuff. At this time, Cassandra's awake, and she's actually in the process of dealing with the guards that are coming back with information. They've sweeping parts of the town, haven't found anyone else. There's been no real, no real follow-up to any other figures that have been found beyond the few select individuals. And it's at this time, as you guys gather your stuff and begin to head back out, that Allura comes into the front of the castle now. She comes in, hair kind of tossed, and she looks a little frazzled. Is everyone all right?
Yes, Kima, is she all right?
Just over her shoulder, and you see Kima come walking in, wearing what looks like a long nightshirt, kind of her maul over her hand and dragging behind by the foot what looks to be a mostly mashed face of one of the assassins that find its way into their home, dragging a long trail. No, not alive at all. The head is caved in, and there's a long trail of crimson that leads all the way down the walkway, down the footpath of the castle, and disappears just towards the base of the walkway at the north side of Whitestone. And kind of throws him, tumbles onto the ground, smears a bit across the stonework.
Splat.
Good work.
You too. See the rest of you guys at least seem to be okay.
Yeah.
Who did get attacked, out of curiosity? What happened to yours?
His assassin came through my window.
Where did
Did you kill him?
Yeah, well, actually, I don't know. I shoved him out the window. He might still be alive.
I'm going to turn to a guard and say, search underneath the window of that bedroom. Anything you find, look carefully. Find a body. If you don't find a body, find a trail. Good work.
Yeah.
Windows are good.
What do Rakshas typically hire people? Is this, where do they come from? Do they come with a band of merry men? I don't know anything about
Tigers.
Allura just was like, what did you say?
Oh, there was a Rakshasa.
A Rakshasa.
A Rakshasa.
No, I think you're saying it.
A Hotis. A Hotis?
His
Rakshasa.
name was Hotis. Rakshasas are devils from the Nine Hells.
And do they
I'm quite familiar with them, yes.
do they travel with assassin friends all the time? Where do they come from?
Well, they come from the Hells, but they make allies all throughout the realm. They're manipulators. They masquerade as anyone that they think would help their current intent and goal. They lie, they deceive, they convert, they...
We encountered, Keyleth and I encountered him last, and
And Kushal. Wherever he is.
Gosh. And I took his last blood, and I heard a threat, but I didn't make anything of it.
We watched him die.
And here he is again, so I suspect this will happen again.
So you slew this Rakshasa tonight?
Well, this one did.
Yeah.
That would be vengeance on two then. It'll be back.
Is there any way to prevent the Shaka Khan from coming back?
Is there a way to finish it off?
Permanently.
There are a couple of ways. All of them involve going to its home plane and destroying it there. So unless you marvel a trip to the Nine Hells, it's going to be a bit of paranoia for a while. It does take weeks, months for them to regain their form, but the process is very painful for them, and they, as far as what I've read at least, they only really care about getting back at the ones that took it from them.
So still him.
And now
Question, yeah, is it one of those things where it kind of passes off down the line, or is this Rakshasa going to be pissed at both of them?
Well, seeing as how you're alive, its vengeance was not sated. I think that's two of you on its shit list.
Well,
Allura, would you be able to give us guidance on how to get to it? I mean, this is a group decision, and I'm not going to be...
Okay, if it's... Yeah, I agree, Daniel. Yes. And, you know, I made a little bit of a note, a little bit of a joke, but it is good, I think, to have... It is understandable how Allura may have that information, former adventurer, big wizard type. I think she's a wizard, maybe a sorcerer. But I do not have to suspend that much disbelief to think that she might know about Rakshasas. And so having her immediately address it's weeks to months to reform. So that is an amount of time that is vague enough to where it could come up again before the end of the campaign, or it couldn't. I like this answer specifically a lot because it actually puts a very soft timer to an extent on the players. of like, fuck, if we don't want this Rakshasa interrupting our plans with the Chroma Conclave, we gotta fucking pick up the pace. Because weeks to months, that's anywhere between probably 2 weeks to, I mean, theoretically, 9 months. Yeah, takes notes. It either could or couldn't matter. Honestly, yes. It's really good because it gives the players like a minimum amount of safe time where they don't actually have to make a decision yet. Like, so it doesn't force them to make a decision fucking tonight, tomorrow. They have a chance to like go do an objective, maybe decide after that objective if they want to do the 9 Hells stuff or if they want to do something else. Like, it gives them an amount of leeway where they don't have to address it yet. But if they decide they want to address it, I mean, they don't have a step-by-step instruction on how to do it. They know they have to get to the 9 Hells and they have to find it within the 9 Hells. Those are 2 pretty vague challenges, but they're more than enough to act as plot hooks. They can then go and research it more. And the weeks to months mean that if they bypass this weeks barrier, Matt can reintroduce it at a narratively appropriate time. If he said it takes exactly 3 months and 2 days, 3 months and 2 days from now might be a really shit time for the Rakshasa to come back. There's also the issue of it having to find them, it having to prepare, it having to infiltrate in some way. So the amount of ambiguity, and it also hinges on it even wanting to come back in the first place, which we assume that it does, but maybe it's, I don't know, busy. I don't know. So there is enough ambiguity there to where if the players want to latch onto it, they can. But Matt also hasn't tied himself down to a really specific timeline for this timer where it might come at a very narratively inappropriate time. So I like it. I like the questions on their side. I like Matt's responses. Yeah. I like all of it.
Be fooled in the same way again. I'm gonna be sleeping with my fucking knives for a while. But this'll just repeat. How do we get to it?
Right now, it's screaming its way back to the pit of its own creation. It'll take weeks, months before it reforms. It'll be very vulnerable during that time. Mind you, it's not the most welcoming place either. But if we make a journey there in a few weeks' time, we could probably find where it's currently recouping and slay it for good.
How long will that take?
How long will that take, the journey? Instantaneous. To find it, longer. To survive that journey, it is no easy task, as it is.
The only thing I will say is introducing this seemingly unrelated side quest. It's interesting. I'll have to see how I feel about it long term. If it's not linked in with anything else, because if it's totally separate, which it absolutely might be, we now have these sort of balanced timers of, they have to balance the timer of what happens with the Rakshasa as well as what is happening with the Chroma Conclave. Not a bad thing at all at a table that's used to timers, which Vox Machina super is not. So it's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on of how do they balance that and how does it feel in terms like this is normally stuff that I would absolutely love. I'm honestly only worried about the players super not being used to it. It being kind of this new introduction into the tone of the campaign. So we'll see how Matt handles it long term and how they engage with it long term. It'll be very interesting to see, like, does this sort of introduction to players work? Because I've never introduced timers in this way. Like, I've never started with 0 and then, like, added a few in pretty quick succession. So I'm interested to see how the players handle it. Like, do they get overwhelmed? Or is it an interesting decision point for them? Because I could kind of see it going either way.
It is a place of great danger and great evil.
Are you able to locate it once it's reformed?
It's possible. Depends on what sort of magic wards it may have. I don't know where it is. We can certainly try.
I believe it's immune to certain magics, correct?
That is the issue.
Do they get any stronger when they come back? Or are they always the same?
All creatures don't like to make the same mistake twice. That's why it seems it brought friends.
Speaking of those friends, you said these Rakshasas are master manipulators. Is there a group or an organization here that has it out for us? I mean, I'm sure many,
I'm certain
but...
there are many. As there are a few that have it out for me, I'm certain.
Were there any survivors from our assailants?
We're looking, but none of ours.
Well, if there are any, we follow it back to the source.
Yes.
In the meantime, I guess it's time to drink.
Also ale.
Also ale.
It would be hard to find this Rakshasa now, or anytime in the very near future, as it's still finding its seed of corporeal form. But I agree, this has to be rectified.
I still feel like we need to reach out to Vanessa, let her know what's going on.
Maybe up the
Cost of the
asking
contract?
price on that.
Yeah, good luck.
A bit confused, but do what you need to do. Regardless, and she looks to Gilmore, who's kind of taking a breath now and has pulled an evening flask out of his night robe. He takes a swig off of it. Says, I think we need to quicken our reinforcements of the city. I think we need to make certain that not only are we scry-proof, but I believe we need to find a way to alert ourselves of any sort of celestial or fiend intrusion.
So it's a fiend.
Fiend. Also,
very definition.
This is not just a vendetta. It knows about Whitestone. It knows about our base of operations.
How do you know? How do you know that?
Because it
It
came.
looked us in the face. It knows we're here. It knows where we are. It knows
disguised
all of
himself
us.
as
It knows
Gilmore.
him. It knows all of us.
It may not know its value, but it
No,
does.
the Rakshasa, I mean, at this point, Gilmore's like, that's actually a very valid point. How would it, did it meet us? How would it know what I look like?
Good point. Did it meet us?
When was the last time you saw us before Kiki found you?
You mean last night?
The last conversation we
Okay,
had.
dinner.
Dinner would have been the last time, yes.
Okay.
At this point, Allura thinks for a second. She goes, I'm fairly certain they can peer into the minds of those.
Eskel? Eskel has always been on the borderline of suspicion. Always. And I found it incredibly strange. I'm pretty positive that I rewatched this section. Oh wait, no, Realm Seer. I'm pretty sure that I rewatched this section of the history of Vox Machina a few times because I felt like I was missing something. But he was implicated during Winter's Crest in Westrun. But Vox Machina insisted that he was innocent. But the dragon was being transferred by the clasp to Eskel. We never got an explanation of, okay, if it's not going to Eskel and he is being framed, who the fuck is it going to? We never got an explanation for that. They don't appear to have ever confronted the clasp about it. I mean, I guess they did. They killed the Spirling. No, they killed the Spirling as part of the Infernal plotline. I don't know. I forgot that Jekt is a chill dude in a chill mood. Never mind. He's not suspicious at all. Interesting. I'm re-upping my suspicion on Eskel. That's all I'm saying. I think that Allura's about to say that they can like peer into minds from a distance. But I'm re-upping suspicion on Eskel.
Nearby. Point. Allura thinks for a second. She goes, I'm fairly certain
Oh, wait. Oh, shit.
they can peer into the minds of those nearby, read surface thoughts. It may know more secrets than you think it does, which makes it even that much more important that we eliminate it.
Yeah, that guy's a liability.
Put it on the list.
I know.
Possible.
Right next to the dragons?
He could be following us for a while.
He could rat us out to the dragons. He's fucking pissed off. He wants to hurt me and now her as badly as possible. All of you matter to us. I think the Rakshasa comes before the dragons. Maybe not before vestiges. Another
If we can put some manpower towards discovering where he is and where he lies while we continue our search for the vestiges, and then once we have a solid lead, we can follow it through.
I can work on that.
Can I go over to the dead body that came through into the middle of the room and cast Speak with Dead?
That's where to go.
But is his face super crushed? Like, is it like, you know, like Halloween mask inside out?
Yeah, it's like just smashed inward.
Well, hold on. Let me reach into his mouth, and I reach up under his navel cavity, and I like pop his face back out just a little bit. It's like a deflated soccer ball.
Yeah,
right?
it's horrifying. It's straight up horrifying.
5 questions?
That was 3. 5.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. So you have 5 questions you can ask the creature. As it sits there and you guys watch as Pike comes over in a robe and kind of sits next to it, you touch your symbol and reach out and touch the body, and all of a sudden you watch as the chest rises again. This horrible sucking sound as air is brought into the chest cavity. It doesn't breathe out, it just holds the air in, and the deformed, wrecked, bone shard pierced face that once was this assassin, which you can see now, it looks to be loosely elvish in appearance, at least there's some essence of elvish to its form. But the eyes are gone. The eyes are just mush. It slowly sits up and turns towards you, Pike, going.
Who sent you? What is your organization?
Run the clasp in Stillburn.
The clasp? You say? Okay. Speaking with Dead on the Assassin, Hodis hired us. Group is the clasp from Stillben. Theory. The clasp equals Thordax network, which equals Vecna's body. All the same shit. Which I've been playing around with for a while. But the clasp, I feel like, has not gotten the scrutiny from the players that it fucking needs. Because they have been involved in some very fucked shit. And have not gotten a ton of scrutiny about it. In fact, okay, potential point of evidence here is even in the twins' backstory, where the clasp wanted to traffic Vex, could easily be tied into the fucking body temple ziggurat under Whitestone. There's something up with the clasp, man. There's something up with it, or there is some piece of exonerating evidence that the players are aware of, like from pre-stream, that they didn't include in history of Vox Machina. It's like, it's one of the two things. Either there's something fucking up with them, or there's something that the rest of the players know that we don't. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. What's happened so far? I have assumptions. I have assumptions based on the notes, but I don't want to risk spoiling. They have just defeated the Rakshasa, and they gathered like Allura and Kima and Gilmore. I don't think they mentioned gathering Eskel yet. And I think Zara and K-Dog, can't remember his name, Kashaw, are on their way. But they haven't actually they haven't actually gotten there yet. And now we're speaking with the dead assassin. We're doing Speak with Dead. So Hodis hired them, and the group is part of the clasp. Group is part of the clasp. Travis famously hates scary movies. I also hate scary movies. Wild the dimensional shenanigans keep coming up around the class. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Hodis is the dick of Vecna. You're so right. That's so true. The class dips the fingers and toes. They're the toes of Vecna. Will just got a nosebleed from K-Dog. Oh my gosh. Prompt to push the Discord spoiler channel. Let's see. Oh shit. I can do easy prompts now. That's so sick. Wait, how do I hit exclamation no spoilers? Is it like this? Wait, disabled? Why is no spoilers disabled? Wait, what? Oh, it's not. Okay. There we go. Wait, but no spoilers, but oh wait, that's not even the one I meant to do. I meant to do Discord. Did it work? It worked. Let's go. Okay. Did Vecna have all 10 toes? So true. Man, oh man. Okay.
Clasp and steel.
Clasp.
Any more questions?
How did the Rakshasa know to find us here?
Sure.
Ooh, great.
How did Hodis know?
How did Hodis know to find us here?
I don't know. He had the information. He led us here, instructed our strikes.
How many of them were there?
How many of you were there?
Or 6 in total.
One more question.
And where were they all supposed to meet when everything was
Or who would know more than him?
Who's his boss? Or something? Who's his boss?
Or who does he
Within the
report
class?
to?
Who does he report to in the class?
Who gives you your orders?
Who gives you your orders?
Within the class.
Within the class.
Specify.
I have one job on this ship. I have one job, but I'm gonna do it. Yes.
Spiraling Vicar.
And with that, the last bit of air that had been trapped in the chest cavity has been utilized in the body. It goes back to its still rest, no longer moving, no longer puppeteered by your divine energies.
I'll take care of this.
Spiraling Vicar.
So I think we have 4 dead bodies. We're missing 2 then.
Wait, 4 dead bodies.
Oh, wait, there's Kashaz?
Kashaz.
That's Kima's.
Mine. Yours.
Gilmore's.
Yeah, Gilmore's like,
and then
I actually have one that's pretty rough in my place right now.
You gotta cure it.
I got a little angry.
Did you kill 1 or 2?
I just won.
It's too juicy.
So the only one that's missing in action is the one that I shoved out the window? Is that the deal?
And we're waiting for news on whether.
Is there one that was let alive?
Well, there was one that was shoved out a window, so hopefully he died.
We'll find out.
Sloppy.
Broke his legs and stuff.
I heard that, Grog.
Oh, I said super.
Good save.
All right. Drinks, please.
At some point, Percy, ask Gilmore about that robe.
Oh yeah, I still actually have it. It occurs to me. I haven't put it down yet.
Holding it like
I've actually been using bad news like a
Like a surrender flag?
like a spindle, like a spindle, whatever, a bindle, like a bindle.
There you go.
There we are.
Yeah.
Hobo.
Hobo bindle.
This was given to Vax. It was mystical. It was like attached to your skin. It was
Peeling the skin off my flesh.
Takes it for a second, kind of, puts his hand over and his eyes flicker for a second with a spark of arcane energy, and he kind of puts it back. No, this is indeed a cursed robe. It's a robe of flaying.
Robe of
Flaying?
Gross.
Awesome. Is it worth anything?
To the right people, maybe.
Well, why don't you take it?
How's it?
I don't want to have any hand in this type of business. I'm
If
sorry.
we-
I deal with above the board magical items. This is.
Sure you do, Gilmore. Sounds a whole lot like someone that deals with below-the-board magic items would say. I don't know if I believe ya.
How do we
You've
destroy
gotten
it?
creative with me, but even that was relatively harmless. This slowly takes the skin off of its wear. I don't wish to have this part of my repertoire.
If we destroy it, though, would that hurt Vax? Or
Well, if you've removed it from him, then the enchantment's been broken.
So does it just, do you have to, anyone you put it on, it curses them?
It's like fucking flypaper.
Keep that robe.
Yeah. I'll keep it.
in the bag of holding?
Yeah, it's not a bad
Don't
idea.
play
In the
with it, Grog.
Yeah, don't.
Just don't put it on because you think it'll be fun.
You look way better mostly naked.
I'm
so
not
don't...
putting my bits where Vax's were. I'll just keep it in a bag.
Oh, that hurts my feelings.
Percy,
Yes.
are your guards very well trained in tracking?
I honestly don't know. I haven't been here, but we hunt. We are. Everybody here hunts.
Trinket has their scent. I mean, I
That's
could
a
send
great
him to
idea.
help.
That's a brilliant idea. Yes, please. We also, I might add, in theory, have a wolf patrolling the outfit.
Baldrick's like somewhere.
And I'm sure he's aware that there's a commotion.
Now walk over to Gilmore for a second. Sean, you know. Sorry. Wait. Hey, hand that over, big guy.
But of course,
Yeah, thank you.
you've certainly earned it.
You know everything about everything.
I wouldn't say I know everything about everything. It's close. Between the two of us, and he kind of notions towards Allura. Pretty sure we know everything, but she more than I.
I can agree with that. We found this in a tomb.
What are you pointing at?
Peck.
Your hard
My
tube?
fucking rock hard peck. The armor. Tap the armor, as you fucking very well knew, Laura Bailey. I kind of understand it. Can you tell anything about it?
Other than the fact that it smells really bad.
Sure, yeah, it does smell bad. Scanlan gave me some patchouli to rub on it, but it only does half the job. What can you tell me about it? It belonged to a god.
He takes a minute and kind of just walks around you, looking at the armor up and down, looking at you up and down a little bit, but mostly at the armor. His eyes flare a few times with arcane sparks. This is a powerful vestige, my friend. This has existed for quite some time, and there's certainly a bit of a dark divine energy around it. It looks like it has the capability to resist most elements when given the instruction, and it safeguards the life of the bearer, and looks like there's some sort of a... Tell you what, follow me.
Yeah.
And he stops and goes like, it's really me this time. Follow me. All right. And he walks outside of the front of the castle to the walkway, kind of stepping over the crimson smear that once was the one assassin. And he walks up to the edge of the cliff, the sheer cliffs that are on each side of that walkway and the elevated kind of cleave mountain where the castle was built on. And he walks up to the very edge with you and goes, do you trust me? As soon as you look down, you feel a thrust as he pushes you off the cliff. At that moment, you suddenly, instinctively, look up and from outside the back of the armor,
What?
giant black raven wings
Wait,
spill
so
out
you
from
could
the
have flown
sides.
when you came out of the dragon?
Only if I knew how to work it.
You get the sense that this feature to the armor was only recently...
Oh, shit!
Shit! Get it, Archangel.
From falling to swooping over the forest on the outside of White.
What? He can fly!
After
He can fucking fly!
After doing that, I double back and I fly up that same cliff and I lift Gilmore up the sky. You fucking brilliant bastard! Thank you! Thank you! This is embarrassing. I float us back down. I float us back down.
You can see he looks a little nervous, but he's like smiling.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, it's all right. I would have been fine.
You are a dear, dear friend. You are a dear friend. And I give him a big diagonal hug. A long, strong hug.
He kind of freezes for a moment, kind of, still figuring out his boundaries with the dynamic being what it is, but eventually he gives in and you feel his arms take you in as well, and you guys have this long, honest, connecting hug. And as this happens, the wings also kind of wrap around and envelop the both of you.
Good moment. So ridiculous.
Good moment. He's alive. Let it go.
And then time just seems to pass for a minute, and as you release him, the wings kind of scatter into black feathers in the wind and disappear. He steps away from you, and you can see there's just a little streak of damp inside of his face, and he kind of reaches up and kind of smacks you in the cheek a little bit. I'm glad you're all right.
I am a great ally to you. And if you need any favors, I am your friend.
That goes both ways. Don't forget that.
I walk up on it.
Ah, where were you? What the fuck were you? You were
Fucking flying fuck!
I forgot you were a rogue, yeah.
I mean, congratulations, it's really cool.
That broom is really cool that you
If I
stole.
didn't fucking fall off of it, your fucking wings. Jesus.
I walk away.
I follow her, and I stop her, and I give her a hug, and I say, I love you.
She tried to I walk away, but you can't walk away from the master. It doesn't work on Vax. You should know this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Vax the master of mixed messages. That is like that's a fucking maximum ride level romantic moment. And he then immediately friend zones him. Oh my God. You must face the raven. I do not get it. I do get it. Laura had the opportunity to have it. She did. She did indeed. I don't even got anything complicated to say about it, It's a nice little moment. But I love me an evolving item. I love it. Because especially with clerics or paladins or warlocks, sometimes I think that how do I say it? The flavor progression can be offset from the mechanical progression. So when you are gaining levels into Paladin, you may not be delving further into your oath or like owning your oath more, doing things related to your oath. It's actually something that Blades in the Dark, it's been a while. It's something that this little old game called Blades in the Dark I think does pretty well. You gain experience in Blades based on a couple of factors at the end of a session. But one of them is, did you, like based on your class, it's like, did you address a problem with violence or with tracking or with, all those sorts of things, depending on your class. And you also have experience gainers based on like your backstory and your general temperament. And so that always to me makes it feel like the characters are evolving as they deepen their characters. But that doesn't always exist with paladins or clerics, whatever. This is a great way to kind of bridge that gap. Now, it's tough when everyone has so many magic items. It just feels, honestly, just powerful. But if this was in a game where potentially, you were being a little bit more stingy with your magic items, and maybe everyone else at this point has 2 items, but you only have 1, and you're like, you don't know why, or whatever, and then you discover that it's evolving and it's becoming stronger as you essentially do role play. That's very cool. I like that a lot. You have said you love evolving items before, and we had to bite our tongues so hard we're all part snake. What Daniel said? Damn, yeah. I love it. I really like it. I especially like it for Vax's very specific relationship with the Raven Queen. I like it a lot for especially that relationship. Yeah. Sick. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. Whoo, we're all actually no. Let's get to the Vox Machina break. We'll get to the Vox Machina break, and then we'll take a real life break, and then we'll keep going.
I love you. And I'll be less of a fuckwit lately, I promise.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I love you too. I'm glad you're not dead.
Keyleth has just been in the doorframe watching all this happen.
I'm slowly.
In the doorframe.
I'm gonna walk into and have a moment and look Vax over.
Hey, Sean. Once in a while? All the time?
Oh, that's once every dawn. I can return to you.
I'm glad I didn't push you off the cliff. I almost did. Wow, good to know.
That would have been really funny.
That'd have been hilarious.
Holy shit.
You dick.
It's for up to an hour. It can last.
Oh, wow.
Just so you're aware, but once per day you give yourself a fly speed of
That's so sick.
of 60.
60. Same speed as my sister.
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
less.
Thank you, Sean / Matt.
There's one last thing.
Yeah.
And I walk up and I look you over, and I pull out the Raven head cloak clasp, and I pin it to hold the cloak together. And it's very, very deep pitted silver with a slight ruby tinge to it, and it smells fabulous. And it smells better the more you sweat, and it smells of the Raven Queen's temple. I'm like, now talk to Keyleth. Counting on you. Good luck. And I walk away.
You're hard to read, man.
I know.
Cask of ale is out and the ale is ready.
Oh, shit.
Pot calling the fucking kettle. Oh my god. Yeah, Percy's hard to read.
Shit, tracking the guy.
Have the guards reported yet?
And by this time, some of the guards.
Dog warning. Dog warning incoming. Oh no. She's just sitting here licking my hand. Do sweetheart. Oh, you duck down once you're on camera. You camera shy. Puppy, doggy. It's been a while since the doggies were on camera. I guess they've been in the background a couple of times since we moved setups. Okay.
To come back just reporting they haven't seen anything yet. There are folks that were following the tracks into the forest that were left behind, but the tracks have mostly gone cold. Whoever it is knows how to not be found. It's part of their job.
You could spend the night tracking him. Or we could just drink.
Or we could just drink. We know who the fucker was. We know who he's going back to.
Oh, he's going back to Stillbend.
To spiraling the car.
Mm.
We know where he's headed.
You guys are going to drink for a bit?
Whatever you do.
I'm going to go out into past the wall and see if I can yell for the wolf for
Gold drink.
Gold drink. All right.
I'm bringing a swath from one of the.
Okay. You shout out for about 10, 15 minutes or so before you hear a distant howl.
Gold drink.
A few more moments pass before you hear coming up from the outside of the forest the large gray dark wolf.
I show the blood-soaked chunk. There were 6. Now there's 1. If you find him, we would be forever grateful.
Licks his deep, pearly white bladed incisors and turns around. and takes off into the forest at triple speed.
Now I'm gonna go up and have a drink.
Triple speed. Damn.
All right. You all, at these twilight hours, find yourselves gathering your friends and allies for a long-needed drink until the sun begins to rise. You all appreciate the friendship that you've maintained, the survival of those that were endangered, and eventually find yourself rather tipsy, finding your way back to bed, this time with quadruple the guards at each
Fully
of
armored.
your rooms resting. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back here to get to the next bit of this episode. See you guys here in a few minutes.
Quick break. We'll do the same. Take a quick break. Get hydrated. Hydrate. And grab a snack. I don't know where the fuck they're gonna go. I have no fucking clue. They were already kind of uncertain before. Now they've got Stillben. They've got the fucking Hells. I still think they're going to go to the Feywild. It's been brought up consistently enough and by enough different individuals within the party that I will be actively surprised if they don't go there at this point. Because it just keeps getting reiterated, and then it's been overridden by more pressing things. And maybe they don't go there this episode or next episode, but they're going once they clear out their backlog of what they consider to be more pressing items. Anakin and Padme meme continues. I don't even know the Anakin and Padme meme. Wait, do I? It actually kind of sounds familiar. Anakin and Padme meme. Yeah, it's this one. Dun, 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 dun. Right. Oh, yeah, like going to the Feywild. We're going to the Feywild, right? Right. Okay. Let us go to a quick break. But then we will be right back. And we're doing full up. We're doing full up. I realized that I remember that I was going to reevaluate once we got to the break. The second half is so much shorter than the first half, given it is also likely not combat the whole time, but I still think we can do it. I think we can do it. So I will take a quick break, and we will be right back. Goodbye. What's up? We're back. And I am ready for an art break. Let's do it. And then I'm ready for the rest of this fucking episode. I really don't know what to expect from the rest of this. So we're very much, we have to see. Because we still have quite a bit of time. Hell yeah. We still have quite a bit of time where I'm not, convinced that they are the Gilmore Rakshasa. Lol. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot. It's really going to depend on the players as to. I mean, I guess it always depends on the players as to how much gets done in a session, but I don't know if they're gonna want to just like hang around Whitestone for a little bit. If they're gonna want to do like a bunch of other stuff in Whitestone, like a bunch of research, or if they're going to want to get on the road. And what getting on the road would even look like. See you, Hipster. Have a good one. What's going on in the background? Oh my god, that was violently moving. Oh, that was... I see. There's Matt with all the things in the backpack. The turnaround on some of these is crazy. Like the turnaround on the picture of him stabbing Gilmore stabbing him. Wild. Right. I'm gonna have to potentially do like a very short rewatch of the intro conversation between Eskel and Gilmore and all of them, because I'm really curious as to whether or not Eskel acts weird. Although, to be fair, they've encountered Eskel since Vax killed Hodis. They'd already encountered him once when they met Jecht. So I don't know. Thank you. We'll now see what they're gonna do. Okay. What is next for our little band of outlaws? Our little merry band. Let's see.
As you guys find yourself having a good night's sleep, waking up restfully around midday to the early afternoon here in Whitestone. Everyone except for you, Vax. You, as you went to sleep, found, as opposed to a restful night, especially given the circumstance, a perpetual onslaught of terrible nightmares. Recapping the events of the night before with alternate possibilities, looking and seeing Gilmore plunging the blade into your stomach, seeing your friends and family torn apart by demons called forth by this Rakshasa returning for vengeance. You were just tossing and turning and woke up sweaty. Unfortunately, you do not get the benefits of a full rest. So you're still at your hit point value that you had before.
And I can't use hit dice, right?
You can use hit dice.
Use hit dice?
Yeah.
I can also heal you.
All right, I'm gonna sit. I think it might be more than that. I feel weird. I feel really weird. I'm gonna have some. I'm gonna have. What's the D&D term for Bloody Mary? I need a mimosa or a Bloody Mary, and I'm gonna take a rest.
Little hair of the dog.
Yeah.
I'm very torn on that. If that has something to do with the Rakshasa's poison, totally get it. No further comment. If it doesn't, that's tough. If it doesn't, that's tough. It's essentially a like a little mini curse, you know? It's essentially like through this interaction with this adversary, you have now been cursed to not get the benefits of a long rest. Cry about it? I will. Follow me down my waterfall. I don't like fucking with the rests. That's why I'm so uncertain about it. I established earlier, I don't love, because again, essentially a curse. I don't like doing that sort of negative, like bane to individual players. I like attaching it to items, which can attach themselves to players, or areas. So, but I don't like fucking with the rests, not honestly because it's that much of a detriment. Like honestly, it probably doesn't matter. It just slows everything down. Because if he is not at full hit points, which is the only thing that a rogue even cares about, if he's not at full hit points, they're not going to use health pots. And they don't, again, the Rakshasa timer is weeks to months. A single day doesn't matter. And the Thordak timer is immensely, just immensely vague. So there's no direct reason that taking another day is going to be a problem. So all it really does is push them towards that course of action of keeping them in Whitestone for a day. Which I don't love giving a singular player a curse to keep the party in Whitestone, if that even was his goal. I don't know. Matt might know that the rest of the episode isn't going to have a fight, so kind of doesn't matter. I mean, at that point, if it kind of doesn't matter, then just describe the fitful sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we never know anything as a DM. He might think that, but the players might really want to get a move on, and they might want to go somewhere and do something that they now won't as a result of Vax not having his full HP. So I really only see it as restricting the player options for no real ostensible reason. And beyond that, fucking with a long rest, just in general, I'm not a huge fan of, because so much of D&D is based around the long rest cycle. Like that, the fact that you regen all of those, because there's like 3 categories of resources. There's like free stuff, like cantrips. There's consumables, like potions, which you get and then you use once, and then you never get back. And then everything else, I think the meat of what makes D&D D&D in terms of like its mechanical system is in here, which are I don't want to say long rest, but they're the rechargeables, right? Short rest, long rest, dawn, whatever. And fucking with the recharge cycle, I mean, it's definitely not off limits, but I don't see a big benefit in it, because it throws such a wrench in like the fundamental structure of things. In this case, it might not end up mattering, but I don't like it just at base. Yeah. Maybe wants to plan better the next step to the group or force the players to stop and think. I think that's a generous interpretation I could give to Matt, is that I think that's fair. I think it's generous. I think it's fair but generous. He does want them to stay in Whitestone and not like rush into something before they've considered their options. So, I was talking about like restricting their options if they really want to go to Stillban or to the FEYWILD or whatever, that he's restricting that option for ostensibly no reason. But if the entire reason is let's restrict their option to slow them down and make them stop and think, I don't think that's a bad motivation. I might have tried to find another way to do it. Maybe. But if that is the motivation, it's not that bad. But it is using a lot of tools that I kind of don't like at their base. But sometimes you can use bad tools to achieve good ends. So, yeah. My first thought was the Rakshasa poison. It also might just be the Rakshasa poison. If it's the Rakshasa poison, basically nix everything that I said. If it's I personally would not employ a poison that did that. But I at least like messing with it from something he could have saved on, like he could have saved against the poison. So there's still like a bit of interaction there. But
and use some hit dice.
A Bloody Mary sounds really
technically, Hair of the
Bloody
Dog
Mary
would be
sounds
like
great. Yeah.
poisoning him again this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Which we can do.
We could do. You never know.
You actually, you take the time to go ahead and rest up, and even then, like your
Hit dice
body's
does
just restless. No, you can't. You find yourself unable to spend those either. You're basically rocking in place and playing over the imagery in your mind over and over again, and there's like a perpetual cold sweat across your brow.
Are we
aware of
knock
this
on
at
his
this
door
point?
in the morning? Can I?
Yeah. Yeah.
Brother?
What?
Sorry, I don't mean to disturb you. I just feel really guilty. I just wanted to say sorry for being mad at you for being able to fly, because I'm actually really impressed and proud of you, and I'm glad you're not dead.
I open the door, like scratching my arm.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't feel very well.
You smell better.
I'm just gonna ignore that. Could you do me a favor if you really feel so special to me?
Does it feel warm?
Could you get Alora for me, maybe?
A little sweaty.
Send Alora to my room.
I mean, yeah, she's not in the castle, but I can.
Where did she? Yeah, you got a broom. Could you go fly over there? You can fly as much as you want all day, all day long.
Oh, absolutely, Rodrigo. You know, it's. And just like, you know, you're talking about your personal opinion, not justifying Matt's actions. None of my opinions here are meant as an indictment of Matt's actions. It's more along the lines of what I like, what I don't, why I would do certain things, why I wouldn't. So yeah, no, I was not taking them as a justification, and yeah. I hope that people do not take this as a critique of Matt, necessarily. They are just discussing certain courses of action. Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
I will go find Alora.
Quantity.
For you, as an apology for being a dick last night.
What?
And I fly off and I go try to find Alora.
You come to Alora's home and
I go have diarrhea in a chamber pot in my room.
Okay.
Yeah,
talk to your daggers while you do it.
Nothing major, Deadly. Something's going on with Vax. At first, I thought it was like an not ad hoc, but it was just like something the Matt just came up with because it like felt right. But now I'm thinking it might be more because of the poison. We'll see.
You make your way back to the house where Alora's been staying, and you knock on the door, and door opens. Kima's there.
Oh. Hi, dear.
Hi. You guys rest okay? Everything all right?
Oh, yes.
Any problems? She grabs her maul from the side of the door.
Great. Is Alora in here as well?
Yeah, she's. Would you like some coffee?
I would love some.
All right. And as you come inside, you can smell coffee brewing. And,
I've got time.
See, Alora comes out of the kitchen area of this home that she's staying in. Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'll get another cup.
Thank you.
When she comes back.
She have that beautiful but messy morning hair that takes 2 hours to prep for a movie.
Actually, no, her hair is perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Of course it is.
I'm sure.
Wizards.
Precipitation.
No, she
Fucking
yeah,
blowouts every morning.
way too well put together for being this early in the conscious state.
I look at Kima. How the fuck did she do it?
I don't know, you're telling me, right? It's obnoxious.
I said,
She brings coffee back and kind of sits at the center of this nice little kind of serving table for guests. So drinking the coffee, it's very well put. It's nice and sweet.
Oh, I forgot. I came here for a reason. My brother is shaken up from last night, and I think he might be a little worried about him. I don't know. He sent me to find you. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but he looked terrible. And he thought maybe you might be able to help. I mean, you're not a cleric, but no, I don't know. He seemed to think he could use your help.
Let's go have a look then. And so they go ahead and they walk back with you.
I'm gonna catch up. You get a head start. I'm just gonna get some more coffee.
It's good coffee.
Vultures.
Alrighty.
That's no morning.
Let's see here.
You will hear a whisper from the coffee mug saying, I own you.
I know you do, darling. I know you do.
Find my dominoes. Here.
All right.
I don't know.
Eventually, you've kind of found your way wandering through the hall to get some food. You're just sunken sockets. Grog passes by you in the hallway, and you see Vax just kind of hand against the wall, kind of walking by, looking dazed and a little weary.
You're right, mate.
I got the shits.
Oh, like the shits or the twirls?
Bad. What's the difference?
The shits, it's just one end, the other, both, north, south, all at the same time. It's like a relay race.
I know what you mean now, yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was just, I think I might be crossing that threshold, and I jump into a side door.
Okay.
And send it out both sides. 2 exits, no waiting.
Oh.
Oh, shit. Amazing.
Wow, I've never heard of that.
You proudly here, through the doorway.
This happened to me when I was 6. By the way, I'm talking about Liam, not Vax.
If you've had the twirls, you never forget them.
Yeah.
All right. As time passes, eventually your sister, Alora, and Kima make their way towards you to go ahead and
Is he still
check
in the toilet? Yeah.
He's made his way out.
Okay.
Alora takes a look at you. You certainly don't look well.
I'm having I had bad dreams all night long. I relived the moment from last night, and I've got really bad bathroom etiquette.
Maybe a lingering enchantment from the robe. Let me try something. And she pulls back and kind of thumbs mentally through some sort of like index in her head and brings her hand up. It begins drawing this strange glyph in the air that where a finger traces, you can see this kind of slight sparkle falls behind it before it forges some sort of a letter that you don't recognize, and it passes through you. And as it kind of gets through you, you can't help but kind of push back for a second. Do you feel any different? No change, but you can tell, still just bad place.
Wait a minute. I'm new at this, but can I cast lay at hands on myself?
Yeah.
And pray to my god? It's the worst. Can you help?
The effect hits an intent to remove any sort of poison, disease, circumstance. No change in physical presence.
Fuck.
Kima, have you any idea? She goes, here, let me have a look at you. Yes. Kind of pulls you down to her position, just pushing your eyelids open.
Yeah, be very thorough.
Grog, you want to help me with this?
Yep, absolutely. Open your mouth, stick out your tongue.
You're not going to slip me the digit, are you?
Slip out your tongue.
I'm not going to.
I'll grab his tongue. Kima, you see anything in there? Any bumps, mumps?
Just seems tired to me.
Pull his tongue a little bit more. Okay. I release.
Oh, fuck.
Can I wake up and come out into the hallway?
Sure.
I'll join Pike.
All right. You guys walk out and see as Allura sits back with a slight chuckle next to Vex as you see both Grog and Kima manhandling a very exhausted-looking Vax in the center of the hallway.
Oh, that's funny to you, huh?
Checking under his arms and trying to figure out.
Oh, Vax doesn't feel well. He's shit and puke all over the area in the back.
Oh no!
Can I check it?
Was it the crab cakes?
I didn't have those.
What do you want to do? Want to take a medicine check?
Yeah.
I ate them. I was fine.
Really? The crab cakes messed with me a little.
I'm reading this whole time. Just reading.
Can you just hear this echo in the distance of him just shitting himself?
Yeah, very lovely library.
And I mean, maybe it is just narrative. And I won't rehash anything, but I do want to point out that everyone, I mean, maybe not everyone, but a substantial amount of the party, including and especially it seems Vax, I think believes that something was done to him, because once you inflict like a mechanical detriment like that, especially such a big one, I do think it implies that there's something going on. Now, I do think a way, if you were running, a similar sort of situation, you wanted the events to be psychologically impactful. Number one, there is a system in the DMG for sanity that you could look into. It does exist. This sort of thing would fit well within it. But beyond that, I think tying it to a save would make it more clear as to what is going on, if it is indeed a totally like not chemical, not magical thing. If it's literally just like his attitude, and this like this traumatic experience really fucking with him. If it is just like trauma, then doing some sort of like wisdom save or probably charisma save, then inflicting the long rest bane would make it, I think, a little bit more clear that it's not like a poison or a magical thing. Because right now I can't fucking tell. It seems like everything that they're doing would indicate that it is not like any sort of poison or magic, I would assume. But maybe it is.
23.
23. You push Kima aside and really take a very intense look at his body.
Move aside.
Very intense look over. Physically, there does not appear to be any ailment to him whatsoever. There are traces of exhaustion in him, and you do have a point of exhaustion, by the way, for a lack of evening's rest. But there's no signs of onset of splotchiness or diseases. There's no pulsing or darkened vein marks. Nothing physical.
Fuck.
No poison.
No poison.
What did you just try on him, Pike?
Are you cursed? Is he
Medicine
cursed?
Yeah.
I go up to Vax. Does he still have the brooch on?
The brooch that was given to him by Percy.
I look at it.
Okay.
I can tell you what it's in there. It's nothing fancy.
You're killing
This is the skull I gave you.
Well, it's a cast of it. The skull you gave me is still in my bag.
You cast it?
I did.
Oh, that's impressive.
Thank you.
My brother.
Oh,
Getting his guts out.
Oh.
All right now, though.
Oh, God.
Alora, what did you try?
Did he just throw up everywhere?
No, I stopped it. Ooh.
Let it out, let it out.
I attempted to dispel in case there was any sort of a spell that was still sustained on him, but...
Kima, did you try restoration?
Not really my specialty at the moment. My apologies.
I'll do it.
I've got a greater restoration learned. Maybe me and... Yeah? Pike and I will tag team a greater restoration.
Alrighty.
Percy, if you're feeling gross, you can imagine go examine the leftovers over there.
Is there some vomit in the corner?
Yep. Just make sure you crawl in on your hands.
Oh,
and knees.
God. I'm going to go poke at it just to see if there's anything in there.
Only some of it is vomit.
I'm well aware. I have siblings. I've seen this before.
And so as Percy has wandered off at this time, you guys both kind of hold hands and channel through both your abilities, the Greater Restoration spell. Suddenly you feel like this dark hook that was in the center of your being is lifted. And as it dissipates, you're still exhausted and still lost an entire evening's worth of rest, but whatever was keeping you in that nightmarish realm of stasis seems to have been dispelled.
How's my intestines?
Better? Tired, your midsection is very sore from the constant...
So it was a curse. Okay. Damn. The Rakshasa really wanted to fuck Vax. Holy shit. Gave him a cursed magic item, tried to stab him with a bunch of poison, and then also just cursed his ass. That is a real huge fuck you.
Did Pike and I notice anything when we ripped out this darkness from his chest?
You gather that there was some curse that had taken hold in his body. By ability, just
Like by the Rakshasa, probably?
You gather probably something to do with the Rakshasa, yeah.
Can I have your jug just for a moment?
What?
I just want to get some water.
What kind of water?
Regular ass water.
I'll do it.
Not ass water, just regular water.
Could I have some ass water,
No,
please?
just regular water, Grog.
Regular water, please.
Jug fills up with clear, cool water.
Drink this.
All of it?
Yeah.
Are you sure that will make me throw up as well?
Very dehydrated. Seriously.
There's no signs of poisoning in any of the remains.
No, in fact, you spend probably a good 3 to 4 minutes kind of pushing through Vax refuse.
Ew.
While nobody else has thought to actually come and stop you when they've already figured out what the problem was.
That's fine.
Hey, Percy!
He still feels
Percy,
bad.
you find
Keep looking.
anything? Sorry, haven't found anything yet, Percy. Keep going. Might be clues.
It'll take, if I don't see anything, 3
Roll
minutes.
medicine check.
Awful people. That's 14.
It seems fairly standard bile and excrement.
Nothing, no poison.
Find anything, Percy?
No.
Maybe you should keep looking.
Besides, nothing. It's just...
Are there any feathers?
Possible.
Percy, do like a litmus test. Is it basic or acid? We don't know.
Possible. Stop.
You know, I can actually, like, have everybody killed in their sleep. Like, this is actually one of the perks of sleeping here. I don't even have to do it myself. I come out and I'm definitely...
Are you done with the jug? Can I have that back, please? Thank you.
Oh.
Grog, does that thing make mimosas?
Oh. Ooh.
Mimosas.
Or Bloody Marys.
Where's one way to find out? Mimosas, please.
No thanks.
Shit.
As for Bloody Marys, Bloody Marys.
Bloody Marys, please.
No thanks.
Does it not work anymore? What's for mayonnaise?
Look, you put a lot of stress on it, all right?
Okay,
It made your
sorry.
ass water just fine. No, I think it only works for a little bit every day. You could try.
Ale, please.
Fills with...
Oh, we just found a loophole.
Monster magic!
Mixed drinks?
Oh, that's probably bad for you right now. That's all right.
Oh, this breakfast beer is perfectly
It needs to go
reasonable.
to a bartending class.
You're the wolf.
His face touched that. I'm just digging in.
Yes, it is. So studious.
Oh, you're
At this
reading.
point, you hear a guard's voice shout, "Hell, Vox Machina! Downstairs, please!"
Oh, God. Give me the jug. Give me the jug. Don't you fucking hold on to that person. You give it back right now.
Take one more big sip and toss it out.
I catch it.
Scanlan, you still reading this morning?
I mean, I'd tell everyone, call me if it's important. I've got to do this.
Okay. Did you get a full night's rest though?
I did.
Okay, yeah. So your exhaustion points go. Yeah. All right. So you guys head downstairs?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. As you get there, the front gates to Whitestone Castle, the front doors to the main entranceway are partially open, and the guards are waiting there as you see a shadow step in from the outside daylight.
I light up my hands in defense.
Oh, I see. Step inside to the center of the castle, a very large, dark furred wolf carrying something within his jaws.
Good boy.
Drops down on the ground, another dark cloaked figure.
Is he still alive?
He's not alive. There's a snapped neck on this individual.
Good job!
You can see a series of scrapes across the face. This person, as you go and inspect, had been rushing quickly through the forest and had just taken a number of small injuries in the haste to escape. However, could not escape the ever-watching vigil.
I mean, we might as well let him keep his prize.
Oh, it's all your. Check the body.
Yeah,
for
I want to
bits,
check the
and
body.
then-
I mean, small thing, but I love it. I don't. It would have if like Vex had gone to look. You know, it probably would have been a challenge, maybe some rolls. But I love Galdrick just doing it because it rewards the players for previous time investment of, you know, acquiring a Galdrick, essentially. Especially if... I mean, they can cast Speak with Dead on it again, but they had other bodies they could have cast Speak with Dead on. So there's not that much of a benefit. The Claspin' Stillben is gonna know that something went wrong. And, you know, when none of their people come back, all this guy would have been able to tell them is the druid pushed me out a window. So the risk and reward are both very low. And in that case, I love just giving them a nice little indication of like, yeah, here you go. Here's a little bit of a reward for recruiting Galdrick and thinking to go and ask Galdrick in the first place. So yeah. Small little thing, you know, not huge, but it's those sorts of small rewards that encourage players to do things other than accrue treasure. And gain levels is those sorts of small rewards from their relationships. Because obviously they didn't do that much to get Galdrick on their side. Like they certainly did some stuff, but not that much. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan. You mess with the Vox, you end in the box. That does seem to bear out so far.
The rest is his.
To see if I can find anything useful.
Okay, yeah, you actually find about 320 gold pieces on the body.
Did we inspect any of the other bodies?
There was a lot going on.
You find 6 vials of poison.
Whoa.
Give that shit to me. What kind?
Yeah.
Just poison?
You're not too familiar with poisons. Vax would be. He could have a look at it.
And you said 300 gold?
300 gold. And you find what looks to be a fist-sized glass sphere.
A what size glass sphere?
Fist-sized glass sphere, about that big.
It might be a gazing sphere. Be careful. Keep it under cover. Keep it wrapped in something.
I want to walk out towards our beast here and hold out my hand.
Walks up to you, smells your hand, and kind of steps into it, kind of headbutts the palm of your hand, and then kind of like runs his head under it.
Percy, can I touch
There's a familiar scent. You can see there's an immediate familiarity with you that wasn't there before.
Just Scrooge under his giant neck. You want to be friends with me?
You see the eyes dark and piercing into you.
You be strong. I'll be fast. You be strong and fast. I'll be fast. Sugar.
I have to go. Oh, can I put my hand out to him?
Kind of glances towards you.
She's all right. She's all right.
You put your hand out. Sniffs your hand.
Oh, can I try scratching it in his ear?
You do, and it seems to be grudgingly given to it. Kind of like.
I go, oh. I love him.
Can I check out the sphere that I'm looking at?
Baldrick, thank you. You are free to do what they say you will.
Picks it up in his jaws again. and starts walking outside, spits it on the outside of the grounds, kind of rolling off of the edge. It doesn't go completely off, but it's like one of the legs ends up nailing off to the side, and the guards kind of just wait there and take it and pull away. Well, it's not going to eat the dead body, but it's done. It's done its job, and kind of like takes it out of the castle, gets it out of your way, and then begins to step back down the walkway path south of the castle, making his way back towards Whitestone and the surrounding forest.
Good boy. Good boy.
Shake it.
You shake it. You actually look inside. There's like a cloudy liquid at the center of it. It almost like it seems to. When it was at rest, it had no real motion, but as you shake it, it kind of swirls on the inside.
Oh shit! I made something happen.
Bloop. Outlook shady.
You found a magic game.
Signs point to yes.
We'll stop by Gilmore's on the way back up to the front.
All right, Laura, do you know? I mean, do you know what this is?
She takes a look at it. There's a little sparkle of arcane energy in her eyes again. You can see now, you're starting to get the theme here. There is a specific spell that she's using to identify these objects. You've seen it done before. She takes a look at it and goes, well, I can see why this would be very useful for a member of the clasp. It's a scrying eye. She throws it back to you.
So, a scry, what?
A scrying eye?
Oh, yeah,
When you take, essentially, when you take 10 minutes to focus on the eye, you can scry as per the spell, but it can only be used for 10 minutes, and it cannot be used until the next dawn. But
Can it be used by anybody?
well,
Or
in theory,
spell
users.
And what can it see precisely?
This fist-sized glass.
Meaning a scrying spell could.
Looks like scrying.
You can scry. Oh, it's just you can scry for anything.
What she does to waste a spell, you can do as a freebie.
That's fucking dope.
And you're so nosy, so it's perfect for
It
you.
actually is really perfect.
Thank
Well,
God.
that's disquieting. Excellent.
You
I
can,
really like this
you
thing.
can see Allura, her face get a little stern at this, and she goes, and this is precisely the issue we have here.
What?
If they could scry information here, anyone can. Which is why I'm going to get with Gilmore, I'm going to get together with the rest of the arcane minds here in Whitestone, and we're going to try and ward this place from any sort of intrusion. If possible, I'd like to blanket this entire area with illusion. I'd like it so that those who should not know that Whitestone even exists do not.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Honestly, do what you're doing. Although, I may need some aid from you there. And she looks towards you, Pike, and says, if we're going to find out where this Rakshasa is and how to head it off at the pass in the coming weeks, I think your divine nature would be of great aid. You and Keeper Yenin, between the two of you, I think we could map out some sort of plot to head it off the pass, and when you return and are ready, head into the hells ourselves and take it down while there's still time.
I would be glad to.
All right.
It's okay. I can come back to you guys at any time.
What you mean?
You're so important, Pike.
Well, I don't
Need you a lot.
But we can give her one of the stones.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Anytime you need me. Ish. I will try to be there.
Here, you take this.
Sending stone?
Should you need us.
Should you need us.
I have the other one currently.
Okay. I'll keep this with me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you keep practicing to be a monster.
Okay, I will, Grog.
Okay.
I'm a monster.
Yeah.
So you write down Gatestone on your inventory.
She's staying in Whitestone while we do our work.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping my home safe. Thank you.
Well, this is.
I will make a small note about the Scriball that sort of goes into the conversation that we've been having about betrayal and about, the Shapeshifters and all this. And in a similar way to how if the Rakshasa had been around for a while without the players noticing, it calls into question if there's always Rakshasas around, if they could ever really detect it. The Scriball brings in a similar level of, and this is one of the things I'm often hesitant about when it comes to magic items. I generally run, I would say, not high or low fantasy. It probably starts out like medium low, and then, over the course of the campaign, sometimes edges towards medium high. But I try to keep the amount of magic items limited, because when someone, when you know that, a random mook from the clasp, and I mean, maybe it's not random, but he certainly wasn't, like, his features weren't described. For all intents and purposes, he was a no-name. And if one of them gets a scry ball, then basically anyone could have one. You don't, and that's a distinction between it being a magic item and it being something that a person can cast. Obviously, they as a party have access to scry. I'm sure Allura has access to scry. But making it an item means that no matter how much you learn about someone, you can never be sure that they aren't spying and scrying on you. Which is fine if you want to discourage certain types of play. I guess this is how I'll put it. It's a discouraging force because I don't want to say it ensures that you can't have secret plans, but it puts a big question mark on whether you can ever really have secret plans and really lowers the idea of secretiveness and stealth within the ranking order of when the party is considering plans, like potential routes. In one of my ongoing games, we have a lot of spying and secret travel. I kept casting See Invisibility to check if we were being spied on. Usually not. I wish we were, though. Well, and this is the thing, is it's like every time you See Invisibility isn't a, right, See Invisibility, it's not a ritual, right? Because I guess if it's a ritual, yeah, it's not. So it's like, by introducing something like the scry ball, especially into the hands of some, like, if Emperor Uriel had a scry ball, sure. He's the emperor of a nation. Totally makes sense. But to give it to essentially a rando means that, like, kind of anyone could have one. And unless you are whittling away your spell slots constantly, checking for them, and even if you saw one, you would have no idea. I guess you could save it for, like, very specific transition points, but it adds like I said, it adds a discouraging force, I would say, because then, you would have to, like, use See Invisibility when you are executing the most crucial parts of the secret plan or when you're having those discussions, and I don't know. Counterpoint, scrying is a 5th level spell, so any organization with a caster capable of casting at the 5th level could be scrying. Yes, but then you have a potential, like, target for that. I'm talking about it not even like the prevalence of, like, a scrying, like the scrying capability within your game, but very specifically a magic item that accomplishes it. Because you're right. You're totally right, John. Like, yeah, I'm sure that the clasp probably within Matt's world has a caster that could cast scry. The scry ball means that any member of the entire organization has that capability. It just expands it expands it to the point where it's basically guaranteed. There is no way for the party to subvert the risk of scrying, or to deal with the risk of scrying by dealing with, like, a specific person. You can't just, like, take out the wizard and now they can't scry on you. That's just not a thing. Even if you stole their scry ball, they could ostensibly get another one. So that's more what I mean, is that it's this discouraging force. If you could be being scryed on at any time, then it really modifies how the players go about planning and executing. It kind of relates to the debate about game tone and the role of spell components. Yeah, to a degree. And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say it's bad. Because if the goal is to discourage a certain type of play, or at least not encourage it, then this is a way to go about that. Yeah. We had a Rod of Alertness that had unlimited casting. What is a Rod of Alertness? Rod of Alertness. You can use an action while holding the rod. You have advantage on with unlimited casting. While holding the rod, you can cast one of the following spells. Oh, see invisibility. Okay. As an action, you can plant the haft end of the rod, whereupon the rod's head sheds a bright light. This property can't be used again until the next dawn. I mean, and this is also one of the things that I try to really keep under control at my tables is I don't want like a very rare item that is supposed to be once per dawn going unlimited. That's like beyond artifact level, I would say. I mean, it's definitely artifact rarity, but that's only because artifact is just, it encompasses everything from a certain level upward. Like, it says all 3 spells unlimited in D&D Beyond. This is D&D Beyond. So I mean, unless I think that's I'm almost positive that, oh, wait. Man, that's it? That is crazy. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I retract it. It definitely is that it's this property. That's crazy. That's crazy. A free all of this, I guess. Whew, very rare is interesting. Yeah, that is a bonkers. That is very powerful. Yeah. Only one of them had it, so still limited. Yeah. I think either way, regardless, because this is essentially using an item to get around the whole like scrying stuff. And the really big thing about it is that if you truly want this to be like a full out Band-Aid where they can always end up seeing the scry ball, like the scry sensor, then you have to constantly be telling the DM, as an action I use see invisibility, or I guess you just like you and the DM just like agree that you're always under that effect without saying anything unless you say otherwise, I guess. But this just feels more like a Band-Aid on top of a problem that is introduced by introducing these scry balls. So all that is to say, I'm just very conservative with how many magic items I introduce for partially this reason, is because the more you introduce to the party and the more you introduce to NPCs, the more it establishes them as like an ever-present part of the world that where you have to rely on the enemies probably having magic items. You know what I'm saying? And that can bring a lot of uncertainty to any encounter. It makes which is not a bad thing, but it's a very particular thing. And my big worry with this, and even like talking about like this with the sea invisibility, with the constant possibility of scrying, is that it slows down play. I think you guys will know at this point, I've said this about a couple of things, is I worry a lot. I wouldn't even say worry. I'm concerned often with things that slow down play. It's also why I'm very sparing with mimics, is because once you introduce a mimic, they're stabbing every chest in that dungeon. If you introduce 2 mimics, they're stabbing every chest in every dungeon. So you have to be careful, and that's it. That problem essentially extends throughout all of this discussion. Of I don't want to introduce something that my players constantly have to worry about because I don't want to slow down play for boring stuff. Same thing with traps. I don't want to overuse traps because I don't want them to have to check for traps at every doorway because that slows down play. So that's the same general situation that all of this kind of falls into. Let's see. In my first ever game, I got a Robe of Eyes, which is even crazier, and it's only rare. Oh my gosh. Technically, the Robe of Eyes has downside, but it's constant sea invisibility. Doesn't Robe of Eyes like make it easier to get blinded? I mean, in general, I like things that are... In general, I would like the Robe of Eyes more, probably, because if it just gives you a new sense, I think that's better than unlimited castings of a spell. That, because like with the unlimited casting thing, you have to either establish this like pre-existing rule that you're constantly casting a spell, which is weird and like presents to me some narrative friction, or you have to outright say it. You can see invisible. Yeah. So this is just like a passive thing. Yeah, a light spell. Got it. I mean, light is cheap. Light's a cantrip, but it definitely is only rare because it has a downside. Yeah, it's still very, very good. The advantage on initiative is also huge. Whenever someone uses scry, someone needs to make a save. I don't believe it. That's only if it is actually on someone, not on a location, right? I could be wrong about this, but I'm sorry. Did I spell scry wrong? What? Okay. Scry 5e, D&D Beyond. Oh, it's called scrying. I see. You can see near a particular... Oh, it is a particular creature. You can't cast it on a location. I thought it was on a location. I thought it was possibly on a location. Oh, no. Okay, yeah. Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you've seen before. So, it depends. If they already know where the players are, they don't have to make any sort of save. But I see what you're saying. That there is that you would probably eventually be alerted to the fact that someone is trying to scry on you. Target must make a whiz saving throw. Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't know. I was telling him I cast those a lot in some points. Yeah. It's the same issue with guidance, honestly. Guidance is an amazing cantrip. And the same issue with Bardic Inspiration. Bardic Inspiration is an amazing class feature. but they all require this sort of like poke the DM, poke other players. Not introduction. What's the word? Interruption in order to use. And you have to remember to use it at all of the times that it might be useful. If you introduce 3 mimics, they stab everything wooden exactly. Exactly. In question, I think your concern hasn't panned out. We have these toys, but the GM hasn't been actually scrying on us. Well, I would actually argue that my concern has panned out, because one of the first things, unless this is a different campaign, but one of the first things you mentioned in regards to the campaign was how your GM said that you guys never trust anyone and that you guys need to stop being so paranoid, right? I'm looking back in chat. Oh yeah. My GM made the joke that we were too untrusting of NPCs. I mean, that was same group, different campaign. I mean, if the tones are the same, they may not be. I don't know. But that is the sort of mentality that I'm trying to avoid with trying to really carefully use traps, carefully use mimics, shape changers, magic items that can remote view. All of these are things that can make players hyper suspicious of their surroundings. And sometimes that's an incredibly good thing. Sometimes you really, really want to instill a sense of suspicion and hesitancy within your players. But I would hazard to say that most times it is mostly a drag. It is mostly a drag on like a dynamic flowing table that is, really living within the characters in the world. We have two and we alternate. We switch campaigns. Gotcha. Yeah. That's fair. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There's kind of a pace economy in D&D. If we want combat to be snappy or other effects to shine, restricting the availability of magic items can help. Mechanic fatigue exists. Yeah. I think that's a good way. Famously, I have to walk through a dark forest to find my point sometimes. Sometimes I just have to let words vomit out of the mouth. I think that's a good summary, John, of there is an amount of mechanical fatigue. So if they are constantly rolling to like check for traps, if they're constantly doing see invisibility, all of that sort of stuff, they will either stop doing that stuff, like, Sarah mentions, you gave up worrying about it. People famously underuse guidance, even though it's arguably the best cantrip in the game, because you just kind of forget about it because it's a little bit annoying to use. Same thing with Bardic Inspiration. All of these things become fatiguing if they have to be done over and over, In general, I get the sense that the scrying stuff is more work than the GM wants to do, so the party can be acting as spies in a job, but the GM hasn't so far done that to us. In our game anyway. Yeah. And all of this has to be evaluated against the rest of the tone that is being set. Like, introducing these sorts of magic items to a party, like Vox Machina famously before Iman, there was the whole joke about how Vox Machina doesn't run. And the invasion of Iman finally kind of convinced them that sometimes they need to run. They were far too gung-ho, far too undeservedly confident about everything. There's an argument to be made that introducing a proliferation of enemy magic items could put a little bit of a temper on that. If you were trying to delicately handle it within your game, there's an argument that it could do that. But I I prefer the way that Matt actually ended up doing it through how he presented the invasion. I liked the invasion a lot. The like 2 to 3 episodes afterward, I was a little bit on, but I liked the actual invasion episode a ton. So those are the sorts of things that I would tend towards, but yeah.
It's not as far as Vasselheim.
No.
It's true.
No, it's not.
We won't be gone long.
No. And maybe I'll meet you very soon.
Yeah.
I'll just help out where I can. We got him once.
Yeah.
So you write down Gatestone on your inventory.
She's staying in Whitestone while we do our work.
Yeah.
Thank you for keeping my home safe.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, at least it's not as far as Vasselheim.
No.
That's true.
No, it's not.
We won't be gone long.
No. And maybe I'll meet you very soon.
Yeah.
I'll just help out where I can. We got him once. I can get him again.
Yeah.
As you
Dragon
can.
Slayer and Rakshasa Slayer.
I'm a monster.
All right. Where are you off to then?
I'd say one more proper night's sleep, then into the FEYWILD.
FEYWILD.
Very well.
We've seen what the vestiges can be. I think they're terribly important. And we can return from this FEYWILD immediately. In theory, be right back here when we're finished, and perhaps by then we'll have...
You know, if all of the vestiges are all evolving items, that would make a lot more sense regarding how people talk about them, like how they were kind of presented. Because I originally was like, kind of like, damn, these vestiges aren't that powerful. I'd rather have a fucking Rod of Alertness than like Myth Carver or any of that, any of the like the Raven Queen armor. But if they're all evolving like the Raven Queen armor, they just don't know how to evolve them. That makes them much more interesting to me. That makes the vestiges broadly much more interesting and obviously much stronger, and it makes it more, to me, more understandable how they got their reputation in the first place. Like, Grog's had the Titanstone knuckles for a little bit, and I haven't really heard him talk about them. Not even in they were my Uncle Kev ducks, and I'm not going to be like him, so I'm not using them. I don't know. That wasn't Grog. I don't know who that was. I just haven't heard him even mentioning them. He's, using like his fucking axe, the Chain of Returning. Maybe he has used them and it kind of just flew under my radar, but and this was the first time I heard the Myth Carver even being mentioned. And the Myth Carver, even the effect of the Myth Carver kind of flew under the radar until someone mentioned it, which is, it's a good effect, but it's not crazy. But if all these shits are evolving magic items, they have raised a lot in my evaluation of them. I love unique progression. I do too. Yeah. Yeah.
An avenue of attack to this Rakshasa.
And we can just pop on in there because of you, Keyleth.
Yes.
We make you a beast.
Oh, sure.
Beefing up the twins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beast.
I
Find it.
I go up to Pike. Can we take like a quick walk?
Of course.
Before we take off?
I figure we even just take one full night's sleep.
Before we take anything? Okay.
Will we leave at dawn?
Planet Dawn?
Planet Dawn.
Planet Dawn. We plan to leave at dawn.
Plan to leave at dawn.
Plan to leave at dawn.
You thought it was
Because
stupid.
it'll probably be more like 9:30.
It worked.
Just right on time.
Right on 30 is fine. If you say
9:30. 9:30. Yeah, plan ahead.
Barring traffic.
Okay, I want to take a walk to
Like
Pike.
Pepper Keeper full of appointments.
You just walk down the
Yeah, whatever.
path down from
Take a
Whitestone Castle.
a nice stroll around the Sun Tree.
All right. So you guys start making your way down towards Whitestone proper as you walk along the way.
I don't know really how to start this conversation. I guess I just wanted to talk to you, and maybe you could give a little bit of insight and help clear my head.
Okay.
And I didn't think about it until when we were in Scanlan's spa the other day, and you said you were really confused, and I'm really confused, and I didn't know you were confused. Because I feel like if I knew you were confused, then I wouldn't feel so bad about being confused, because we're confused together.
I feel confused all the time.
Do you? I do too.
Yes. Just in a perpetual state of confusion.
Yeah.
I think that's just what life is.
Right. The world's really big.
Yeah.
Very confusing. I guess I've always respected you, and have looked up to you, and you're a cleric of Sarenrae, but you still seem to be very much in control of your life and your destiny, and you seem to know where you're going. Fucking assassin!
You look around and you see as a boy holding a wheelbarrow nearby is like picking up a bunch of fruit that have fallen out. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Didn't mean to bother you. Puts them back in and keeps wheeling on.
It's okay.
Anyway, sorry, I was distracted.
It's
to loud
okay.
noises.
I feel like maybe I just look that way, because I don't feel like I have much of anything together, or know where I'm going.
I guess that's probably all of us.
Yeah.
I guess I'm a little curious on how your relationship with Sarenrae works. Because it doesn't necessarily seem like she is in control of you.
No.
Or has dominion over you.
It's an interesting thing. I think she just helps when we need her, or when I need her. And I think for the rest of the time, she just
does her own thing?
Does her own thing.
Yeah.
It was interesting going to the Temple of the Raven Queen. She seems very interesting to me.
How do you mean?
I don't know.
Like,
She's
more
just very involved.
Yeah.
But maybe that's because Vax has fully given himself to her.
You would say you haven't fully given yourself to Sarenrae?
I think I try to, but there's always that little part of me that thinks or has doubt. So, I don't know.
Growing up in the Ashari tribe, we were taught that the gods kind of mind their own business and we kind of mind our own. I don't have any disrespect for them, but also want to tread lightly.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way to handle it.
Okay. I don't know. I guess I don't know what I really wanted to find. I guess if misery loves company.
Yeah.
Feels better knowing that I'm not the only
there
one
are
confused.
two confused souls in the world. I'm sure there are so many more.
I confuse you.
Yeah. Hugs.
Well, I'm beginning to get the idea that we're going to be intermingling with gods a little bit more, so
I think we will.
I guess it's something I'm going to have to start getting comfortable with.
I think you should. And I think you should get comfortable with Vax. I think he really fan.
I do remember, Sarah. It's very. I don't know. It's weird because I like that Marisha is drawing Ashley into some role play, especially it seems like before she probably has to head out for a while again to go do Blind Spot. So I like that she's drawing her into some role play, especially about something that is very relevant to Pike as a character. That, you know, it's not some random bullshit. But it's a little doesn't know what to for RP as much as the other cat. I think she's been here for so much less time, especially on stream, that I think it's something that she's still working into. I remember a lot of the players being kind of like this. And like during like the Underdark arc, when someone would try to RP, it sometimes came off a little bit stilted. But it's an especially weird situation because she definitely is asking about it in reference to Vax. But Vax's relationship with the Raven Queen is something that is like, how do I say it? It's like very plot relevant. And is not something that Vax is like totally in control of, which makes sense for anyone who has pacted or made some sort of relationship with a being of higher power. That's a two-way street. You, as the one of the participants, don't get to strictly define the relationship. But Pike's relationship to Sarenrae has been not only not a plot point, but like so nonchalant and like so like not a factor that it doesn't really feel like it exists. Which is kind of what, what Ashley's responding with here. But then, with the larger context of the conversation and like why Keyleth would be asking this question in regards to Vax, and like them comparing Pike and Sarenrae's relationship to Vax and the Raven Queen, to me, I'm getting the impression that Keyleth thinks, and maybe the players think, that based on this conversation, Vax is kind of the one in the odd relationship with the being of higher power, when it's, I think, more accurate that Ashley/Pike's relationship is the more atypical one, given that it is influenced in no small way by the fact that Ashley, the real life person, is gone a bunch. And so they don't have a ton of time to dig into that relationship on screen. Which all goes to say, I understand like the line of questioning. It makes a lot of sense for Keyleth to ask this to Pike. But I think it's a little bit of an odd situation to present as Marisha asking this to Ashley. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it just touches me just slightly the wrong way, Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that's the overall thing, is it's using a relationship that is atypical because of meta factors to discuss a relationship that is more typical within the game, Asking your players to make wisdom saving throws randomly is a good way to make them paranoid. Well, yeah. Vax is having visions and has special armor. That is more unusual than a typical cleric or paladin. I mean, the special armor isn't something that that's something that they actively sought out. So I think that is more campaign dependent. And having visions, I think I think is actually kind of provably typical in this world. One of the very, actually, sorry, not one of the very first, the first example of a relationship between a mortal and a being of higher power is Kima ostensibly getting visions from Bahamut to go and kill Kavarn. So out of the examples that we have, it definitely seems like Vax's is more on the typical side. Because again, they went seeking out the armor. It's not a I don't think that has any real bearing on it, you know. So I don't know. This apparent lack of connection between Pike and her god is being worked on in Legends of VM, which I think that Pike is going to be very interesting to see in Lovum, because they will actually have the opportunity to flesh out her character. Because right now it's such a hard balancing act for Ashley of improving things that make sense with how she acts when she's unable to control her character, which is often. It's a really tough position to be in as a player, of having these long periods of in-game time where you are not able to actively control your character, and you have to account for that in your roleplay when you're actually at the table. It's a tough position to be in. I do not envy it. What would be the right way? The right way to what? To, like, ask her? I think that the topic of conversation is unfortunately just kind of skewed in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, asking Pike, I guess, about the relationship between her and Sarenrae, I don't think it's like, I don't want to say it's like an off-limits discussion, but Ashley has to answer in a way that makes sense when she can't control her character, and when she can control her character, it is we're almost never diving into personal quests for her because we don't know if we're going to be able to actively pursue them in like a week or two. So she can't give an answer that leaves too much, I guess, like essentially drama open that like might need to be answered in a personal quest, because Ashley has no idea if she'll ever be able to actually answer that, you know? And then when she's gone and Pike isn't pursuing that, there's a bit of, you know? It's all just unfortunate things that Ashley has to deal with being gone so much. It's not even like she's missing a couple sessions. She's missing like nearly half. And there are just so many unfortunate fallouts from that create unfortunate pressures on like conversations and topics, you know. On the other hand, they don't have any references on how relationships with deities work. Yeah, other than like Kima and like you know, like we don't know how it works with Vord. We don't know how it works with Earthbreaker Groon or any of that. So yeah, I don't know. Matt clearly enjoys gods in his games, so I think Vax's connection to the Raven Queen fills that void for Matt, given that Ashley is gone so much. Vax is kind of a cleric stand-in for the story. A little bit, yeah. And that's like... I think the weird thing to me is making a value judgment about Vax's relationship based on a relationship that has been mostly determined by out of fiction factors. I think that's the part that's a little bit weird to me, is Pike and Sarenrae's relationship is so, like, defined by Ashley Johnson. So it feels weird to discuss Vax and the Raven Queen's relationship in reference to that, because they're just kind of two different things that I don't really think can be compared, unfortunately. Now, if Matt gave some answers, like if Ashley was gone and Matt gave some answers, he can work in that that bias of how he knows that the world works and how the typical cleric of Sarenrae goes about things. But Ashley probably doesn't know enough, not through her own fault, just like as a player, probably doesn't know enough to like work that sort of into her answer. Lesson, Mega says Keyleth and Pike need to pass the Bechdel test more. Let's talk about men. I mean, it's yeah. I don't know. It's not a huge thing, but it's just something that's definitely like rubbing me the wrong way, but I think it's kind of unavoidable if you want to have the conversation at all. What up, John? How you doing? RE Value Judgment. I think that's Marisha trying to use Keyless RP to navigate questions her character would have. It just puts Ashley on the spot a bit. That's my thing. That's my thing. It's not an unreasonable question. It's actually an incredibly reasonable question if Ashley had been in control of Pike 100% of the time, and her relationship with Sarenrae had been portrayed in the exact same way. Incredibly reasonable line of thinking. But yeah, it just puts Ashley on the spot a tad. But I also don't really blame Marisha for doing that, because that's something that I would never have thought of until I saw it. And then when I saw it, it kind of felt weird. And I was like, what? Why do I feel weird right now? I don't. I had to like self-examine a little bit. Yeah.
It sees you.
Uh-huh.
But don't be scared.
I'm so terrified.
Just know that things are not forever. Just
I think that's my
have fun. You know?
God, I haven't had fun in a long time.
Well, you should.
I should.
We all need a little fun. Well, I'll see you very soon.
You're always with us wherever we go.
Okay. I love you.
I love you.
When I heard she was leaving, I went out looking for Pike, and I've sort of come up to where they are.
They're both kind of standing at the northern base of the sun tree in the center of the town square. You see them hugging and like kind of giving each other a little kiss in the cheek. And
oh, sorry.
Assassin!
Oh no, it's me. It's me. It's me. Sorry. 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 There was a very frightened child over there with a bunch of fruit.
Oh, he just...
I might have screamed at his
Yeah,
face.
we thought he was an assassin.
He was crying. Maybe you should go here, take a gold piece. Why don't you go buy something from him?
Okay, yeah, what do you want? You want some limes? Some grapefruit?
I love a good lime.
You love a good lime? I'm gonna go get some lime.
See if he has like a Choco Taco or like
Oh,
a...
yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go to the kid.
Choco Taco, by the way, is draconic for a fine cheese sandwich in Wild Mouse. It's a delicacy.
It's like one of those traveling food carts. You gotta track him on social media to see where he's gonna be.
No, Keyleth skips off.
Okay.
Love you, Kiki.
Pike, sorry, I didn't know we were parting ways. I
know. Maybe it won't be for long, but I have to. I think I should stay.
Well, I respect that. I just wanted to, before we bid adieu, I can't believe we're leaving you again. It's so sad. But I just wanted to clear the air a bit. You know, a short while ago I proposed marriage, and I've been thinking about it a lot,
I did not
and
forget.
I hope you have been too.
Yes. I have been thinking about it so much.
I
About this time, I take the limes and I go, hey, Pike, look! Fun! As I juggle them. I'm having fun!
I feel that this is a skill check. No, I spent too long in high school learning how to juggle. Skill check.
Make an acrobatics check.
No, it's not how it works.
Fuck you, Percy, you're not here!
It's off the table. It's an automatic fail.
It landed on a...
It's a fudge. It landed on a blanket on an angle.
What is it? Just a straight
Acrobatics.
acrobatics?
Sorry. I have
10!
And the limes all over the ground.
This is fine, just keep going.
Keyleth slowly backs away, realizing the moment. And
Sorry.
goes to get less bruised lines.
Anyway, listen, before you do what you're going to do and we're going to go off on our way, I just wanted to say that I am here to officially absolve you of that proposal, and I rescind it. I was foolish to do so, and I don't want there to be any strings sort of attached when we leave, and I think really with you on the cusp of parting ways and me seeing my daughter and everything, everything's sort of come into a bit of a clearer focus, and I think I've always been in love with the idea of you. You know, you're so perfect and beautiful and smart and...
It was the hairy shoulders, wasn't it?
But you know, I don't want to love an idea, I want to love a girl. So, and I think in all of this time pining after you, I forgot to just hang out with you and know you as a person, and I'm sorry for that. But,
That's okay, Scanlan.
so I'm sorry for objectifying you or whatever.
These things happen, and maybe it wasn't the best time, and maybe someday in the future we can just reconnoiter and just see if we want to just talk about it again, I guess.
We'll be friends.
We'll be friends.
We'll be friends. Listen, I will always love you.
I totally agree, Sarah. I'm sorry for objectifying you or whatever is unironically, I think, the most perfect character growth I could have ever seen from Scanlan. It's hilariously perfect of him not growing too much all at once. But displaying an amount of growth. So silly. I also think, by the way, I agree with you guys. I think the core was that Marisha wanted to RP with Ashley. And that was the most pressing thought on Keyleth's mind. But it is very... Yeah, I think that people can sometimes get too good too fast. And I like to see growth, but for it to not be like crazy explosive growth, because I think that's good. There's also, I don't know if this is purposeful or not, but there is also a bit of a thing that kind of stood out to me within that of like been in love with the idea of you. You're, you know, so perfect, so beautiful, etc., etc. And to me, to an extent, that kind of speaks to the different Pikes that we experience. Like the Pike when Matt plays Pike and the Pike when Ashley plays Pike. And this is the longest continuous string of Pike episodes that we've gotten. A Pike being controlled by Ashley that we've gotten. And it's very meta if this was purposeful. But I think to an extent, like, I have gotten to see, like, the monster Pike and, like, the chaotic little gremlin for so many episodes in a row. And I think that there is something to be said for she is acting very differently than Matt normally portrays her. And there is, like, I don't know. There's something that speaks to me in that speech that Sam gives about, like, I was in love with the idea of you. It's like, I was in love with you when Matt was playing when Matt was playing you, but that's not the real you. The real Pike is when Ashley is playing her. And now that we've been able to actually get a glimpse into her personality, a real personality, Scanlan realizes that they're not a match. So it's, I don't know. It's, again, I don't know if he's meaning to go that crazy meta with it. But there's definitely, I don't know. I can derive a meta meaning there. Yeah, he definitely toned down the crudeness over the time, but Sam's enough of a game player that he wants to make the change canon. I mean, I'm glad. Scanlan has definitely improved substantially over the course of the campaign so far. And I think that he's gone through he's jumped through a few hoops to try and make it canon. This one was definitely unexpected, but I get it now that he's doing it. Like, it definitely comes off well and makes sense to me. I've also, like, been thinking throughout this, I was like, man, like, Scanlan's been pretty quiet this episode. Like, obviously he's been reading his book, but also to a degree, like, Sam just hasn't been, like, talking as much. But it kind of makes sense for Scanlan to be a little bit more reclusive and quiet, especially because all the players probably know that this is one of Ashley's last episodes. And so displaying Scanlan as being super contemplative up to this, what I think seems to be like a planned speech, I think is a solid choice, you know? So yeah, it's good. I don't got a whole lot else to say. Yeah. Mike Spike is more angelic. Yeah. I think Scanlan's speech is more literal. At one point in the past, Scanlan literally says he's always wanted to be with a fellow gnome. His interest in her was always very shallow and high level. He was literally in love with an idea, not a person. Yeah, it is definitely, and I also think it coincides obviously with him meeting his daughter. I said, oh, Scanlan's doing the Barney Stinson. But I don't know. I'll have to process it a little bit more and see if there's any other insights that come to me. But otherwise, it's just solid character growth. And a solid portrayal of that character growth. Not too fast, not too slow.
But I don't want this to be a barrier in our friendship anymore. And
okay.
So I'm taking it off the table. And besides, all I really want is to matter to someone, and I do now, and that's very new for me, and confusing and exhilarating, and I've got to figure out how to do it. And well, I'll work on that, and you work on whatever you're working on. And I will say this before we leave: I'm a little older than you, so I can give you some advice.
Okay.
It's a little bit weird.
I will say, speaking as someone who has lost out on years of a relationship with someone I care deeply about, if you have someone out there that you love, you should tell that person, or at least tell someone about it. It's a weight that you're going to continue to bear, and you're going to miss out on months and years of either knowing or not knowing. So you don't have to tell me, but you're the bravest woman I know. You should be brave enough to just admit your feelings.
Well, maybe I'll think on it more. I just have to maybe I'll get more courage by just staying here and, But thank you for the advice, wise old man.
Bulletproof to peer pressure.
Anyway, I just wanted to say.
But you are very charming. I just wanted to tell you that.
It's not happening. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Just so I'm clear.
Nothing.
Off the table.
Off the table. Nothing. Nothing. All right.
Wow.
Well.
Wow. I'm sorry. Just have to let you down.
It's really okay. All right.
All right. Well. Oh, hugs.
Just like a friend hug.
Of course.
Careful you don't get Velcro to her shoulders.
Make another acrobatics check.
Worse, 8. I'm trying, Mike. I'm having so much fun.
It's okay. What is there? I'll just say bye to the rest of the group. It's okay.
Well, you're really so fast. No.
Maybe we'll see you very soon.
Yeah.
Are we going already?
I'm just so proud we're going already. We have a night.
We have a night to sleep.
Sorry, I just wanted to give you a hug. I just really want to hug you. Because you're like one of my best friends. I needed to give you a hug. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
I may be here next week.
You might.
I mean, do your work tomorrow. Can't we get shit-faced
Let's
one
go get
last time?
shit-faced. Come on.
Can I just...
Yes.
One quick question?
Yes.
Because And I don't want to bother you because I know, it's been there's a lot going on. But we're going into the FEYWILD.
Yes.
And I'm really nervous about this broom.
Do you see the giant mess in front of me right now?
Yeah.
This is the thing for your broom. I'm sitting here while you were drinking, working on this.
You were?
You will put a drink aside for me.
Okay.
I will see you either later tonight if this goes very... Actually, give me the broom. Just give me the broom.
Okay.
Give me the broom.
All right, but...
I will either see you later tonight or I will see you in the morning.
Don't lose sleep over it. Unless you really want to, but I don't want to force you into anything.
This pains me. This pains me and it must be put down. This must be put down and finished.
Thank you, dear.
Great. I'm going to roll a tinker check at some point.
Yeah. As you guys spend the rest of the afternoon, which you woke up late for the most part, so the afternoon's pretty short, but as the sun sets here in Whitestone, the cloud cover takes in once more. A very light drizzle begins to hit the rooftops, and you hear in the distance people finishing rebuilding the roofs that were destroyed in the battle, some buildings that are starting to be put back up again. The city is definitely, over time, coming back to life. You also know that throughout the day, you can see Allura and Gilmore and the Farseer Eskil are beginning to mark areas in the town. You're not sure what for, but you gather it's probably preparation for their wards they're going to start putting throughout Whitestone. During this time, you go ahead and make your first tinker check.
Roll to attach a baby Bjorn.
That's 21.
21, okay. Working a good portion into the evening.
Yeah, this is not my first roll at it, so
yeah. You start making some decent headway. You get the stirrups bolted into the side, making sure not to interrupt any of the enchantment. You also begin to work on the finer elements of the seat portion of it, which in itself will have a kind of a gimbal hinge to adjust based on positioning, which will allow her to actually functionally sit in the seat. We'll get to that in a minute. The rest of you guys, anything else you're doing other than just drinking and getting
Yeah, I go to see Vex real quick. Yeah, oi.
Hey, what's going on?
When I did you a favor and you came to my room and I taught you how to fly the broom.
I very much remember that.
You said you owed me one.
I owe you so much.
Here's the payback.
Oh no.
You have to wear this fucking hat every time you fly.
This pointy.
Oh my God.
That was a long walk.
So it is for her. Okay. I think that was my only theory, was like, I guess maybe it's for Vex when she rides the broom. But okay. Fair enough. Oh, my reason Percy's still trying to apologize for killing Vex, though through character he's mad at himself for not getting it done. Okay, interesting. The witch hat bit payoff. All right.
Such a long walk.
Wow, playing a long game.
How's it look?
It looks really cool.
Well, there you go. I will gladly do this for you, Scanlan.
Thank you.
Does this mean we're even? This hat makes us even?
That would make me so happy. Wow. The debt is paid.
Wow.
As she cackles loudly, the hat atop her head is everything you hoped for.
Oh, Vex, that hat is amazing!
Oh, you devious motherfucker.
Wow.
I fucking like it. I appreciate it.
Silhouette is beautiful on you.
It's very aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
If you're going straight up.
I would try it out, but I don't have the broom on me right now, so.
Another tinker check.
Oh, bastard.
You guys are drinking, cruising,
go,
a little
go.
tavern, laughing at our new hat.
That's 25.
25.
Ooh.
Proficiency, dex, and roll.
As the wee hours begin to click by and the rest of you have finished your evening of drinking,
I turn the hat kind of at an angle and make it look a little more dashing.
there you go. Yeah, it's more stylistic.
Mm.
It's more Vexalia.
I like it.
Can I squeeze in one mini conversation before the end of it all?
Yes, I'm trying. I can get to it here. As the evening progresses into that point in time, you're battling with this gimbal and making sure that everything itself can sustain the necessary weight without putting too much pressure onto a single point within the broom to actually splinter the wood or damage the actual.
It almost slipped past me. And at first I had a little bit of a, I first had like an adverse reaction, then a neutral reaction, and now a positive reaction. That, I don't know if you saw my face, but when Liam kind of jumped in, and Matt was like, "Hey, I'm gonna finish this here," and Liam was like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh." But that's good. That is like the herding cats part of being a DM, and you have to have a strong ability to herd cats if you're gonna play with 7 players and have them all trust you because they know that you are going to like give them the time that they need and that they deserve on like a rotating basis. So it's like, you know, it's a small thing, but this aspect of the game that Taliesin very clearly cares so much about with this character specifically of the tinkering and the crafting, etc. Giving it that time and giving it that panache is one of those small things. Like, he didn't need to do all of this for it. You know, he didn't need to do all of the description and all of the flavor stuff for it. But that's the thing that like gets Taliesin out of bed. You know, that's the thing that really engages him, at least with this character specifically. And so Matt knowing that and knowing to give that the time that it needs, that is how you like develop that trust. That, yeah, maybe I don't have the spotlight right now, but when it comes to the important stuff, Matt will give it to me. And he will even potentially shut other people down to make sure that I have that, which is awesome. If you're doing it well, that's the goal. That's how you build that really distinct trust. That's awesome. Yeah, I sympathize with Liam because sometimes GMs are like, and it's the next morning. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like, the balance between interrupting a GM so that they know that you have something to do, and not interrupting like other players or a monologue. It's a tough balance. Yeah. And him asking to speak. That is definitely part of this really good relationship that Matt and his players have. You know, it's not always there. They don't always hit it 100% of the time. But this is a really good example of what I would classify as the norm for them. We're absolutely going to notice some exceptions occasionally. And a lot of times it flies under the radar. But I think that this is a good exemplary moment of what I would consider the norm at the Campaign 1 table, especially after Tiberius or Orion leaves. Of Vax not wanting Matt to move on, but asking, and then Matt, I would say politely but firmly, saying, hey, no, I'm going to finish this, and then going back. And, I mean, obviously this might not happen, but the last piece of the puzzle that the DM has to do, I paused it before this because I'm pretty sure Matt's going to be fine, is the DM either has to go back to the person that asked, so Vax in this case, or Liam, I should say, or if they don't, because I'm a forgetful dude. I've got, for most of my DMing career, I had undiagnosed severe ADHD. So I have been known to forget a thing or two in my day. And so if Matt does forget, Liam politely but firmly reminding him of what happened, and Matt being like, oh, you're right. What's going on? So either Matt just remembering and just doing it, or him being very receptive to someone reminding him. You can't get defensive in that case. And I paused it before that because I'm pretty confident that Matt will do that. But I guess if he doesn't, that'll be a separate convo. But yeah, I think it's a good one. Yeah, light booping of Liam's nose. Light boop. Yeah. It's an example of everyone doing it right. Yeah. which is hard to see sometimes. A lot of times, like I said, I think it's a little bit more under the radar. It's a little bit harder to tell when that's happening, but I think this is a pretty distinct example where you can kind of piece everything out and everyone's doing it all right. Yeah.
Object. You even haven't paying attention to the fact that there's very little airflow and the sweat's been dripping off of your face as you just need to get this project done. And then the moment finally hits you, not knowing what time it is, but you lift it up in your hands and you can see the completed work. Hoping it will function, we shall see. But for now, your project is done.
It's got a little wonderful little elven signature on the bottom, which I will tell you what it says in a just a little special signature. And I put it aside. I write down a quick little couple notes for some stuff that's to be taken care of while we're away, and I go find the bloody bar that they have crashed.
All right.
I'll take the broom.
I hand him his drink as soon as he comes in.
I hand you a broom.
Hey!
At the very bottom in Elven, scry just very gently with a twig. It says in Elven, "Death from above."
Oh, Percy, you've outdone yourself.
That's amazing.
I just
give it a try.
Sit on it.
Yeah, try it.
Raise up a little.
And
take my hands off the broom.
I reach over and I grab the chicken that I'm sure is on the table, and I say, "Vex, pull!"
God.
Roll an attack.
Oh God. Do I have to roll disadvantage?
Nope.
That's right, and it's a 30.
Hey!
The arrow smashes into the side of the half-eaten chicken, which, in your drunken state, was not on your plate. And you everyone go, "Hey, that was my meal!"
It's a 214-year-old pub. God.
And the chicken now stapled to the wall by the arrow, and the somewhat frustrated-looking gentleman who's on the other side of the table at this point, who's just been like eating on his own, was like,
"Oh,
are we gonna pay for that?"
No, it's all right. I fly up and I grab it off the wall and I bring it back down.
He hasn't really noticed the flight thing at this point, so he's just like, oh.
I take my fire hands and I kind of like blacken it and make it like a nice shish kebab.
You burned it. Thank you.
Just a little. I'm getting the dirt off of it. I'm getting the hair off of it.
Sorry, it's burned now, but there you
A little
go.
hair on it.
Okay.
Around for the gentle.
Burned.
Yeah, it's charred. It's nice and charred.
Thanks.
Cook.
I can tell.
Arcane fire. What do you want from me?
I'm going to.
A chicken untouched. He kind of starts cutting into it a little bit, trying to find pieces that are edible.
I land next to my brother. You wanted to talk to me, what?
What, you? Don't want to talk to you.
Oh, well, fuck it.
No.
I get up and start flying again.
I was going to go take a seat next to Pike at some point. And bring a letter for
I think we all want to say goodbye to Pike. That's what I was going to do.
Well, as this is happening, while the flying display is happening, and you're really intent on watching all the mechanisms work and watching how to adjust to her weight, and you want to be damn sure that everything you're supposed to do is while this is happening.
I sit down.
And Matt does bring it back around. I think he would have without any other prompting, but there's an even little extra bit of I don't know how much of this was purposeful or instinctual or whatever on Laura Bailey's part, but the possibility of Matt forgetting, because DMs are not infallible, like I said, sometimes we forget shit, and her remembering, and she might have legitimately thought that Vax wanted to talk to her, and even if she is wrong, she has brought it back up and into the table attention to remind Matt if he had forgotten, or just to try to get it back in, which is again solid player behavior, not letting your fellow players get potentially left behind. It's just it's like Baronessa said, everyone doing everything right there. Now he said, Tao, wait your turn. Wait your turn. At our PQ, it really is. I mean, now that we know that it's probably Ashley Pike's last session, everyone wants to get around and talk to Pike, yeah.
Next to her and I scooch her a little bit. Thank you, Pickle.
Thanks, Vexy.
I'm starting to gather that you don't have as many answers as I thought, but be that as it may, you're still a great inspiration to me. I still feel like I'm following in your footsteps.
Wow.
Take that.
Or flying in my footsteps, rather.
Yeah.
Because that's pretty cool.
It is. It is pretty cool. Fuck, we're gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you guys very much. But maybe I'll see you more often, you know?
If you need us, blink of an eye. Blink of an eye, we'll come back.
Okay. Okay, and I'll just be there when I can.
We know.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt, but we know.
Yeah.
And you know that we all of us, that big asshole over there,
That big asshole.
my twin with the,
I float down behind him and kind of
she's behind me.
give him
isn't she?
bunny ears behind his head.
That one.
Hi, Vex.
Red, whitey, shorty. We're all gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you guys a lot.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Glub, 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 glub.
Glub.
All right.
Right.
I'm gonna tie one on. Thanks.
All right. Bye, Vex.
You guys continue the drink.
Gilmore
Percy?
just hollers and goes, Vax! It's for me.
Ooh! I mean, go for a.
Shut the fuck up,
Or
Vax!
say nothing.
Say nothing. I won't say anything. I'm just gonna keep flying around.
That's it.
All right. As Percy, you see the opportunity now as Vax moves to go ahead and take that same spot next to Pike.
Bloody hell, about fucking time. Oh,
Hi.
you're intimidating as fuck, you know that?
Me?
Yes.
How?
Everyone's always been worried about impressing you.
Impressing me?
Yes, it's why we're rubbish when you're not around, is everybody's trying to impress you.
No. I'm just rubbish. I'm just all the time rubbish.
I know. Believe me, I'm aware. I hand her a letter and says, here's a list of every terrible thing I've got going on in the city right now.
Okay.
So you'll know what I've got cooking. Plus, some people that if you need particular things you can talk to in the city who are friends of the family. 10 things to see in the city that might be nice, and my 10 favorite books in the library, in case you get bored.
Oh.
Let's do in Whitestone for 48 hours.
Exactly. Gonna have to kill some time, I'm sure.
I will make sure to visit all these places and read all these things and...
I'll try and keep the kids safe, and I will try not to be the thing that kills them either.
Well, oh. I have something for you.
All right.
Is it a profession of love?
When we went to my house, or well, where I lived with Wilhand,
I remember.
I got something from underneath the bed. And
Really small. Kind of out of nowhere. I was not expecting it. Characterization from Ashley Pike. When we went to my house, or where I lived with Wilhand. I don't think it's like, important. I'm not gonna write it down as a note, but really distinct moment. It's very cool. It reminds me of some of the characterization moments that we had last episode during 37. There's a lot of, I think, big characterization moments in 37, and that was a small but quick one from Pike.
yes, it's lazy panties.
I will wear them always.
This is something that's been in my family for a really long time. And I've just been thinking about it, and I feel like I need to give it to you. So come closer to me, real quick. And it's a necklace, and just don't take it off.
Okay. I will keep it on.
We will keep you safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And please keep all this safe as well.
I will, and keep them safe, and keep yourself safe, please.
Let's all be safe.
Cheers.
Cheers, and God, I hope they're making out in the next hour. Lovely.
I float down and kick Grog in the head, and then float back up.
Ow! Shit. 6.
Someone fucking threw something at your head.
Who wants to go right fucking now? I was in the middle of a gorgeous Copperfield and I'm wearing half of it.
There's that guy with the burnt chicken.
I rush the guy with the burnt chicken and I pick him up and I throw him across the table. Who's with the burnt chicken, piece of shit?
Hands onto a table. You can now see there are 2 guys in the back who are probably part of the building crew here. Come up to each other and go. Roll up their sleeves. We doing this? Yeah!
Big tavern brawl!
He goes into like old style.
Outside!
Keyleth picks up 2 chickens, burns them with her hands, and chucks them at the guys. Food fight!
A giant brawl breaks out at this time now. You just hear people laughing, and the music picks up more, and there's just like tables being tossed over. There's a hint of gingerness to it. No one's like damaging.
Not the face.
But it's just there's in general in the city, there's still a lot of tension to get out from previous events, and there are a few folks in this town that are in this particular time that are enjoying throwing a couple punches and taking a few, and there are some folks that are watching and enjoying watching this fight go down. And it's while no one here can throw a punch to really give you much of an issue, Grog, it is kind of fun to just feel the energy again. Yeah,
I sell them a bit more than it was.
All right. As eventually the fight dies down, another round of drinks are purchased by those who are involved. You all find yourself now into the late hours. Once again, probably pushing another sunrise in the next hour or so. Gather, you should probably find yourselves to rest.
Sleep, then leave.
Yes.
Sleep, then leave.
I give Grog a big hug and say, "You're my big brother, yeah?
Yeah.
Please be safe."
I will. We're the original OG, you know that.
Yeah, we're the original OG.
Well, I guess original and always redundant, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, original G.
Yeah, we're the OG. Yeah.
You guys make your way back to Whitestone Castle, find a full evening's sleep. Eventually, the late morning, early afternoon comes about. You're well rested, and a night of good dreams come to you. In contrast to the bad night before, you do manage to get full rest and.
Into my sister's room with a bowl of hot, lukewarm soup, like lentil soup, and go, "Oh God, I'm still sick!" Whoa! And I throw it all over her.
He's such an asshole.
Woo! Still got it, baby! And I run back to my room and go to bed.
I go take a shower.
Can I find Pike? And I say, hey, wait, before I go, do you want me to keep a special eye on Scanlan since he proposed, marriage?
Oh, well, that offer is off the table.
What?
Oh, it's not happening anymore.
Oh.
So, yeah, he's free to have some good times at the old lady houses that you guys like to visit, the lady spas. the tour houses.
I'd rather go to the lady spa.
You know what? I think he's not quite ready. I think it was just the idea of it.
Yeah.
The idea of me, because I'm just really great.
I mean, you really are. He got a little swept up, carried away.
Yeah, he did. It happens.
Is there anybody I should keep a special eye on?
I have my eye on one already now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Magically?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's
You
fine.
just let me know. I'm like an extra layer of protection.
Yeah. Well, just be careful. Keep yourself safe.
Me?
Yeah.
That's never part of the plan.
Well, just don't make too crazy of decisions.
All right. Hey.
Pike and Percy? I would. There's no shot, dude. I don't see that at all. Unless she was just, as Pike, just yes-anding. 'Cause you gave him the fucking necklace. And then he's like, do you have your eye on someone? And she's like, yeah. And he goes, a magical eye. And she's like, yeah. What if it's a shit locket? What if she stole the shit scrying recipe and just like Scanlan built in the little shit scry compartment into the sword? It's a shit scry locket that she gave to Percy. But I don't see her and Percy at all. Since when? I'll have to think about that more.
When I come back, those gauntlets of ogre strength.
Yeah.
I want to see them like, super beat up.
Okay.
Okay. We'll compare damage box.
I run up behind Pike, out of my shower, and I twirl her around and give you a big old hug and a kiss on the cheek.
Oh.
We'll be back soon, darling.
Okay, I hope so.
Take care of everything.
All right.
I gotta get dressed.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay.
The flesh gnome runs off. You guys all eventually gather your materials, your weapons, your equipment, and anything else you need for the journey. And you all meet just on the outside of the front doors to Whitestone Castle for a final goodbye. They're waiting for you, Allura, Realm Seer, and Gilmore. Kima's off elsewhere right now. And Cassandra follows up behind as you guys step out. Ducking other heads, Allura walks over to you and kind of pats you on the shoulder. Don't worry. Have faith when you return. We'll know how to absolve you of this cursed individual. And I think you'll have, hopefully, something else even more helpful in your midst. Cassandra comes up by you and just kind of rests her chin on your shoulder. Percy, stay alive, please.
All right.
I mean it.
I know. I plan on coming back. I'm not done.
No, you're not. And she kind of smacks you in the face.
I hate you.
Once everyone else is looking, she kind of like rights herself again, kind of takes her coat and buttons it there in the middle part. I cannot express truly how important your influence has been in the city. And I don't think you realize just how many lives here are the better since you've walked into our humble home. And it is for that reason that I request on behalf of all of us here in Whitestone that you come back safe. That is all. Good luck. And she kind of puts her shoulders back and walks back into the castle.
At your service, Lord Cassandra.
Don't call me that.
I put my shoulders back and do the same thing she does. I turn around and wave. I love you guys.
Bye, Pike.
Bye, Lord Pike.
Bye, Pike.
Bye.
Bye, Pickle.
Bye, Lexi.
Allura and Gilmore look at each other. Allura nods and walks in the castle after Pike, leaving Gilmore there. And Gilmore kind of looks at you all. Sorry about forgetting the hug last time. Wasn't my intent.
Totally fine, dear.
I have no words. You all look fabulous. You find anything really amazing that you don't need? Just trying to build up stock again. I kind of lost 2 shops in the same month, so
Building another shop.
well, I mean, eventually. You gotta have long-term plans, my dear. I mean,
We'll keep promoting you then.
please, I'm far beyond the adventuring business, and income's been kind of stale for a while. But stay safe. Be careful, it's weird out there. Very, very weird out there.
So true.
Thank you, Gilmore.
Should we, since they're all smart and stuff, ask them anything in particular about the FEYWILD?
Yeah, so any last words of wisdom for the FEYWILD?
It's weird out there.
Thank you.
Deep.
I think that was it.
Take everything with caution. Trust nothing. Keep your eyes open. And for the love of God, absolve yourself of any preconceptions.
Shit. Okay.
Fly high, my bird.
Oh.
He walks up and gives you a kiss on the cheek, and then walks into the castle after the rest.
So that wasn't so hard, was it?
Shall we?
Oh God, it's
I'll
happening.
form a circle and hold hands.
All right.
Oh, yeah, let's actually do it, yeah.
So we're really doing it.
My hands are
You ready, Stubby?
Oh, yes.
All right, everyone, close your
We have to
eyes.
say a magic word.
Nope, just close your eyes. It helps
Can we say a magic word?
if it makes you feel better, Scanlan.
All right.
Close your eyes. It helps with the nausea.
You could sing.
Okay.
And to the
Wait, did it happen already? We're still here.
Where are you?
Where are we going?
Where are you going?
We're going to Florida! Harry Potter land! Harry Potter land!
I'm gonna go to the one place I know, which is the portal just beyond where Grog entered.
Nebraska.
Oh.
Been in there.
But I know that there's a portal like there, right? Like on like.
There was a lake in the middle of the.
Yeah, Grog's girlfriend.
Grog's girlfriend. Grog's
Well, we
girlfriend.
weren't in the Feywild.
It's fairy friend.
Yeah,
no,
but
it's
I
a
mean,
portal
he was
to
had
the
a
Feywild.
vague idea.
Okay.
Can I talk to?
Can we just?
Hang on, wait. Grog. Remember your girlfriend in the Feywild?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the facts.
Think about her in that place very, very hard.
Ooh.
Which part?
Going there.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Okay. I thought we already.
Think about Grog's girlfriend.
Peanut butter and jelly.
What did they do in there? We don't know.
We
still.
don't know.
Maybe we'll find out.
For a moment, there's just this still quiet. And this very cold breeze begins to pick up around your feet. And it's like someone smacked each of you on your back really hard, so they and with that, you kind of, your vision kind of flashes for a moment, and you look about, and everything has changed. You kind of step forward into the now temperate air. You're struck immediately by the vibrant purples, blues, and pinks of a sunset sky that envelops the clouds above you, just above the tree line that surrounds you. The smell of fresh morning dew and poppy upon the breeze rolls past your nose and fills your senses as you look down and see yourself wading through what looks like 2 foot tall, knee to thigh high grass. Vine covered tree trunks wrap and rise around you, curling as they stretch upward, like a bending dreamscape with hundreds of small, bobbing fairy lights that float in the shadowed distance of the forest. You can see what looks to be a few small pools of water that are gathered in this small glade that surrounds you. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Oh,
or 2 weeks from now, I guess.
Oh man, that's right.
Finally! Finally! Wait, okay, is there going to be any complication with what they did? Or is Matt just letting it work because Grog can? Alright, so they linked in a circle. You can specify it does it in a city of brass. Appear in or near, you might arrive, blah blah blah. You know the sigil sequence. So she just went vaguely to the Feywild, probably. Or I guess, you know, she went to a destination in general terms. I think that'd be fine, especially given that one of them has been there, and if they're part of, like, the ritual circle, I feel like that's fine. I'm not sure if they went to where Grog was. I recall something about a waterfall, maybe FEYWILD. Got him! Oh, they were edging us. Oh my god. But they finally went there. Okay, now time. Ooh, time for it. Yes. I've never forgotten. I've never forgotten the cooldown even once. Never would, never have. Oh, -S/S. Lies. Okay. But even before the cooldown, let me think. Do I think I am so intensely confident about the moon tree now? The question is, it's a bow. It's for Vex. So she has to be involved in the decision somehow. Now, is it Vax doing it? Or is it Keyleth doing it? Or is it other? I don't see any particular reason. Like, okay, it's Vax or Keyleth, because Vax is the twin, he's the brother, and he is in some ways the leader. What was the question? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen in the next few episodes? And my question is ultimately, I think that, sorry, to be more clear, I think they're just gonna walk up to the moon tree and they're going to be like, yo, moon tree, give us your bow. And the moon tree is going to be like, fuck you, no. And also, I'll die if you take the bow. And so it is either that Vax has to make the decision because it's his sister and he's the leader and, you know, he's struggling with this morality of the party's morality. And we're now going to get to put his oaths to the test, his new Raven Queen oaths. Or it's Kiki because she has a relationship with the Sun Tree to a minor extent, nature broadly, and she's already had these inklings about the Sun Tree potentially being aware of the Moon Tree. So I think it's going to be one, and she can talk to trees. So there's also that. Why wouldn't Vex make the decision about a weapon, about a potential weapon for her? Because she will just want it. There's not going to be a decision. The decision is going to be like, and this is my predicting. This is my predicting. But I think that if you gave the option of, hey, doesn't it not being Vex take away her agency? I mean, having it not be anyone else takes away their age. Like, not everyone can have agency in every decision. You know what I'm saying? I do think that it will come down to one of them. And that is mostly based on the way that the other vestiges have ultimately been handled. I think it's going to ultimately come down to one of them to like really make the final decision. And if it's Vex, I don't think she would ever pick the Sun Tree over Fenthras. I think 10 times out of 10 she picks Fenthras. I think you're too hard on her. Maybe. Let me put it this way. I have not seen any evidence that this would be a hard decision for Vex. And I think that if I am right, Matt would want it to be a hard decision. Like, there's no, because for maybe people who haven't seen the theory or forgotten maybe any of the details, I think that when they take Fenthras out of said Moon Tree, it would kill the Moon Tree, and because the Moon Tree is a mirror of the Sun Tree, it would ultimately kill the Sun Tree. And I haven't seen any evidence that leads me to believe that that would be an even remotely difficult decision for Vex. I think that would be an intensely difficult decision, or actually, sorry. And I also don't really think it would be a difficult decision for Keyleth. That's kind of why I think it's Vax that's going to end up having to make the choice. Because I think that Keyleth will almost certainly choose protecting the Sun Tree, and that Vex would almost certainly pick getting Fenthras. So beyond the rest of the party, those are like the two factions, you know, the two philosophical positions. And because they represent the two philosophical positions, you don't want it to be up to either of them. You want it to be up to someone that's in the middle for more drama. And I don't think it makes sense to be Grog. I don't think it makes sense to be like Scanlan. Maybe Percy, but like massive maybe. Like insanely massive maybe. And then there's Vax. And Vax has had this whole arc about like the party's morality, the effects of their decisions on the world, balancing, enhancing their own personal power, as opposed to enhancing the world around them? Are they only doing good for themselves, or are they doing good for the surrounding, ecosystem and world? I think those are all questions that Vax has been struggling with. And so I think it makes the most sense for it to be him, because that is what this question hinges on, is killing this symbol of hope for a city versus enhancing the party's personal power. That's what I think like the ultimate thing hinges on. Yeah, so basically you're suggesting there'll be gridlock in the party. If it's an actual party-wide decision, I think they would probably end up siding with Keyleth versus Vex. But I don't think that ultimately the actual individual decision will be up to I don't think it'll be able to be made by committee. I don't think they will have the option ultimately. So that's on Matt then to set up a hard decision. Well, yes. But I think you're maybe I'm theorizing about what will happen. I'm not even really saying whether or not it's good. I'm not going to critique something that Matt has or hasn't done yet. That's just within my theory brain. But to be very clear, I think that this will be the decision that is presented to Vox Machina. Separate from whether or not it's a theoretically good one. And beyond that, with this decision that is being presented, I think that Vax it makes the most sense to me to be the one that makes it. Yeah. So killing the moon tree would automatically kill the sun tree too? And I think so. That is my theory on this. And then it would doom Whitestone. I honestly don't think it would doom Whitestone. Maybe I am forgetting some sun tree lore, but I don't think there's any particular reason it would doom Whitestone. It would just be taking away their symbol of hope and this kind of centralizing symbol around Whitestone. I don't think it would maybe I'm misunderstanding the Sun Tree's role, but I was not under the impression that the Sun Tree was keeping Whitestone safe in any real manner. So when it comes to killing a real nice tree versus the piece of loot, I think that's the decision that Vex doesn't hesitate on. Because to my understanding, the Sun Tree would be I don't know, destroying the Statue of Liberty, right? It doesn't actually do anything. It'll fall into the sea. It won't hurt anyone, probably. But it would be a big, symbolic issue for the surrounding community. But it wouldn't actually do any, because that's the ultimate decision point, is do we value this kind of, not elusive necessarily, but this kind of, ethereal, hope-based benefit, or do we value the really tangible benefit of Fenthras? That's what I think the decision ultimately is. It's a really heavy symbol for the community, or concrete, very visceral power. That's what I think the ultimate decision will end up being. Or the ultimate, weighing. Yeah. Percy would have interesting stakes in protecting the Sun Tree versus his affection for Vex. Yeah, I think the only reason that it might be Percy is purely because of his Sun Tree connection. But if we're going into the, because of the Sun Tree connection, I think it makes more sense for it to be Keyleth, because she also has a contrivance for how she could even commune with the Cancer Moon Tree in the first place. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm still leaning towards Vax, but it'll also probably depend on if they find Singorn and if they have any interactions within Singorn. Percy is very pragmatic. If big weapon to kill dragons use weapon to kill dragons, also his relationship with Vex, but also Sun Tree is very important to Whitestone. It's true. That is true. I guess there is kind of an argument for Percy. I guess that's true. Again, I'm still leaning towards Vax because this is not like really this is not something that like Percy's been struggling with, and to a greater degree, like it's not really even something that Keyleth's been struggling with, as like part of their own personal plots. So that's why I'm so heavily leaning towards Vax, is because the symbolic decision that this like represents mirrors a personal issue that Vax has been grappling with. So that's why I'm so heavy on it being Vax, even though it probably could be other people. Sundry is a symbol of, I know. But this isn't like I think it would make sense if it was Percy, if Percy's personal plot had been allegiance to his family and keeping his family alive versus the pursuit of power, which is not really what his personal arc was about. It was about dishonor by becoming the monster in the mirror versus taking vengeance for your family. You know? It's not exactly like a 1-to-1 in terms of the symbolism in the same way that I think Vax's sort of is. I think Vax's is like a pretty clear 1-to-1 on like the symbolic decision here. I mean, you can make it work for Percy, and I'm sure that if they put it to committee, he would say those sorts of things. But this isn't like something that he's been like really actively struggling with. Yeah. Fuck them trees. Consider Sundry was personally planted by Pelor in a nexus of power. Killing it might have more repercussions than just Whitestone. I think that is a potential argument that someone could make, but they don't have any direct evidence of that. That is like, and to an even greater degree, they don't necessarily have direct evidence that it was planted by Pelor. The Sun Tree believes its own personal myth. I believe during it and Keyleth's conversation, it referenced being planted by Pelor. But also it's a tree. Maybe it just believes its own hype, you know? Like, I have not seen any direct evidence that the Sun Tree is actually does anything. I don't have any reason to believe, like, really one way or the other. It hasn't been important or impactful. But I think there's also a really distinct possibility. Like, if I were to offer maybe a counter theory or a counter history as to what could have happened, planted by Pelor could very easily be poetic language. And if it is revealed at some point that Pelor is the one that constrained the ravenous flow of magic throughout the world to the ley lines, controlled it, monitored it, channeled it to help the world become more vibrant, a little bit less chaotic like it was before the First War. If Pelor was the one that did all of that to the magic and to the ley lines, if we interpret the history poetically, then planted by Pelor could be the same as Pelor directed a confluence of ley lines directly under an existing normal-ass tree. And the tree has been, very affected and has grown large because of the confluence of power that Pelor directed to this area. And that notion has carried on through mythologies. I mean, it's the way that we talk about, non-biblical literalists refer to like Genesis and like the really early books of the Bible. They are largely understood by the majority of Christians, at least, to be poetic. And so this could be non-literal history of Pelor didn't directly plant the Sun Tree, and the Sun Tree doesn't fucking do anything. But it is an interesting, that is all an interesting debate that the players could have. Especially given, I don't want to say Keyleth's distrust, but Keyleth's opinions on the gods, but also opinions on nature. I think she will have a very interesting take on it, in a similar way that Percy would. Like, I think if you do put it to committee, it's an interesting discussion, but I don't think it's as big of a moment, unfortunately. I think if you put it to a single person, that's a huge dramatic moment that is, I personally think, a little bit cooler. I guess theoretically, a way that you could sort of cut the line on it, if you wanted, a way that you could kind of cut the line on it, right, is you could have one person, say Vax, Keyleth, whoever, talk to the moon tree. And when they talk to it, it maybe tells them, maybe it gives them the real about the Sun Tree, or it talks about the potential consequences, or all of that sort of stuff. And then they bring it out to everyone else, and they have a decision on how honest to be when they actually bring it to committee. That could kind of be an interesting way to cut this a little bit, where you have one person who the decision is very, very morally impactful to, that has an amount of control over the information that is shared with the other characters. I personally wouldn't go that direction, but with Matt and his whispers, that might be a direction that he goes in. It's possible. It's possible. I don't know. I don't think that's what'll happen, but it's certainly possible. How dare you? The tree's job is to look pretty and be a tree. It does great. It does do great. I admit, it does great at its job of being big and pretty. That's true. It has belief. Yeah. Keela definitely seemed weirded out by the whole divine tree idea. She did. So that's why it swims around as potentially a Keyleth or Vax decision, but I don't know, we'll see. I think that there will be foreshadowing leading up to the moment that will focus my theory a lot. I'm I feel like there's going to be some foreshadowing that's going to let me predict it a little bit more accurately as we get closer. Now that we're actually in the fucking Feywild already. If the Feywild's mirror, the Sun Tree is the Moon Tree, what's the Shadowfell's mirror called? The Shade Tree, the Star Tree, the Emo Tree. I kind of like Star Tree. Yeah, Sun, Moon, and Stars. Star seems a little bit weird for the Shadowfell. What's another option? Ooh, like the Tree of the Eclipse. Oh. Yeah, it's like the Eclipse Tree or something. That's what I'll go with. I'll go with Eclipse Tree. It's a regular tree. It's just in a park. It's just a normal tree. It doesn't have a fun name. Besides being some casual gals, it did have an era. All right. Look, the Sun Tree went through a phase. It wasn't his fault. Look. He was hanging out with the wrong crowd. He was hanging out with the wrong people. He's a good kid at heart. You know, once you get him away from those bad influences, you're not going to see any gallows in the future. It was just a phase. Oh God, what do we think the fucking Moon Tree looked like during the fucking gallows era? Oh my God. Eclipse Tree sounds sick. Let's go. I'll challenge you, May. You said that there's not been evidence Vex would hesitate to choose an item over the tree. But wouldn't it make sense for Matt and Laura to take advantage of role play and create juicy conflict? There's a concept that I don't know if I'll be able to find the clip of. Let's see. Brennan Lee and I know that we still have the cooldown to watch. I remember. Brennan Lee Mulligan, water flowing down a hill. Stop. Oh God, this is someone else talking about it. Let's see. Oh, I think this is it. I literally recognize his hand motions. Let's see. Let's unmute the tab.
They are going down.
Yes. Okay. So this is what I'll say.
Players are like water. They are going down the hill as fast as they can, seeking the path of least resistance. That's the character is like water, but the player wants anything other than a straight line. So my job as Rails is irrigating a path down that lets the water always have taken the fastest route towards its goal, but at the end of it, the shape is the most convoluted and pleasing, right? That like, you achieved the shape of a story while you were trying your hardest to go in a straight line.
Yeah, it's the general idea that the Fellowship should want to take the Eagles to Mordor, but as a DM, you have to make there be a reason why you can't, or why they can't. So in this context, wouldn't it make sense for Matt and Laura to take advantage of the roleplay and create juicy conflict? It would. That's what Laura wants. Laura does want conflict, but Vex doesn't. Vex is not going to hem and haw about a decision that she doesn't give a shit about. And that is the ultimate dichotomy or dissonance between a player and their character. Is Laura wants juicy conflict, but if she can't justify it to Vex, then she can't roleplay Vex as having any amount of conflict. So if there was going to be Vex conflict around getting Fenthros, the alternative to the thing that they gain or protect or sustain from leaving Fenthros there will have to personally appeal to Vex, and I don't see that. Now, if I'm totally wrong about the moon tree mirroring the sun tree, the cancerous tree that Fenthros is embedded in could absolutely mirror something in the real world that Vex really cares about. But I can't I'll be real with you. I can't think of anything that Vex cares about. So unless they pull something from her backstory that I'm totally unaware of, or somehow killing the cancer tree would kill a member of the party, the members of the party are the only things I can think of that Vex cares about. I think if any of them were if there was even a chance that killing the moon tree would reciprocally kill a member of the party, I don't think she would do it at all. I don't even think it would be a consideration for her. I think she values the party above loot any day. The thing is, I don't think there's anything I can think of in the world that she cares about. You know? So I don't know if there's a way to make it an interesting question for Vex. Which is a bit of an indictment on Vex right now. Or maybe it's not. It's a valid, character direction to go in, to only care about the party, but to care about them potentially above the good of the world. That's a very characterizing thing. If she would choose, if she had the option to kill Thordak or to kill Scanlan, or if killing Thordak would kill Scanlan, I don't think she would kill Thordak. So I take it back. I don't think it's an indictment on her character. It is just that her current character, I don't think has many things you can fuck with her on. She's kind of unfuckwithable. She's basically the Dark Knight or Spider-Man, where you have to take someone that she cares about. That's the only thing you can hold over Vex's head. If you take someone that she cares about, you absolutely can control her and get her to do things that you want. But if you don't have someone she cares about, she could not give less of a shit. You can threaten the fate of the world, and maybe she'll consider it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if there's a decision point that they can give her here. I do think if they told her, hey, it'll kill all of Whitestone, it might give her pause. But I don't know. Yeah. That was Dungeon Coats, the DC 20 guy. Can't wait till you watch that whole video. Yeah. There's a lot of as these series grow and mature, and as we get into C2 and C3, that there's a lot more cross IP stuff that I'm excited to watch. Yeah. Vex would want that, but we don't know yet what would make Vex hesitate. Yeah, I think that's the big thing. I think that is the big thing, is the only thing I can think of that would make Vex hesitate is another member of the party's life being on the line, That's the only thing I can think of. And I don't know how they would work that in. Unless the cancerous tree somehow, I might be focusing too much on the mirroring stuff and not the actual wording of the cancerous tree. It's not worded as a dark tree or an evil tree. It is very particularly represented as a cancerous tree. So maybe there is sort of some implication of capturing and assimilation. And there is maybe some sort of decision point where the cancerous tree captures someone, and if they take Fenthros, it would kill them. That could work for Vex. If the cancerous tree overcame someone, and then they fought through to Fenthros, and it goes, wait, if you take Fenthros, you're gonna kill me. This, in my head, I'm being the cancer tree. It goes, wait, no. If you take Fenthros, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna end them all. You're gonna kill Scanlan. You're gonna kill Percy. All of the people, I've taken them into me. You kill me, you kill them, Vex. That could fucking work. And then we're not even really, now we're hitting on a different aspect. And I actually think, ooh, that actually kind of works particularly well for Vex, because she is this very confident, I don't want to say laissez-faire, but like very like shoot first, ask questions later. She's someone that that has an extreme amount of confidence, especially in herself. Oh, the talking budget is only for mid-episode. We're fine. Once the episode is over, I throw the talking budget out the window. But Vex has been characterized as incredibly self-sufficient, but simultaneously as someone who cares a substantial amount about her allies. But she would never want you to know it. And so this is putting the first thing to the test of saying, hey, Vex, you do have cracks in your armor. You put up this front of not cool down. We'll go in cool down in a second. We didn't do the cooldown yet. The cooldown doesn't count. The cooldown doesn't count. Maybe it counts. I don't know. But if it somehow took multiple members. Oh! Okay, wait. I talked about someone communing with it, and I was like, oh, makes sense that it would be Keyleth because she's communed with the Sun Tree. She would ostensibly be able to talk to the Moon Tree. What if the Moon Tree, the Cancer Tree, convinces the party? It's more of like almost like a social villain where it convinces the party, like, yeah, maybe I'll give you Fenthros, but you gotta, like, we gotta talk. Maybe it can only talk in like vague visions, and it's like, it senses Kiki's druidic nature, and it's like, come inside, let's talk. And it like opens the bark, very reminiscent of her tree stride. And then she comes in, she does the speak with plants, she talks to it, and then it's like, ha ha ha, you dumbass. Ha ha ha, I tricked you, idiot. And then it closes the way behind her, and it starts assimilating her into the tree. And maybe they even see its face, or maybe they even see like a bough of it slowly turn into almost reminiscent of the bodies hanging along the Sun Tree gallows. And the rest of the party's like, what's happening? And they try to contact her on the earring, but she's not responding. And they're like, ah. And so they try to fight their way through, but it captures other people. And then Vex gets through. She's gonna pull Fenthros out, and then it speaks to her. And it's like, don't do it. Don't do it. It's gonna kill them. But it's arrogant. It's a little chaotic. It's already revealed to Kiki during that it won't kill them, and she maybe has to make a check to break through to Vex to try and tell Vex that it's not actually going to kill them. And so now Vex has to weigh, does she want to risk it? How does she deal with this? Because she can't do it through like pure brute force. I think I don't know. I don't like it as much as the other one, mostly because in order for it to be Vex, we have to put the rest of the party's lives on the line. To the degree where if she gets it wrong, they die, and that's not good weight to put on a single player. If this was a story where Vex was the main character, you'd do that in a heartbeat. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Your theorizing is so fun. Thank you. Let's do the cooldown. I'll let it marinate for a second. I'm speaking based on your theory here, not anything else. It's an interesting question in theory. Oh yeah, I assumed. I assume whenever people like test around my theory that they are avoiding any potentially like spoilery directions. I've gotcha. Do you think that that's a sign of Vex being a little sociopathic or a sign of lore not giving Vex much depth? I think it's... I don't know that it's necessarily much depth, but it is... I would more call it like archetypical or stereotypical. It is, in like magic terms, very tribal. Of I care about my people and no one else. And that's not like an invalid philosophical system at all. It's just really common within D&D. I would kind of call it the default social philosophy for D&D characters, especially if they aren't really distinctly trying to be a good guy or an evil guy to that extent. But I think you can take that to a good level, to a really nice level of depth. So just because it's maybe stereotypical or archetypical doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that it's possibly overdone, is what I would say. Yeah. I do think Laura's Vex is an example of the kind of nuanced characterization you can get over this sort of extended campaign. I feel a lot of pressure to move faster, revealing things in home games. I can see that. I mean, it's tough. I think there's like kind of a balance of you want to reveal enough towards the beginning to let the other players know who you are and how you behave. But it's also good to grow over the course of the campaign and for your philosophies and your ideals to change. And it's good to not rush things out too early and too soon. The level at which you characterize yourself and the pace at which you characterize yourself, I think is kind of like an eternal struggle within the realm of TTRPGs. You know, it's never going to, I think, have a right answer on the pacing question. The accurate answer is don't do it too fast and don't do it too slow. I think that's kind of it. How fast is too fast? Ooh, I don't know. How fast is too slow? Ooh, depends. So yeah, it's certainly not easy, and it also depends on tone, player count, all that shit. It's a hard line to ride. How do we comment on any theorizing so that it doesn't hint or allude to what is right or wrong? It is hard. It is a hard line to ride. I think the way that I generally handle it internally is I try not to think about it too much. It's the same reason that I typically try to either not read or totally forget the titles of the episodes. Because sometimes the titles are in the vein of spoilery. So it's a kind of enough people make enough jokes and enough people ask a large enough variety of questions that I sort of engage in the same suspension of disbelief that we do when we play. I know that if I went back and looked, if I thought too hard about why people were asking me certain things, I would probably be able to derive meaning from that. Even the most careful of chatters. If I really sat down and like made it a puzzle and like really tried to figure out why they're asking things, I'd probably be able to find some patterns. But that's not fun. So I very distinctly avoid that sort of train of thought. And it's honestly not too hard for me because I like having fun on these. And the game is more fun when I don't think about those. So it's honestly not too hard for me to avoid thinking about. Of like, oh, is this person asking just because they're engaging with the theory, or are they asking because they want me to give like a more detailed or nuanced take because I'm close? You know, I avoid thinking down those lines of thought because they're not fun, you know? And if I was really like litigious with stopping any sort of comment that I ever could even possibly think down those lines on, no one would be able to talk, which would suck, you know? These are also some of their first TTRPG experience. Yeah, true. Yeah. It's very, the characterization aspect is, and you're going to have varying levels of desire, you know, within your players as to how much they even want to characterize. You know, some people don't want super fleshed out backstories. They want their character to be not a blank slate, but a relatively clean slate that will be shaped and molded by the course of the campaign. I think to a degree that's kind of how Scanlan is. I don't know that was purposeful on Sam's part, but I think that is kind of what Scanlan has turned into. He was a bit of a blank slate character that is now being molded by the course of the campaign. Cool down. I'll get to it. Let's do it now. We'll do it now. There must be something crazy in there. Out of curiosity, people who don't ask RP. Wait, what? Of curiosity? Oh, I think there is a lack of curiosity in home games, so people don't ask RP as much as on an actual play. Possibly. I mean, people are just playing at home games for different reasons. Oh, let's do the cooldown, and then I'll talk about it more. Let's do it.
We'll be back.
You guys will be back next week for your own fun
we'll do
time.
something.
We'll be back to pick up that line as the party enters the FEYWILD in 2 weeks.
FEYWILD in 2 weeks.
Man. Man, who knows?
Real interesting here in the Feywild.
Back and forth.
All right, so first and foremost, thanks again to Loot Crate for being our awesome
Yes,
sponsor.
yes, we're great. We're wearing these awesome shirts. Let's go.
Yeah, everyone's been tweeting at me saying, "Where'd you get your awesome shirt?" Luke Crate.
Alex
What?
Murphy, RoboCop, holla.
Hey.
I had that RoboCop shirt.
Yeah, and Ashley, if you hadn't picked up at this point, is going back to New York to shoot on the next season of Blind.
No!
Okay, wait, hold on a second.
No!
Wait, what did she have?
For those of you in the critter community who made this amazing quilt, this is gonna come with me and be on my bed, and I'll snuggle it.
Oh my God, that's amazing!
I love it.
I thought that was a
so
map
much.
at first.
Yes, it is.
Ashley,
And it's
a
got
bunch of
art, has all the art on it, and then on the sides, it's just like little quotes and quotes that people wrote on Twitter. It's so amazing.
Oh, goodness.
So many good messages.
Never stop being yourself. You empower others to be themselves. Oh, okay. Now I'm just reading like.
I thought it was gonna be. I wasn't trying to read like compliments about myself.
I love this blanket. Tells me I lost my.
I'm pretty awesome.
I like it. The hair's great. I love it. It's
Us,
so great.
us pack of nerds are gonna miss you more than Vox Machina misses
Oh,
Spike.
good.
No, yeah.
We're gonna miss
I'm
you.
gonna miss you guys so
We're
bad.
gonna steal you back.
Yeah, but
Better
it's
internet
okay.
in the
We're gonna
studio
steal
for
it.
you.
Yeah, it's true.
What's to say again?
We got better internet in the studio specifically for you.
Okay.
Faster.
So,
All right.
when you can
Better
Skype
internet.
All right. When I can Skype in,
I know it's not the
astral
same.
projection, Pike.
No. You have the stone.
The stone now.
You'll be really there.
Oh, I'll be really there. That's right. Yes, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it work.
I'll make it work.
Sometimes.
Work.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
Matt will have to.
I'll figure it out. It's my job. It's
Pike in a box is better than no pike.
It's a pike in a box.
Pike in a box, babe.
Step one. Hold in the box.
Oh, that was abandoned.
Put a pike in that box.
Oh God.
Continuing the song. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you
guys.
enjoyed the time. Looking forward to seeing all you folks in Australia next week. It'll be awesome. We'll see you guys Saturday.
We did the cooldown. Are you happy? Look, I will. I know that it's the completionist in some people, but I will very often delay that. I will not bend next time. I'll keep talking. I'll find things to talk about. Believe you me. I'm the completionist. The first thing I ever saw Ashley on was minor role in Avengers. She was striking, and I thought it was a pity they didn't use her. I heard early on in this campaign, or in this watch through, that she was originally supposed to be a larger role, and then they ended up cutting a lot of her stuff, which sucks. She was supposed to be like Cap's like love interest or something, right? Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think that this is I was letting it marinate during the cool down a little bit of, there's a lack of curiosity in the home games. And I think it's sort of a double-sided thing that we run into occasionally when talking about the actual play nature of this, is that as an actual play, I don't think they necessarily have more curiosity, but they have a higher incentive to engage in the things that are interesting, which I think interesting broadly, not just to them, which I think is going to lean towards that sort of stuff. And that is like people play at home games for all sorts of different reasons. They play just to go and hang out with their friends, to solve puzzles, to do all of these other things that might not involve super hard role play. A lot of times we call those like wargaming tables, but even tables that aren't as wargamey may not want their characters to change substantially or to be really distinctly challenged. They might want different things out of their tables. Now, I can have my opinions on what makes a more enjoyable experience, but it's definitely... Everyone at a home table is very specifically out for the motivations of themselves and their friends, whereas the actual players also have to keep in mind the motivations of the audience, you know. Yeah. But with all that said, woo! This is a long one. And so the summer of Ashley ends. That's the first full-length one we've done in a little bit. Woo! Definitely the longest stream we've had in a while, and drum roll, please. I took it off. Oh, hi, bird. We had 0 dropped frames. 0 dropped frames. Hi. She's eating me. We had 0 dropped frames the entire stream. We're back. We're back, bird. So, I am psyched. I'm psyched to, I'm not putting all my eggs in the basket. I'm not considering this permanently fixed. You will still see me experimenting with some things that are very clearly meant to be options if the internet gets worse. But for now, we seem to be back. So, I will hopefully see you all very, very soon in general, and very, very soon for episode 59. With that, have a good night. Thank you for joining, and I'll see you later.